What's going on, Conscious Crush, your favorite breakdown commentator? Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. You already see what we're here to get into. Before we do so, go ahead and thumbs up the video until it's absolutely stuck. You guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious crew member and telling them to get their black asses in the sanctuary, because the king is in fact kanging. Now, we need all the likes we can get, because y'all know I've been working back to bike. So my notifications on YouTube are completely and utterly shot. So if you have enough mobility in your fingers to click on the stream, to comment in the chat, and you got a thumbs up. Thumbing up is how we're going to boost the algorithm and trigger up the notifications that are shot, because I've been doing 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damn lives every damn day, all day for this whole week practically, okay? So please run those likes up. They're free 99. They don't cost you nothing. But speaking of free 99, if you guys love the work of the cane, the work ethic, you appreciate the content, you can also donate to the platform courtesy of Cash App, $Consciouztv, and or paypal.me/Consciouztv, spelled just how it is here on the platform. Last but not least, please share the stream to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your Snapchat, your Facebook, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't personally give a damn where you, in fact, lay the line. Just let them whores know that we're loud, we're live, and we're certainly in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. Hope you guys are having a wonderful, beautiful Wednesday. Before we get into it, let me go ahead and shout out the Conscious Crew here in the building and make sure you guys, once again, are thumbing up, thumbing up, thumbing up, thumbing up. What's going on, Sherry? Hey, Chowder. What's going on, Nita? Hey, Libra. Hey, Vala. What's going on, D. Paris? Hey, Boo. Hey, Simply Telly. What's going on, Leandra? What's going on, Moody? Hey, Miss Mika. What's going on, Rhiannon? Jennifer Doyle. What's going on, Tamika? Hey, y'all. So this is going to be an open panel discussion. We're going to kind of have to academically kind of move through this conversation as well. So I probably won't be dropping the link until about 45 minutes in, if I can just stay focused. But this is an open panel. I will be dropping the link. You guys can come up here and sound off. I was really thinking about this conversation because I know there's a lot going on around Shannon Sharpe right now. You guys know we have been covering all the Shannon Sharpe drama. And we're going to get into the particulars of the new updates. There's been more audio that has been dropped. There's been more text messages that have been dropped, girl. You know, something going on every day. But this particular stream isn't so much about the particulars of Shannon Sharpe's situation with Gabriella Zuniga, who is suing him for rape. It's more so about the conversation around age and dating, because two people right now who got these conversations started, or hell, well, at least I'm getting them started, is actress Tracee Ellis Ross, who recently sat down on Michelle Obama's podcast, and they got into a conversation around Tracee Ellis's preferences in dating, where she stated that she personally prefers to date younger men as well. Tracee is 52, I believe. And ironically, as I was setting up this stream, alleged comedian Corey Holcomb is like slamming Tracee Ellis apparently for her remarks, I guess, on dating younger and her experiences with dating older men comparatively. And then we also know that Shannon Sharpe is in a situation with a 19-year-old woman. So very interesting. So I went to the community post and the community wall earlier this morning and kind of asked you guys for your feedback on what y'all thought the differences may be between when older men date younger versus when older women date younger. We know that we're living also in the age of the infamous cougar, which is the typical 40, 50-year-old woman who loves her a hot tenderoni that can range anywhere from 18 years of age to, early 30s, etc. So we know that this is something that both men and women, especially in the West, are doing in terms of their preferences in sexual and or romantic partners. So we're going to kind of center a conversation around all of that. I'm also going to be pulling up some of the comments from the community wall post, etc., and speaking to some of that. So let's just go ahead and bust the door wide open. Hey, Medusa. Hey, Moody. Hey, Yvette. What's going on, everybody? Hey, Keita. Hey, y'all. Let me see. Let me make sure I got everybody in the building. What's going on, my baby daddy, Deshaun? Hey, boo. What's going on, y'all? Hey, everybody. Y'all give me a thumbs up, please. We need all the thumbs up in the building. All the thumbs up, child. All right. So, starting with Tracee Ellis Ross, let's get into her shenanigans first and foremost. Child. Okay. This is what she had to say sitting down with the Michelle Obama. Okay. The only first lady that we're ever going to recognize. Check out what she had to say about dating younger.
We've talked about this, that often I date younger men. Mm-hmm. And a lot of it is because...
Let's stop on that, folks.
Oh my God, we had a great dinner. We had a great dinner, by the way, where across the table, your husband goes, but why? And I said, well, maybe because I can.
Yes, hurry. This is what I'm saying. Tales from Tracee's.
It's fun. It's very fun to share.
Tracy tale.
But one of the reasons, though, that because I had to ask myself that question, I was like, what is this about?
Yeah.
Because I want a partner, and so often, and it's not just that I'm older. I'm also very embodied. Mm-hmm. I am a full, very whole person who knows myself, who is in charge of my life, and who lives a very full, just robust life. So it's not just age, it's like life experience and sort of a difference. But I had to ask myself the question, why? Why does this keep sort of coming up other than they're hot and gorgeous? Mm-hmm. There's that. But a lot of men, I mean, we've talked about this, that often I date younger men my age are steeped in a toxic masculinity and have been raised in a culture where there is a particular way that a relationship looks. And anything that starts to smell of that for me, I did enough of it where I was controlled and felt like I was a possession or whatever those things were, or prize, I have no interest in it, and I will not do it again.
Okay, all right. Get Lucky in Kentucky says Tracee is not going as young as 19. First of all, that's an assumption. You don't know how young Tracee is going. None of us know. She did not preference her statements with how young she's going. So nobody knows where her cutoff limits are. And the only people she's dated are only the people that we know publicly. We don't know who she is sneaky linking with. We don't know who her cut buddies are. We don't know any of that. She preferenced it that she's dating men so young that there is a generational gap between the men of her generation and the younger men she prefers. So we know that she's talking as young as at least one generation separate from her own. She's dating outside of her generational gap. And once again, we don't know how young she is or is not going. Which it really doesn't matter as long as, they are first and foremost legal. And at the very least, I mean, personally, I think if people are going to date young, quote unquote, first and foremost, it should always be legal. Person being of legal age, I would say at least if a person going, I don't even want to say what people should do. I mean, because I don't even know what to think, which is why I'm having this conversation with y'all, because I'm unpacking with y'all as it relates to this. I really don't have a lot of formality in terms of a particular way of thinking. I'm just kind of wanting really to explore the conversation, kind of voyage into outer space, because I don't know, this is a very subjective thing. It's like religion, there really isn't no absolute about how people should or what people should. All of that does come down to preference and lived experience and what people are looking for. And there's a lot of moving parts in a discussion like this, because it's not just older men and women who date down. There are notably very young adult people who date all the way the fuck up. Okay. There's a lot of women, a lot of younger women who date from the perspective of hypergamy, those of you who don't know what the fuck hypergamy is pretty much dating someone who is of a prolific and profound socioeconomic or educational background. It typically is the attitude of dating up, dating older, because there's more security in dating someone who's been around the world, somebody who's reasonably established in their lives, definitely established materially. Hence, we see, the young 20-something girls, hanging out around the basketball arena, down there to the front row of the football game, trying to, score them a man with means and of wealth. So the pendulum does swing back and forth on this conversation. It's not just older people seeking to date reasonably young people. There's reasonably younger adult people who also prefer and intentionally target men and women of a particular demographic. So this is what makes this conversation so particularly nuanced and just very interesting. Now, going back to Tracee. Hey, Miss Stevie. Hey, boo. What's going on, love y'all? Me and Miss Stevie just had an amazing interview on yesterday over on her Instagram page. Make sure that you check out our segment, child. We got into politics, got into the Black community, we got into the things, child. I'm gonna be bringing Miss Stevie up over her as well to get all up in her damn business too, okay? So y'all be looking for that mesh up. But if you guys did not get a chance to see our interview, please follow Style by Stevie on Instagram, okay? And check out our interview from yesterday. Follow and support her, girl, because she gets into all other daytime talk stuff, always interviewing and getting to the tea when it comes to actresses, writers, producers, influencers, girl. She got all your faves over there, child. So run her that. Run her all of that. All right? And run me some likes on this video, too. All right? Now, Tracee Ellis Ross clarified that she particularly has found in her lived it. Okay? She ain't speaking for y'all. She's speaking for her. Okay? In her personal experience as a middle-aged woman, that men her age tend to be more controlling. They're into the atypical gender roles. They have a perceivable more toxic masculinity. She feels more like an object and objectified and kind of subjugated, because the men of her age come from a particular generation, a generation that's more heavily rooted in patriarchy and religiosity and conservatorship, where there's more of an attitude around men's autonomy and leadership and women pretty much being helpmates and having to be subservient. And Tracee Ellis Ross is like, yeah, bitch, that ain't my swag, baby. I can't get into none of that, honey, okay? Like, at this point in her age, especially with her being the table, she no longer has to really lean on a man to be in the table. She's a woman of legacy. She's a woman of means. She's a woman of coin. So what she's preferably looking for and what she can deal with in a relationship may be very different from the average woman who is not economically where she is and is not where she is in legacy. We're kind of seeing a lot of that, where a lot of successful women are seemingly loosening up on their preferences. We look at Rihanna, who is essentially a goddamn billionaire and who's dating somebody reasonably less successful than her, A$AP Rocky, who she just stood by the side of as he faced a whole criminal trial and could have, lost his damn livelihood, honey. And she was right there front and center with them children, child, okay? Standing by her man. We guys see, Keke Palmer, successful actress, singer, songwriter, producer, a personality who is dating someone reasonably less successful and reasonably less famous than her. We see Sky Jackson, successful child Disney star who is literally dating that which is equivalent to a goddamn bum. Like, it's almost as if Sky Jackson just went on datainmate.com, girl. And got impregnated by the first jail cell pen pal, that had hit her damn back, So we're seeing this trend of when women reach a particular socioeconomic status, that some of their preferences in men and what they're looking for and what their needs are emotionally, sexually, and mentally dramatically shift relative to maybe their less successful socioeconomically sound female counterparts. So this is fascinating. She spoke about how younger men in her experience, okay, she ain't talking about y'all, baby, okay, in her experience, that they're more open-minded, they're more emotionally available, and that they are more progressive in their thinking in terms of, I guess, younger men in her experience are more flexible, you know. They haven't been socialized and indoctrinated in the same way that men of renown have been. These are men that are okay, seemingly, with dating a woman who is more wealthy than them. We know that a lot of men from our granddaddy and, you know, so forth generations, girl, you know, that power dynamic would have really bothered them because of patriarchy and because of the way men were socialized to see themselves as reasonably more superior to women than women are to men. But because a lot of that monotony and indoctrination and socialization has been broken up now, there's a lot of men who don't mind being a damn sugar baby. They don't mind being the one taken care of, and all they got to do is dick you down and love you down to the ground, baby, okay? They ain't got to have, you know, 6 figures in the bank, baby, okay? They ain't got to be some, you know, some all-out, legendary, iconic, classic man, child, okay? Just good dick and got time to love mama down to the ground, okay? So, you know, things are very different as the culture shifts, as women become more personally empowered, etc. So I do want you guys to keep that in mind too, that when we are speaking about women like Rihanna, women like Tracee Ellis Ross, Kiki Palmer, Sky Jackson, keep in mind the nuance of what their particular socioeconomic situation is, which definitely is going to impact dating standards and dating preferences, etc. All right, so that's interesting. And for those of you who missed it, let's play it back, run it back one more time. Hey, Arshawn, what's going on, everybody? And once again, I will be dropping a link so that you guys come up here and pop the fuck off. Okay.
Are steeped in a toxic masculinity and have been raised in a culture where there is a particular way that a relationship looks. And anything that starts to smell of that for me, I did enough of it where I was controlled and felt like I was a possession or whatever those things were, or prize, and I have no interest in it, and I will not do it again.
Okay. Period, Pooh. Now, alleged comedian girl Corey Holcomb done put his no hairline having ass into the group chat, girl, and apparently he done went clean the hell off on Miss Ross. Now, I have not heard this, so this is my first time hearing this, so let's check out what Corey had to say about Miss Ross, baby.
Where your son at right now? With a not growing up under your tutelage, because men who sleep with men are making laws that put bitch in power. Now bitch go around and fuck young boys and brag on it and think ain't nothing wrong with them. But when Corey went on Cam Newton's show, who was virtuous.
Okay, what? Did it cut off naturally? Oh.
Tracee Ellis Ross, we heard you, bitch. I mean, we finna go into it. We about to get your ass, Jaja Binks. We about to get your ass. Did somebody say it? So now I can say it. Yeah. You see the bitch at the car now? See what they say in front of she straight? Oh, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He didn't choose you. He didn't choose you. These were your prime years when you was passing the pussy out to boss niggas who got options to choose a woman. Look at society. Where your son at right now? them chose you. So now, at 52, with your arrogant ass, you dating the puppies of the hood. Let me tell you something. These broads out here, especially the older ones, 45 and up, I'm going to go that high, 45 and up, they good with dogs and elderly people, or they might mess with somebody who's young and impressionable, because that way they can be held up as they pretend themselves to be. But when you're around a man is going to call you for who you are. Wait, I don't give a fuck if Tracee Ellis Ross. Tracee Ellis Ross can get it. And like Kevin Samuel said about her a long time ago, I think I walked down the street with that.
She's 52. Somebody was saying 62.
Who is virtuous. No matter how old she is, she can get it, and a nigga might walk down the street with her. Even though right there she looked tripped out to me.
Just like somebody I know.
That is crazy right there.
Oh, wait.
That's that face. Oh my God. Like these women. I'm trying not to say it. That's a drag queen type picture right there.
Man, that's not. I see.
She look like no matter how old she is.
Okay, now I don't know why the hell Corey Holcomb took Tracee Ellis's preferences so goddamn personal, girl. It seemed like hit dogs, holla. I did not find anything in what Tracee said to have been particularly disparaging about men. I think she was speaking very anecdotally, and she was speaking about her preferences in the context of the dialogue that her and Michelle was having, and she just personally, I mean, she didn't even call the men of that generation bad. She just spoke about why she prefers relationally, in terms of romantically, etc., why she prefers to date younger men than older men. So I mean, I don't think it called for all that raggedy ass smoke that Corey had to say, child. But to Corey's point about men 35 years old and up, here's what another man, a particularly white man, had to say about why quote unquote men don't like to date particularly older men, while older men don't like to date women their so-called age. Child, check this out.
First question for the men, because I'm starting to wonder, are there any men left in this entire universe that like women in their 50s with a natural body?
Well, darling, I'm more than happy to answer your question, but as I always do, I'm going to preference this by saying my response is not going to be sugarcoating things. I'm going to be honest with you, brutally honest with you. Or as I like to put it, I'm going to tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. Okay? So if you actually want to hear the truth, hear how men think, and hear their answer, and maybe, just maybe, be able to find someone, then keep listening. Or if you're like most women who don't want to or can't handle the truth, then scroll on by. Just keep doing what you're doing and wondering why you're alone and will be for the rest of your lives. Okay, so for those of you still here, let's get into it. First off, of course there are men who like women in their 50s. And the truth of the matter is, most of them actually prefer women with natural bodies. Men, for the most part, are turned off by that Botoxed, siliconed, overly made up look that women think makes them attractive. Yes, there are exceptions, but just because a few do like that doesn't mean they all do. I mean, let's face it, as you get older, it becomes pretty obvious when you've had, let's call them certain enhancements, and then they're sticking out like a sore thumb, if you catch my drift. And while you think that's what men want, because that's what your girlies, not to mention the plastic surgeon, told you they want, in reality, it just turns men off. But that's not even the real problem. You see, the real problem, the answer to your question that you don't want to hear, is that it's more about your attitude than appearance that turns men off.
Okay, so here's this man talking about how the age of cosmetic surgery, that stuff don't be looking good for the women who get that stuff done maybe in their prime, or maybe hell, even get it done, you know, in their mid-seasonness of life, and how it looks. The work looks sloppy, it looks aged, and it looks very obvious. But now he's going to go into, it's not even really so much about aesthetics as it really more so is about the attitude of older women, which is why older men apparently don't like to date women their age.
See, the men who like women in their 50s, the ones who would want to date or be in relationships with women in their 50s, aren't the ones you're looking to date, let alone be in a relationship with. And you make it blatantly obvious that that is the case. Hell, many of you come right out and say it, that you won't even consider a man who doesn't meet your, as y'all like to put it, higher standards. You know, the 6 feet tall with six-pack abs and six-figure income that you've all decided somehow a man must be possessed to be worthy. All, of course, while refusing to acknowledge that most of you don't even come close to meeting those criteria yourself. It speaks to the mindset.
Okay, so he is saying that first and foremost, a lot of older women have unrealistic expectations for the men of their generation. So this man is basically saying that middle-aged woman's age is not even really desirable, and then those middle-aged women put unrealistic expectations like the surfboard apps and this aesthetics, etc., and then have the audacity to not even be a model for what they are expecting from men their age. That these women themselves are out of shape, have fupas, cellulite, etc., and they ain't no damn Victoria's Secret models they damn selves. Okay, child, he get into things, girl.
That men see all the time in women, but especially in older women. This expectation that they get to have those so-called higher standards, while those men aren't allowed to have any standards at all. And that mindset is rampant in older women. More so, I'd argue, than it is in the younger ones. And here's another little tidbit you aren't going to like. With age is supposed to come wisdom. But when it comes to valuing who you are right now and where you're at, that simply doesn't apply to today's modern women. Really not at any age, but most especially for those in their 40s, 50s, 60s, and up. You see, most of you are still stuck in your early 20s mindset, where you could have any man you wanted. You still think you're all that you are the table, and all you need to do is offer this. Hell, trying to maintain that mindset is one of the reasons why many older women get those aforementioned enhancements. But I'm sorry to say, ladies, you're not. In fact, you're not even close. Just like the men in your age group aren't like they were in their 20s. Y'all love to attack men whose hair is thinning or gone, who may have put on a few pounds, or who may not be the bronzed Adonises that they were in their 20s. And you do that apparently without looking at yourselves in the mirror. Because if you did, the reality is you'd come to the realization that no amount of makeup, no amount of hair dye to cover your gray hair, or any of those other things that you do is going to make even the slightest bit of difference. Even more hilarious is how upset you get when men point out to you that you've aged, while at the same time making great sport of attacking men all the time because they've aged, something that all of us as human beings inevitably do. Sorry, ladies, you don't get to have it both ways, yet most of you think you do. Worse is that you have no idea, even after 50 plus years on this planet, of what it is that men want in a relationship, especially older men. You don't even have the slightest clue, as you prove time and again.
Okay, I see some new people coming in. Some of y'all must have got here late. This whole thing about Tracee dating, could be talking about dating someone as younger as 40 or 45. We're going to get more into that, but Tracee is talking about at least dating one generation younger. Okay, so no, she's not talking about being 52 dating a 45-year-old. She's talking about dating at least as young as one generation younger than her current generation, which is why she's talking about the generational differences in the men of her generation and the preferred younger men of a younger generation. So that now this man here is also speaking as he speaks about women having polarizing, hypocritical, and extreme material standards for men in terms of their appearance, etc. While that is true, both male and females, have preferences aesthetically. Both parties reasonably participate in upholding attractiveness, etc., and holding that as a priority when it comes to sexual and or romantic mates. But I will say this to his point is that nobody has been poked harder, more severely, and have been psychologically warred more so than women as it relates to physicality. The majority of the pressure to assimilate to a certain way of looking is predominantly centered around women and women's demographic, not men. Hence why most of the beauty and cosmetic industry is female centered and focuses highly and disproportionately on women's community. So if there's any group who have kind of been like disproportionately targeted in that way and pressured to assimilate aesthetically, it would definitely be women's community. Okay, now to his point, at the end of the day, we all human. So of course, just naturally speaking, both men and women do have so-called physical preferences. And, maybe there is some unrealisticness going on both sides when it comes to middle-aged people and them dating within their demographic of persons.
You list all the qualities that you think make you a catch. Things like you have a great career or job title, or how you own your own home or have X amount of dollars in the bank. Sorry, ladies, that doesn't make you a catch. It makes you an adult. There's nothing special about that. Not now, not ever. And that's especially true when it comes to men. Because what men in your age group want is security. And no, I'm not talking about financial security, which, as your list shows, is what women want. No, what men want is a true partner, someone who cares for them, not based on how much money they have or make, not based on their house or the car they drive, not based on how big their 401k balance is. Let me be clear here, ladies.
Now, this is another interesting point because, he's talking about women pretty much being participating in hypergamy and dating based upon wealth, based upon status, etc. What's fascinating about the problem he's calling out in women's community is that problem was created by men's community. That's the backlash of the patriarchy. Patriarchy set the dynamics up in such a way that men only had the rights, therefore women could only live vicariously through aligning themselves with men for the sake of establishing wealth and or rights and or economic and political protection, etc. So this idea that women are consumed materially is literally a byproduct of the patriarchy that his fellow male peers created. So-called gold digging, so-called women being fixated upon what a man brings to the table is because y'all the ones who centered around forcing and browbeating it into a woman's head that a man is the goddamn table. So, of course, any bearing of truth to that point is because of y'all. It's because of the patriarchy. This is the way y'all centered it, goddammit. Which is why y'all need to have your asses out there with women and their allies and their male feministic partners like myself who are fighting for women's rights so that you guys don't get reduced to just a damn table, okay? So if you want this work undone, this socialization undone, you need to be champion for women's rights, their right to equal wage, their right to birthing, rights to personal and bodily autonomy, etc., because this is what's going to correct all of the ill side effects of the patriarchy that you niggas used in order to gatekeep women to begin with.
None of that matters to men at any age, but most especially as they get older. Men want the security of knowing that you're going to love them for who they are, not what they have. That you're going to stand by them no matter what. That you're not going to walk away and try and take whatever it is they do have because you're bored or he isn't meeting whatever higher standards you've suddenly decided he needs.
These are the same men, if they're being honest, would tell their own daughters, you bet not date a bum. Go date a man who got means. Go date a man who is successful. Date a guy who got something going for himself, who got a good future ahead of himself, who driven, who ambition, who doing something with his life. But hold on to that, because that's about to slap women in the face too in a minute. We ain't got there yet. I'm telling y'all, don't try to imagine where I'm going in this conversation because you don't know where I'm going. There's going to be some things you agree with and some things you don't agree with. But both communities are alley-ooping the hell out of each other. So don't get too comfortable thinking that, you know, I'm leaning one way or the other, because I ain't leaning no particular way. I'm just going to call the facts down the middle, okay? Whoever that benefits is just whomever that benefits. I'm not in it to make women feel good about this. I'm not in it to make men feel good about this. I just going to call it down the middle, and wherever the score tally up and whoever benefits. You know, it's just whoever benefits, shy, okay? But hold on to what I just said, girl. That a lot of these same men who are complaining about so-called gold digging or materially centered women are the same men who first and foremost double down on patriarchy, especially when it benefits them, and are the same men who are encouraging and instilling in their daughters to not go marry a man because he's a good person per se. Of course, that's always on the list, but baby, that falls somewhere down as a secondary preference you look for. You deal with a man who got something going for himself. Date a man who got a car, who got an apartment, he got his own house, he in school, he could take care of you, he could do nice things for you. Oh, baby, and if he happens to be a sweetheart, that's a bonus. If he happen to love Jesus, that's a bonus too. Hold on to that, because we gonna circle back on that. That's gonna come to bite y'all in y'all asses as well. Both men and women, that's gonna come to bite you.
B. Most of the single men in that age group have been through a divorce, maybe even two, and lost everything. And they for damn sure aren't going to take that risk again. And as an older man, he needs to know that you're going to show him respect, acknowledgement, and appreciation. Most of all, he needs to know you're going to bring peace to his life, not a bunch of never-ending drama and risk, which is, in fact, what most of you bring. And the truth of the matter is, all of that applies not just to older men, but men of any age. And the other truth of the matter is that most women don't even come close to doing any of those things. And again, that applies to women of any age, but even more so as they get into their 40s, 50s, and 60s. Here's the thing, ladies. Men know that single women of that age group largely are alone because they've decided they could do better. They didn't stick by their man. They didn't stick by the commitment they made to him. They most likely walked away from a marriage and did everything they could to hurt the man they claimed to have loved at one time. Hell, how many of you run around bragging about taking him to the cleaners in the divorce? And for some reason, you seem to think that men don't know.
I mean, yeah, but how many of y'all brag about your side chicks amongst men's community? Yeah. You know, we as men who have access to genuine men's space. We ain't talking about, and see, this is where I get in trouble with my fellow male peers, because see, unlike them, I don't protect men. I would tell the God ugly truth about niggas. Okay, like I don't have no, baby. I came to bear witness to the truth, baby, not to gender politics and identity politics, baby. My allegiance is with the truth. So this is where I get into trouble when it comes to my fellow men who have attempted to flame me up over on, you know, red pill spaces, honey. Okay, calling me a misandrous, pink pill ass ninja and every damn thing else because we don't tell the truth. The space that men create amongst women is very different than the space that men have amongst men. And you only get access to the real men space if you are male and or highly male identified or male assimilated. And in that space, whether it's the barbershop space, the locker room space, the man cave space, spaces that are exclusively for men, where men can get lit, where men can get loose, baby, where men can talk their shit, where men can really get into some things. Oh, girl, you learn just how low down niggas is. You learn just how low down men are, girl. Okay? And are full on hypocrites all day, every day, will literally cheat on their wives, have multiple side chicks, multiple infidelities, be willing to constantly gamble on their wives and their families for the sake of a piece of available puss, while also being willing to commit double homicide if they found out their woman was participating in the same behavior. The reality that men do not genuinely believe in monogamy. They do not genuinely believe in faithfulness. They only believe faithfulness and monogamy goes one way. And I'm talking about the pastors that pretend to be integral and loving husbands who are committing multiple infidelities on the side. We're talking about men in sports, men in TVs. We're talking about Pookie and Ray Ray, the logo post office girl. We're talking about sweet granddaddy ass that whether you catch a man in his shit or not, that most men are a rolling stone and are constantly subjecting their women to the threat of outside, non-consenting extracurricular activity, which is not only dangerous sexually, it's dangerous emotionally. Because playing with people's feelings, whether it's the main chick or the side chick, can end up costing both chicks and sometimes the man and everybody ass involved. Because everybody go to whipping everybody, baby. Everybody go to sending everybody to God. It's a dangerous, dangerous, dangerous game. And so my personal view of men is just informed first and foremost by being a male and having access to males and having access to men's spaces. And unfortunately, there is a stark contrast between who men parade around as socially and who Papa truly is in the privacy of his own home or in the privacy of his own secret life. Now, that doesn't mean that they ain't no good men. And I'm also not throwing away everything that this guy is saying. At very surface glance of who y'all are calling Santa Claus is saying, I mean, at surface view, you know, there's some constructive things that should be noted. Okay? There's, you know, some meat that can be chewed off the bone. Okay? You don't gotta, you know, take it all with you. But him pretty much coming to the conclusion of telling women that, look, this whole thing about, you know, wanting to still be desirable amongst men and men your age really just comes down to not whether you have a fat ass or not whether you look 20, 30 years younger, even though we may cheat on you with a woman who's 20 years younger than you every now and again. It really comes down to your personal attitude, because men are just more simple than that, according to this man. And men are ultimately just looking for their best friend and a female counterpart. They're looking for their best friend and a female companion. They're looking for somebody who knows how to be their peace, how to complement their peace of mind, somebody who knows how to create a safe space, be encouraging, be supportive, and act like they motherfucking happy with you, okay? He's pretty much nulling it all down to it's about the emotional and mental quality of the engagement of the relationship, and not so much as the external shallow things that sometimes men say, or it seems like men want. Okay, now y'all can take that for what you will, okay? Because y'all the one who got to deal with men. So, you know, at some point, both genders do have to listen to each other. And they have to be also honest unto one another. Because at the end of the day, for those of y'all who want, you know, hetero opposite sex relations and sexual engagements and romantic engagements, y'all are going to have to listen to each other. Not listen to what's in your head, to what's in your mind, but listen to each other. And I ain't really talking about like listening to each other in this context, because look, we're all people who not gonna date each other. We're all people who probably never gonna even intersect in material life, you know. But I'm talking about like listen to each other in terms of the men and the women who find each other in life and attempt to embark upon a sexual and or romantic relationship. You know, for people to come together in honesty and transparency and to listen to each other. And that does put both genders and sexes in a position to have to challenge some of the things that they're bringing into their engagements with one another. Some of the past experiences, the past trauma, past hurt, and be willing to start again and start anew. Be willing to change your mind about each other for this thing to really work. Because y'all the ones who got to make this shit work, okay? Y'all the one who want to be married. Y'all the one who want, you know, house, husband, wife, and carriage, and the American dream and all that kind of shit. So there is going to have to be a major collaborative effort on this thing. People can be as mad as they want to be. Women can be as mad as they want to be. Men can be as mad as they want to be. At the end of the day, you can be mad and lonely, or y'all going to have to figure this shit the fuck out. Because that's going to be the only way to get to the romantic and the sexual bag successfully and long term. So there's going to have to be a coming to Jesus meeting. Now, I think we had enough of that. Let's get back to Tracee a little bit here. So I wanted to, you know, because this was coming up in a community wall post about, you know, how young is Tracee talking? Once again, she never said what the cutoff date was, but I did go and look through her dating history and what her known partnerships look like. Now, Tracee Ellis Ross is 52 years old, and she was born in 1972. She's been romantically linked to Boo Thiaman, Chris Webber, Henry Simons, comedian D-Ray Davis, and rapper Nas. Okay? Now, she was born in 72, so I went and looked up the birth dates of all of these men. So with her and Boo, there's a 10-year age gap. He's 10 years younger than Tracee. With Chris Webber, he's 1 year older than her. With Nas is 1 year older than Tracee. Henry Simons is 2 years younger than Tracee, and D. Ray Davis is also 10 years younger than Tracee. Okay, so out of all of her partners, she's had at least from what we know, at least a 10-year age gap between herself and her male counterparts. All right. Now, once again, she never clarified, girl, if that's the youngest, she's willing to go. Okay, because she's real big on, generational, the difference in generations. And I guess the further the generations out from her own, the better the men make as lovers in terms of what she's personally looking for in a mate. All right. Now, I also had looked up some study tabs because shit is clogging up my pipes over her. All right, I looked at some studies to see if there was any data to support rather, men preferably date younger to women, etc., girl. And I found an article by The Guardian and also Psychology Today. Now, I want to read, I guess I'll stick to the American study that was done. Because this particular study from Psychology Today was a census that was done across 36,000 couples across 28 European countries and Israel. That really wouldn't be relevant to us. I'm going to go ahead and bow out of that. But what I will say about that particular study is that what it pretty much revealed, at least as it relates to Europe and Israel, is that men, far more notably, dated far younger than women. And that matter of fact, as a man gets older, he dates a woman preferably 2 years younger per his age. Okay, so if he's 40, she more than likely is going to be 35, etc. And as he just gets older and older and older, she gets younger and younger and younger and younger and younger, while European women largely kind of stuck closely to their age gap. They might have dated maybe at most, 2-3 years younger, or they dated up, or they dated, in their equal age. However, the American study was far different, baby. Okay, courtesy of the Cosmopolitan. Baby, they're about to blow y'all goddamn head off. Hold on, is it Cosmopolitan? Hold on, let me see. No, courtesy of the Guardian, girl. Okay, they found that Western men and women prefer younger partner, study says. Researchers have challenged the idea that women prefer men who are older than them after finding precisely the opposite in thousands of women who went on blind dates. Quizzed after their brief encounters, both men and women tended to rate younger dates as more desirable future partners, suggesting men do not have a monopoly on putting a premium on youth. Psychologists on the study said the results were surprising because academics often presume the global trend for older men in married and cohabitating couples mirror the preferences of both partners. The researchers analyzed questionnaires completed by more than 6,000 blind daters who used a matchmaking service to fix them up with a potential long-term partner. Overall, men and women were equally more attracted to younger dates, at least after the first meeting. The authors report in the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Paul Eastwick, a professor of psychology at the University of California, Davis, and the study's first author, said the findings would be shocking to many people because men tend to be older than women in romantic relationships, and women generally say they prefer older partners. Globally, married men are on average 4 years older than their wives. The smallest gap in Europe and North America is less than 3 years, as I said. The largest gap in sub-Saharan Africa, where men tend to be more than 8 years older than their wives. In a recent survey of 130 countries, none had heterosexual couples where men tended to be younger than their partners or even the same age. U.S. Census data shows that in half of married couples, the man is at least 2 years older than the female, while only 14% have a woman who is older by the same margin. In England and Wales, nearly a third of married couples have an age difference of 5 or more years. The study may throw a spotlight on couples with older women, such as the French president Emmanuel Macron, 47 years of age, and his wife and former teacher, Bridget, who's 71. But the preference for youth in the study was so slight that a wave of baby girl style encounters in offices from Slough to Sydney is unlikely to be brewing. In Helena Regan's film, an older CEO played by Nicole Kidman embarks on a torrid affair with a young male intern, earning a 2-star review from The Guardian twice. Eastwick said the effect amounted to daters preferring the younger of two potential partners 55% of the time. Quote, it's small and you probably wouldn't notice it yourself with just the naked eye, but it makes a difference in the aggregate, he said. If women do tend to prefer younger men, why are most women the younger partners in relationships? One theory is that women may find younger men more attractive at first, but their relationships wither when, as the authors write, quote, the liabilities of men's youth come to the forefront. But men may simply get to exert their preferences more often. The age gap in Europe and the US has fallen for decades, while larger gaps persist in regions with less gender equality. Another possibility, Eastwick said, is that an age difference is backed into the dating pool from the start. Because boys mature later, they are older before they are considered viable dating material. Meanwhile, older women may take themselves out of the pool because they don't want to be a nurse or a purse, Eastwick said. A separate study last year found that the older people got, the more they preferred a younger partner. But while men started out with younger partners, women started with older men before shifting to same-age partners in middle age and younger men in their retirement years. Hence, Tracee, quote, there is perhaps some wisdom in broadening one's horizons, Eastwick said. Quote, many men found the women who were older than them to be appealing. So if more people went on dates where the woman was older than the man, I bet you start to see more of these age-reversed couples. This article was amended on the 28th of January of 2025. An earlier version misspelled the surname of the film director, etc. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Now, we spoke a little bit about hypergamy, which is interesting because remember when I told y'all that this notion, because there was a lot of people in the comment section on my community wall posts who were seemingly more so in support of Tracee dating down than Shannon dating down, simply because we now know that one of his partners is 19 years of age, okay? Which some people have had an adverse reaction to, okay? It's that 19 years old thing. But going back to my point that most communities and most young adults are being encouraged, ironically, to look for partners that have means, partners that are focused, partners that are financially centered. So we have the culture seemingly in an attempt to put young adults in a good position, talking out of both sides of their goddamn neck. On one hand, y'all have an issue with a 19-year-old dating someone who is reasonably of a mature age, etc., while also encouraging a 19-year-old, if they're going to embark upon romance and dating, to date someone essentially successful. Well, guess what? It's highly unlikely more times than not that a 21-year-old is successful, that a 25-year-old is successful, that hell, in this economy and day and age, that a 30-year-old is financially sound. There are now studies to show that most millennials are living at home with their damn mamas. Okay? They can't make it in this current corporate space. So seemingly what the culture doesn't really realize it's doing when it's encouraging young people to look for stable partners who have something to give materially back to the relationship is that you are seemingly encouraging them to date someone of a reasonably higher age than them, because those are likely going to be the people who actually are seasoned and financially sound enough to be able to reciprocate in a meaningful, substantive way to the relationship. Now, look, there's also a lot of controversy over the fact that she's 19. Look, she's a young adult. She is such an adult, as a young adult, that she's allowed to have her OnlyFans and do OnlyFans, and it doesn't break the law. She's a 19-year-old adult female who can live on her own, who can live outside of the country, who does not require her parents' consent. If she were to go commit a crime, she would be tried as an adult. And she's in a alleged entanglement with a 50-plus-year-old man. I want someone in the chat to explain what the problem is, because we often demonize the older people who date reasonably younger, even if it is someone of legal age, but we never say anything about younger people who also prefer men and women of older age. I am someone who always have preferred older partners. You know, I was 17 years old dating a 32-year-old man, of course, behind my parents' back. Okay? And I do not encourage any 17-year-olds, especially dealing with their damn parents, to be hiding in relationships and to be dating somebody. That, hell, don't date no damn body, because at this damn point, baby, anybody can damn be dangerous. These damn 19-year-olds are just as goddamn dangerous and wacky as the goddamn 50-year-olds are. You know, but I am a person who's always dated up, and I've always dated older. You know, I was always told I had an old soul, so I was always attracted to more mature people, the people who could have a more mature conversation. It was very hard for me as a young person to really relate to other young people, so I always gravitated toward adult spaces. I was always welcomed into adult spaces, and because of the way I was naturally as a young person, adults felt rather comfortable with me being in adult spaces and having access to adult dialogue, etc. So if it's so egregious for a 50-year-old man to be dating in some capacity a 19-year-old adult female, then is there anything wrong with the 19-year-old female who prefers and doesn't mind her male partners being of any particular age, as long as they are of age, for one, and there are points of attraction, for two? Whether that 19-year-old adult female is attracted to a 25-year-old, attracted to another 19-year-old, attracted to a 40-year-old, attracted to a 50, 60, 70-year-old. Because the pendulum swings both ways. There's not just older people preferring younger people. There's younger adults preferring older partners sexually and romantically as well. There is no monolith of mess as it relates to older people being messier than younger people. If we are actually speaking logically, the reality is a younger person is more likely to be more of a dangerous asset to their partner because they're inexperienced in life, because they have an ego that hasn't been wrinkled out yet, because etc. Versus someone who's been around the world, baby. Okay, they've lived long enough to know what the fuck they want, to settle the fuck down, you know, to be simplistic and practical at that damn point. Versus a 21-year-old who still may want to explore their dating options, may still want to, you know, sow their wild oats, whether male or female, you know, who may be more inclined to cheating and infidelity because they are young and they want to explore, etc. I mean, these were the reasons why I, as a young person, were attracted to older men. Was for also that emotional and mental security. Feeling like older men already done been there and done that. They, generally speaking, at that point, you know, should know what it is and be able to live in a truth. Whether their truth is, I'm a whore and I'm a community dick and I'm clear about that, or I, in fact, am ready to settle down, you know, and I'm ready to embark upon, you know, a easy, simple, loving relationship, etc. Now, some of y'all also maybe, we got to talk about the reverse. Okay, well, that's one reason why a younger person may be attracted to an older person, but why the fuck would an older adult be attracted? What would they be looking to get out of a younger adult? Well, Tracee Ross has already said it's open-mindedness. A lot of cougars and older women have said the sexual capacity is more so there. You know, these younger adult men don't need Viagra, honey. Okay, they can take the coochie on a wild roller coaster ride, baby. Okay, mama gonna need all of that. Okay, for men, I know a lot of times men live vicariously through the youth of their female adult partners. So something about the symbology of, you know, the 20-something-year-old adult female or the 19-year-old adult female appeals on a psychological level. It helps men to forget that they're aging. There's these, you know, psychological plays that's happening. I've heard a lot of older men who date younger women say that the younger women keep them on their feet, keep them on their toes, keep them alive, keep them adventurous. And that, you know, they're exposed to more youth-centered activity that really makes them feel more connected to life and alive. So, you know, there's all these interesting reasons, especially, there's all this attitude. There's all this attitude. Everybody's different. No one older man is the same as it relates to why they may date reasonably younger. No one older woman who dates reasonably younger men think, you know, in a universal way. No one young person who dates up and older have the same reasons. It's all subjective. There's a bunch of cultural influences. It's very fucking nuanced. It's preferenced. You know, all of this goes into the pot of why people want what they want, why they're attracted to what they're attracted to, etc. And now I want to go into this before I drop the link, which is this whole sexual fantasy thing. I see people keep saying, girl, you know, Shannon Sharpe around here choking the girls down. Now, once again, this is not a live stream that's about Shannon Sharpe's situation in terms of, you know, the allegations per se against him, but just using what his response says, which is that This was pretty much a transactional sexual fantasy, fetishy centered relationship. And when I've read the text messages and listened to both parts and read the lawsuit, which you guys can go and look at all the content, it was given a dom sub dynamic. So for me right now, I more so think that these allegations might be misrepresented by the plaintiff. But that because their relationship was fetish centered, that is very easy to, of course, make it look like actual abuse, because there are abuse fetishes. There are grape fetishes. We know that people like hardcore sex, etc. When you get into the fetish community, when you kind of get into fetish play and role play, etc. As I said the other day, girl, the fantasies can go from mild to extreme, child. Okay, lion, tigers, and bears, oh my, chain me up and bury me for 4 days. And then fuck me down on top of the tombstone after I've resurrected like Jesus on Easter, boo. Okay, baby, it goes down, okay, in the fetish community. So, speaking abusively and or as Storm was over here the other night, and he had mentioned something called, what is it? Hold on. I wish Storm was in here right now. It was consensual, not consensual non-monogamy. Consensual non-consent, I want to say. Let me see. Is it CNC? Consensual non-consent. Okay, I think it's consensual non-consent. Okay, yes. So consensual consent to no consent in sexual activity. CNC is a negotiated agreement in which both parties agree on the course of a relationship dynamic or of a fantasy scenario beforehand as usual, but eliminate the opportunity for the submissive person to deploy a safe word during the scene. The sub might struggle, plead for it to stop, and or fighting back, and the action might look extreme. Okay, so there are like these concepts, okay, where, and I think I was talking about King Nor, who's an adult film star. He has subs. He's a dom himself. He's in the dominatrix genre of the adult entertainment industry. He has subs and women that, you know, come into these relationship styles with him, and they have a safe word before they do a scene, whether they're having anal sex or oral sex or whatever it is, and or they may set up a scenario for the day where he may want his sub to play with herself at any point in the day when he texts their agreed to trigger word. That trigger word may be cat. She may be on the train on the way to work. He may text cat. That's her cue to start playing with her puss. Okay? She may be at the job by 12 noon. He may text cat. She may have to touch herself right there from her cubicle or whatever. These are the type of dom sub scenarios. You know, we grown. So y'all know that dungeons and dominatrix play and fetish play is something that some adults get into. Now, this is not for everybody, and everybody doesn't do this or participate in this. But just because you don't do something doesn't also make something bad. It's just not what you do. Okay? Everybody got their kinks. Everybody got their own shit. Everybody likes what they like. Everybody do what they do. And as long as everybody is legal and everybody is consenting, you know, folk got to get in where the hell the fuck they fit in. Now, let's talk about it for some of the people who kind of more on the closed-minded side, who ain't never really heard of this type of shit, or they have a prejudice toward like sexual fantasies and sexual kinks, because sexual fantasy and kinks get a lot of they get a lot of negative publicity and there's a negative connotation, but this mostly comes from people who don't get into kink fetish and, you know, to the kink world. Okay. The USA Today produced a article speaking and spoken by a psychologist who says, yes, sexual fantasies can be beneficial to your tired, withered, dumbass, boring relationship that needs some goddamn spice to it. Okay? Most people have sexual fantasies. However, sometimes people feel guilty or embarrassed of their fantasies, even if there is nothing remotely problematic about the people or scenarios they are fantasizing about. The good news is that there's no need to feel shame. In fact, erotic fantasies can be a positive thing for your relationship with your partner, and they can empower you in your sexual journey. No matter where you are in your relationship, fantasies can play a healthy and important role in your love life. Here are 8 reasons why your sexual fantasies may actually be a good thing. Don't shy away from your fantasies, and here's why. 1, fantasies keep your sexuality alive. Fantasies can keep your mind and body primed for sex even when you've had a long day or gone a while without seeing your partner. 2, fantasies are illuminating. Your fantasies can help you to explore your hidden desires and illuminate what you really crave. 3, fantasies bring you closer. When you share fantasies with your partner and talk about the things that turn you on, hence Shannon's partner wanting him to put a big black baby inside of her, Shannon's partner wanting him to tie her up with a dog collar and put baby gravy inside of her, Shannon's partner wanting to bonk him over in doggy style and eat his buttocks like it's a free meal down there to the damn Harvest Hope. Okay? Okay. When you share fantasies with your partner and talk about the things that turn you on, you will not only improve your sex life, but you will build deeper levels of intimacy and connection. Fantasies, 4, help you take charge of your sexual side. When you fantasize, you awaken your desire. Your fantasies might inspire you to try something completely different. 5, fantasies can liven up a date. Sometimes couples get stuck in a rut, put fantasies on a table, and put the kid talk on the back burner for the night. 6, fantasies keep you creative. The next time you want to surprise your partner, think outside the box. Write down a sexy story describing what you have in mind for later that night. That's what some of the scenarios that old girl was explaining in her lawsuit was really giving me when she was talking about pulling up in the middle of the night. He got her a driver. He opened the door. He doesn't look her in the eye. He doesn't even greet her. You know, he just walks into the home, leaves the door open. You know, she's in this unsuspecting scenario. She goes into the house with this man who hasn't greeted her, spoke to her, or even looked her in her eye. He goes upstairs, enters the bedroom. She enters behind him. He goes into the bathroom and closes the door behind him. She sits down on the bed. Nobody told her scared ass to get on the bed. He comes out of the bathroom, still hasn't said anything to her, hasn't even looked her in her face. He lays down on the bed. She decides to lay down as well. How you gonna be scared? The man ain't even spoke to you, look you in your eyes. You follow him into a house you don't know. Anyway, follow him into an enclosed space. Anyway, you got multiple opportunities to run. From when his ass went in that bathroom to the time he walked away, you could have got back in the car and took your ass home, as scary as you claim you was. He never tells your ass to follow him, because remember, boo, you're the one who says he tells you nothing. He doesn't even speak to you. So this is not giving a genuine, organic, horror film scenario. The girl was not truly scared at all. She was going right along with what I personally believe right now, until further evidence is provided, was a role-playing scenario that had been mapped out by the both of them, and this was the execution. And she's weaponized a lot of those sexual role play scenario where hardcore sex happened, where seemingly menacing, dominating scenarios were played out. And now that she's pissed off, as she said in her lawsuit, that he cheated on her with Michelle, who he had huffing and puffing because he had his dick in her ass. And now it's done pissed off little Miss Gabriella, baby. And now she can conveniently use all of this kink relations against him because those scenarios can easily look like something they were in fact weren't, which is rape, non-consenting, or abuse, or etc. And when we talk about like the kink sexual shadowy side of the kink world, the kinks have a lot of pre-gaming too. So it's not just about what happens in sex that's premeditated, and that can oftentimes be bizarre depending on what the fantasies of both partners are. But even in the foreplay can be, if she's the sub in the situation and he's the dom, she's consented in that dynamic to him being able to dominate her. That means being able to tell her shut up, call her a bitch, tell her I'm going to choke you if you don't shut up. These are all sexual kinks that can charge up the dom and also charge up the sub. Now, once again, if you don't live in this world and you don't know shit about this world and you kind of a square, you ain't lose your virginity until you were 67 and things, I can understand why this seems really, really out of pocket and out of the box. But for those of us who have been around the world, baby, who indulge in, adult entertainment content, etc., child, and who get into, a few things, baby, ain't nothing surprising. It's shocking, honey. This is all on brand, baby, okay? If you know, you know, basically. If you know, you know. All right? Fantasies push away non-sexual thoughts. During sex, you might find that your mind drifts off to your busy schedule or to the errands on your to-do list. When that happens, you can simply switch back into fantasy mode and spark actual feelings. 8, fantasies keep things interesting. Whether you have a sexy hero fantasy or you want to have sex outdoors, acting out your fantasies can help to keep your sex life ever evolving. And that's always healthy, okay? So, going and taking it a step further, because I'm just kind of giving y'all the Barney and Friends breakdown of things. But sex, like all other creative outlets, whether that be writing, journaling, whether that be any type of creative outlet, sex too, have always been a place where people can act out their creativity and do their shadow work. I said this in the previous live stream. I'm going to reiterate it here. That sex is almost by design a place where you're supposed to lose your inhibition. You're supposed to, it's an opportunity to remove your mask, to remove the structure in your life. It's a place for you to safely and pleasurably experience whatever your alter ego and your alter reality is. Sex is supposed to be the safe space in which whatever the crazy part of your ass can safely come out to play. If more people did shadow work and explore and express their shadow selves in healthy ways, this would mitigate a lot of high temperament that goes on socially between friends, that goes on socially between marital couples and just couples in general. This would mitigate a lot of the tension that people are carrying around and bottling the fuck up. A lot of that tension comes from not having proper, effective creative outlets, okay? So if you are a person who, for whatever reason, maybe circumstantially, you exist in a very high intense living environment with a bunch of dysfunctional folk who get on your goddamn nerves, and or you work a very high functioning stress job, okay, high intense stressful job. So you walk around reasonably aggravated, and you pretty much know by the end of the day you're gonna come home to with aggravation in your body. You need a creative outlet, whether that's meditation and prayer, or whether it's you creating a fantasy You can create a journal. You can create a movie script that involves you killing off every motherfucker today that got on your motherfucking nerve. Okay? These are when we're watching movies, whether they're action movies, whether they're love stories, whether they're horror movies, that's shadow work. These writers and producers are doing shadow work. Okay? They're taking the taboo parts of their imagination and their mind and their emotions and personifying them in a way that's artistic, in a way that's sometimes lucrative, hardcore rap, heavy metal. All of this shit is shadow work by artists. The bang, bang, shoot 'em up, the fuck society, middle finger crossed upside down, personified through art. These are all safe shadow work scenarios, including sex. So regardless of what the fantasy is, sex is supposed to be a space where your problematic, wild, politically incorrect self can exist. All the rules are completely obliterated. You and your partner are the ones creating the rules in that sexual dynamic of y'all's engagement. Okay? So I feel sorry for a lot of y'all who still be laying down, having peanut butter and jelly ass sex, honey. Having lunchbox ass sex, girl. I feel sorry that a lot of y'all, that's why y'all ain't relieved. Even when you get pussy. Even when you get a piece of dick, baby. Still come up acting crazy. Okay? Because you're not actually letting go. You're not becoming yourself. You're not becoming undone, honey. You're still not taking real rest, honey. You're even still wearing the mask, even in sex. You're still trying to hold up an idea of self, even in the dark, where you have the opportunity, baby, to get motherfucking loose as a goose, baby, to fuck shit up in that hotel room, baby. Turn each other the fuck out. Let all the nastiness and aggressiveness, baby, the hell out. Long as y'all both are of consenting and legal age, there's no prejudice in the bedroom. Now, let me drop the link. Let me drop the link, girl, okay? And once again, don't come up here mitigating the details of the allegations. That's not what this conversation is about. We are going to come back and get into the details of the allegations and the lawsuits and some of the new text messages and audios that have come out. This ain't a stream for that. This is a stream that's in accordance to the title. Is there a difference between Shannon Sharpe and Tracee Ellis Ross, who are both middle-aged adults who date down? Is there a difference between the way that men date down, women date down? Is it one and the same? We got all types of feedback on the community wall. I'm going to give you guys the opportunity to come up here and to speak to that, your own personal preferences and worldview. If not, we're going to get the hell up out of here because we already done been here for an hour and a half, and we're not going to be here all night. So if you're coming, you got to come right now. You got to pull up right now. You got to do it. Okay? Because when I'm gone, baby. So if you're coming, you got to come right now. And please hit the link. Share the stream out. Do all of the things. Give me an old nasty piece of like it if you're enjoying yourself, child. Once again, honey, y'all see the Cash App and or the PayPal. Thank you, love you. Long time. What's going on, Rumors?
Hey, Conscious. Hey, crew. Now, you knew I was going to hit the motherfucking link. This is right up my alley.
Get into it, child. Get into it.
I'm just gonna say, I think that it's the backlash that comes with the age gap when it comes to the hypocrisy of older men with older women versus older women with younger men. I think that really comes from my community, women's community. And for me, it really just comes off very like it's insecurity and jealousy. It really does, because at the end of the day, why are you so bothered? Why are you so bothered by another person's preference when it comes to the age gap? When it comes to men and women and not women and men? I know that there was one point in time where people really was like making it seem like this when I was younger. Oh, the hypocrisy when it comes to an older woman dating a younger man. Honestly, Conscious, I haven't seen the double standard, and specifically with that, me myself personally. I've never seen that when it came to a older woman dating a younger man. That has been like really more welcomed, but it's never really been. Now we know across the board when it comes to men's community, they never really had, you don't see too much pushback with that or whatever. But I haven't really seen men's community give pushback for older women dating younger men. I really have not seen that. But I have seen in large numbers older women having an issue with an older man dating a younger woman. And it just, for me, just always came off as you're insecure. You feel threatened. Because what is the reason? What is the
What's the
reason?
reason?
The irony of it is most older women be acting like they don't even want the older man.
And that's what the
shit.
older man was saying. That's what Santa Claus was saying.
And that's true. Like, so I don't understand why so much anger and hostility and resentment when it comes to older men dating younger women. Now, I'm one of those that has always, I've dated like various ages, but predominantly older men. And the majority of the older men that I personally dated were 20 years older than me, 20 years plus. And that's been since I've been of age, legal consenting age. It always worked for me. When I dated younger, they had like an older spirit, but it was just something really off. Like it just did not mesh. Now that could be personally because I've always been around older people. It could be very much, I just always been around older people, so I have more of a connection to older people. That's what I'm familiar with. That's what I'm comfortable with. And personally, the sex has always been better with older men than it has been with the younger men, even with the women. Because, I don't have a preference when it comes to male or female. So even with the older women, it has been that way for me across the board. I think a lot of it has to do with them being more experienced and more self-assured of who they are. And it just works for me. But I'm telling you the truth, I just feel like it's a bunch of hating as insecure as older women. And I really don't like that because Tracee,
So
the majority, majority of the time, huh?
So that white man, he was on to something.
Yeah, I didn't agree with everything he said, but in general, yes. I don't like the double standard of the gold digger type of mentality, like, because that is not the case. Now, we do know there are some, which I don't even understand those talking points. Like, yeah, some people don't have the intention other than security. But again, that's what's been pushed in our heads since we came out of our mama's wombs. You understand what I'm saying? So you're damn if you do go, if you're completely independent of a partner, man, whatever you want to call it, you know what I'm saying? You're too independent. And then if you're like all about what can he provide, then you're a gold digger. So, you know what I mean? It's like you're damn if you do, damn if you don't. But this whole like type of like narrative of, yeah, the only reason why a younger person would want someone older is for financial stability, what they can gain financially. That ain't necessarily the case across the board for every younger person. In
Okay.
today's society, to be quite frank, let me say this, in today's society, to be quite frank, a lot of younger people, because we know that, like when it comes, especially the Black women's community, like they really out here getting it for themselves. So it ain't a need for the financial stability. Maybe having it yourself and helping pointing them to a bigger bag, maybe yes, but that whole like gold digger mentality, that's a bunch of bullshit. That narrative needs to be thrown out the window, because that's a minority. That is not the majority.
I want to speak to JC's point, who says they think that Tracee is speaking on relationships and Shannon's situation was heavily sex-based. So this is something that I've been kind of seeing in the community wall post too, is it seems like there's some type of like a stigmatizing of sex. I mean, there is nothing wrong with people having sex-centered relations. I mean, if people are just predominantly sexually attracted to each other and they want to engage in sex, I mean, they can. I mean, once again, as long as, you know, people are on the same page and people are of legal age and consenting to whatever, even if their relationship is sex-centered, that's is healthy too. There's nothing unhealthy about just having a predominantly sexual dynamic with someone. There's people that you just want to fuck and people that you want to marry and fuck, or people you want to be in love with and fuck. So you do that reasonably.
You know, our community has been heavily indoctrinated. We have been heavily indoctrinated to believe that that's a sin, and you know, religion plays into that.
Yeah, the hypocrisy with that is that, you know, trying to force, you know, you will feel like, well, they're not younger, they haven't experienced enough, they're too young, they haven't experienced enough in life to be trying to settle down and be in a relationship, a monogamous or committed relationship with someone older, but then you frown upon an easygoing, open type of just sexual, you know, friends with benefit situation, which probably would be the best for them, for someone younger anyway, because you're not tying yourself down to one person. That leaves you open to date and, you know, mingle with others, you know what I mean, and to gain some life experiences and things of that nature. But for me, it's like anything is going to be weaponized to frown upon older men dating younger women, or vice versa. And as you spoke to earlier, and I know from my own experience, I was the pursuer. So it wasn't no old man came out or no older woman came out like manipulated me to groom me. That whole grooming narrative frustrates the hell out of me too.
I think, I'm sorry. I think people do groom individuals. I think that even though you know, sometimes when we're talking about these age dynamics or whatever, because we've had this conversation before, and I you know, vaguely remember what Rumors and Tea said and what Conscious said, right? And even though, you know, at certain ages you might be aware of certain things, and you know, it's like, you know, what right and wrong is, and I get all of that, it's still predatory what that adult is doing, regardless of whether or not you pursued, regardless of whether or not you know, they still
Hold on for a minute. I want to insert something there because I want us to be very careful with that predatorial word for a few reasons. For a few reasons is that I don't think it's fair to only assign that to older people, as if young people don't prey on young people, they don't prey on each other, they don't prey on older people. Preying goes on both sides, which is why
praying can happen.
which is why I said in the conversation, like, clearly when Miss OnlyFans model found out who Shannon Sharpe was, that would have been a good incentive to continue to indulge him as a client or whatever the hell he was, because he had means. This whole idea that like we be assigning these like stigmas and prejudices based upon groups and orientations and ages, you know, when we're talking about being opportunistic, or we're talking about, because another word for predatorial also can be being intentional. Like, is there something wrong with a adult female, a young adult female, being intentional about the type of man she's looking for? Is there something wrong with a middle-aged adult woman being intentional in terms of what she's looking for sexually and or emotionally, aka Tracee Ellis Ross? I
Right.
mean,
Is
I think
Tracee Ellis
sometimes we conflate
I don't know about
predatorialness.
conflating, because my thing is this: is Tracee Ellis Ross out here with teenagers? Because
But
19
we
is
don't. Hold on. Even with that, first of all, we don't know. I mean,
what?
because we didn't even know this about Shannon until we knew it. So we don't know. You know, who knows? Maybe she is also fucking off on 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds.
Right.
But here's my thing to that. Like I said earlier too, these people are considered to be of legal age, who can consent to not only who they want to fuck, they can consent to where they want to go to school, where they want to live, not only in this country but in this entire world. They have, you know, adult amenities and privileges. So are 19-year-olds not allowed to do what the fuck they want because they can?
19-year-olds are it's consensual. You know, nobody's going to jail for it. My thing is this: it kind of boils down to thought process. If Shannon Sharpe was with a 32-year-old, which is still quite a bit younger than him, I don't think any of us would be batting an eye. You know what I'm saying? If Tracee's with somebody in their in their 30s, I don't think, you know, then I think for both is like, oh, you know. But then when you start going down a little bit further, there's something else going on there. I don't know why, like, we're not calling a thing a thing.
Because
You know,
because you've been
Because you
indoctrinated.
only are. Hold on. Because I want to indulge a T on this. It's because y'all only make it one thing, as if it can't be, as if there's not a whole bunch of other things it can be as well, which I kind of went over in this live stream. There's a lot of reasons why both middle-aged or older men and women date down. There's a lot of reasons why a lot of younger adult people date up. I mean, it's not just no one face or one universal thing happening. So when we attempt to even enter the conversation on this premise of, well, y'all, yeah, we know, no, we don't know, because once again, I too was a young person dating far older. I mean, I was a 17-year-old with a 32-year-old boyfriend, for God's sakes, you know, and I have grown up to be a adult man who still prefers to date older men. I still prefer men like twice my senior. I'll be 40 this year. I prefer, you know, a 40-year-old man, a 50-year-old man. I've never been able to relate to young people. I've never been into what people my age were into when I was growing up, you know. So we always talk about it from the negative context, particularly in a gender biased way, men dating down, while we let off the women who also date down. But we also don't talk about, well, what's the intent of these young adults? Are they, I mean, should they not equally be criminalized and demonized, since these are consenting engagements? And it's not just one, the pendulum ain't swinging just in one direction. Young people are hunting down and prefer, in preference, middle-aged and older people as well. That preference goes on both ends.
I think the preference goes on both ends. I think that, you know, their frontal lobe isn't even fully developed. So yeah, you're going to think like that. But my question is, what happened when you got to be, and I know that I don't know, but I'm assuming just from having watched you for so long, right? When you got to 32, right? Did you look back and say,
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Oh, if I had looked back on me dating that 32-year-old once I got 32.
Yeah, when you turned 32, did you look back and say, like, dang, could I hit it off with a 17-year-old?
I didn't, because I was watching the other 17-year-olds my age do all the shit and induce all the trauma in their relationships. I didn't want nothing to me. I'm watching the 17-year-olds hook up with everybody they can, have sex with the whole football team, have no type of sexual discipline, be a knucklehead, being unruly, just being wild and untamed and undomesticated. Those were all the things for me as a 17-year-old that turned me off from dating,
right.
other men my age.
Got to 32, didn't, and I believe I was watching you when you was in that age range. I don't think, from me, I don't think that you would have been able to.
Now, when I became 32, that's what I'm saying. I still remain someone who dated older. So I was 32.
Right. So then what's in the mind frame of somebody?
But that's the thing that I don't know. All I'm saying is that we should be open, because I also set the, the premise that just because I don't do something don't mean that it's bad when somebody else does it. It's just something, we sometimes we take our personal preferences and our personal lifestyle choices, and we look at other people who show up and exist and do it differently and attach a wrongness or a immorality to that, when it's not. It's just literally diversity and people existing in different ways other than us. So just because I would not be a 50-year-old man, in a situation with a 19-year-old, or be a 52-year-old woman like Tracee Ellis in a situation with a 25-year-old or a 29-year-old, I'm not going to also just automatically attach some demonic, villainous narrative to that, because once again, there are multiple reasons and non-predatorial, non-abusive reasons why people do what they do. I spoke earlier, because I don't know how long that you've been here, T, about how, in talking to a lot of men who kind of like have a younger dating preference, that a lot of them are, feel like younger women for them keep them alive. Younger women, there's this kind of psychological benefit that they're getting because of the symbology of the age, and because, younger women are more extroverted and adventurous. Older men, because they are not doing well with the feelings around aging and getting older, they just really feel like their younger partners keep them alive, keep them youthful, keep them lucid, keep them healthy, etc. We also know from the data that regardless of the age of a female, that men do largely also benefit more so from interactions with women than women do from interactions with men, that men benefit more from marriage, that there's literal data that women do extend the life of men, and that men actually die younger and die prematurely when they're not in relationship to feminine energy, when they're not holding space for feminine partnership. So, there could be some truth and reality to the fact that for some men, and I've heard a lot of cougars. We're in the age of cougars. We're in the age where
I have been a cougar.
Where the 40-year-olds got sugar babies and the whole nines, and they into young dick, and they want young dick, and they want youthful dick and all this shit, and so I'm just saying, it does seem that the conversations a lot of times do be skewed when it comes to demonizing older men, and we don't do that when it comes to older women doing the same thing.
I'm not doing that. I would not have batted an eye if Shannon, if I heard the woman was in her 30s or anything like that. I would maybe give a side eye if she was in her late 20s, but I wouldn't have batted an eye if she was in her 30s, right? My thing is, I've dated younger. I'll tell you what happened, and what when I said, you know what, I can't do this, right? And we're not talking about younger, and they, these people came bearing gifts. It wasn't like a sugar mama type situation, is what I'm trying to get at, right? It was so funny. We're sitting watching something on YouTube or whatever. Some music is coming on, and I was saying, oh gosh, it was that year was crazy, 1988. I was like, the music was crazy. Da, 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 da. He's asking me questions, and I'm like, he has no point of reference. This is crazy, right? So then he said to me, well, who had the best album? And I was like, I don't know. We was just listening, everything was good or whatever. He said, well, who sold the most? The next day is when I ended it, because he's from a time period where billboards and music is based on who sold the most. You know what I'm saying? That determined the best album. And I'm talking about 1988. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, you know what? This is just really weird. You know what I mean? And this somebody I kicked it with for a while. You know what I mean? An old coworker. We had kicked it for a very, very long time. You know what I'm saying? But I just could not connect.
But guess what? There's also people your age you can't connect to. Like, it's not an age thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a mentality thing. And it's a compatibility thing. And sometimes a younger adults and older adults can have a compatibility that they can't have with their peers, because it's nuanced by personality and lived experiences. And maybe the older adult and a younger adult have had more of a shared lived experience, or have the same hobbies, or whatever the fuck the compatibilities are, wherever the fuck it is. You know, like, this is a very nuanced thing.
It was just really, like, at that moment, having to have that conversation, I was like, this is crazy. You know what I'm saying? So that was a decision I made for myself. He has no clue what was the nail in the coffin. But so I get it, you know, that feeling vivacious and all that other stuff. But then at the same time, currently I'm working part-time. I'm not working at my old job anymore. So I'm working part-time at a high school. These kids are fucking kids. They are young. And in 2 more years, they're not gonna be any more ready. You understand what I'm saying?
But no, hold on. No. Because this is what's so weird to me about this conversation. This is what's so weird to me about the subject. It's like, all of a sudden now, when we're talking particularly about like 19-year-olds, 20, 21-year-olds, all of a sudden now it's like having sex becomes inherently something destructive, and or being in love becomes all of a sudden something inherently destructive. I don't understand the way that's being. I don't understand that type of framing, for one. And for two, it's completely and utterly contradicted by the same culture who think that those 19-year-olds are old enough to go and be on college and to go out of state and live amongst the dorm with other young people, and to live on their own, and to go get their own place, as lots of parents, especially black ass parents, you know, have a rule that upon your high school graduation, be graduating your ass out of my motherfucking house. And or it's time for you to grow the fuck up and get a job and contribute to these goddamn bills with your grown ass. So I find it weird in terms of all, like, where's all the scaling coming into play at?
But that's what I'm saying. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
So a 19-year-old should be adult enough to live on their own. They should be adult enough to be able to pay their own bills, but they can't be adult enough to go choose whatever partner they want.
No, I don't think they're adults enough to do any of those things.
But they actually are. But they actually are, because those are things that don't even require nothing but doing.
You know what? Can I say this? Can I say this real quick?
Hold on. We have, like 15-year-olds working at the YMCA. We have 13-year-olds, working, as tutors to other kids. Like what is supposed to be undoable about living independently? Because that's really what we're calling the first layer of adulthood. It's just an established independence. So what about being 19 should make you incapable of enjoying sex, having sex with another consenting adult, regardless of what that age is? What is supposed to, I don't understand, what is supposed to be the thing we can't do? As if we're also not sitting at in a country where, first and foremost, black women aren't even chosen in marriage until their late 20s or early 30s, and where most marriages in this country are failing at a 70% divorce rate, and it's not the 19-year-olds who are filing for divorce. So this idea that even knowing how to do a relationship somehow becomes some downloaded divine knowledge when the brain fully evolves at 25 is also completely scientifically erroneous.
But you've
It's
also
just
had
erroneous.
so many more experiences just based on the fact that you
And none of them will still make you someone who knows how to precisely pick someone romantically or sexually that have your best interests at heart. There's still people trying to figure that shit out at 60. These people like Tracee Ellis Ross, she 50 still dating. She ain't married. She ain't found her forever person. There's no age and no amount of experience per se that still creates an accuracy. You just learn more about yourself per experience socially.
Right. So then that's where the question comes in at. If you have learned so much about yourself, right? Now this whole situation, like this whole conversation is kind of I'm not gonna say unnecessary because we need to talk about it. What I'm saying is regards to Shannon and this young girl, that was a sexual transactional situation. So it's kind of like hard to dissect that because
it's not really if y'all make it about what it is. And I'm gonna tell you how I know that a lot of y'all are full of shit. I'm gonna tell y'all how I know that a lot of y'all are full of shit. It's because y'all have more to say about her being with him than y'all do about the fact that she's a whole OnlyFans hustler. I ain't heard nobody care so much about the 19-year-old undeveloped brain that becomes the actual fixture in the conversation and think pieces. Is all revolving around Shannon Sharpe being a 50-plus-year-old man with a young 19-year-old, and nobody who is caping for why the 19-year-old shouldn't be with a successful man. A man. Hold on. A man that even women twice her age can't even get access to. She got access to a better pool of niggas, a better pool of ballers and shot callers, a better pool of men than even women twice her senior does. But there's not even any conversation around the polarization that we're talking about. A OnlyFans model, a 19-year-old who's hustling, a 19-year-old adult female who's hustling her coochie and her sex appeal and monetizing it.
I got questions about
nobody cares about that. Nobody has even remotely touched. Nobody has even remotely touched on that shit.
The whole shit is questionable.
That's how I know that there is a gender bias and an ageism that's at root.
Because if I heard
rather than this being about, a 19-year-old for whatever reason needing to be without the liberty to choose her partner at her personal discretion.
If you told me Tracee Ellis Ross was traipsing around here with Consciouztv, I would have questions.
It don't matter who it is, because y'all don't care about the 19-year. It's the point that I'm making. Y'all, if I were y'all, because see, I don't have to actually do that because I'm not making it about what y'all making it about. If I were making it about what y'all were making it about, I would have to actually prioritize first and foremost. Fuck Shannon. There's a 19-year-old girl hold on. There's a 19-year-old girl who's an OnlyFans model.
Right. So wouldn't that be implied?
Nobody is shocked by that. Nobody has made think pieces about that. Nobody has had this conversation to highlight that particular point. And I don't know why nobody is not polarized about it, since everybody want to do the 19-year-old brain undeveloped, blah, 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 blah. But the fact that a 19-year-old girl is out here participating in her adulthood and monetizing her body in order to make it in this world is not something that anybody gives a damn about. Nobody is giving a damn about that. This solely revolves around Shannon Sharpe and the fact that he's 50 and have the audacity to be in a consensual, sexual, transactional relationship, allegedly, with a 19-year-old adult woman. Why is nobody polarized by the fact that she's an OnlyFans participant?
Because
Why? Why is Shannon getting all the smoke and nobody's talking about the cultural implications and the variables and the societal influences and et cetera that contributes and results and convinces a young adult female in this world that this is the way she has to go about it, or that why is it that it's easier to sell your sex than it is to get somewhere with an education in the system? None of those conversations are happening at all. None. That's how I know this is an ageism and particularly male-focused, sexist
maybe with
situation.
Maybe with many of
no, because even you ain't touched on it either.
As soon as I
you ain't touched on it either.
Conscious, as soon as I went to talk about predatory, which would have led to what makes somebody
no, baby.
That's a Snapple fact. That's a Snapple fact. That is a Snapple fact.
Okay.
You can't put no words in my mouth. I'm telling you, as soon as I went to go talk
I'm talking about the words that didn't come out of your mouth, because everything that you were saying, it had nothing to do with that. It had to do around. And T, every time you've talked, you've continued to double down on, if she's in her 30s, you're going back to Tracee Ellis Ross. You're talking about everything but what you claim hypothetically you would have talked to or spoke to. Had you been speaking, but you've been speaking, and you ain't been choosing to use to speak about none of that. So all I'm saying is, let's pull the fucking curtain back and have the real fucking conversation and really talk about the sexism and the misandry of it all and the double standarding of it all, because that's the big ass elephant that I'm turning the light on that's in the goddamn room. So just go into that, because that's what we need to explore.
Okay, so then let's go into it. When it comes to any young person, whether it was you when you was that age, whether it's her, whether it's anybody in this situation, I have questions on what has happened in your lives to where you're seeking out this older individual. I absolutely do have questions about that. I want to know where her father is. That's one of the first things I thought about. I want to know where her mama is. That's a second thing I thought about. Because I'm not going to lie and say the father wasn't the first thing. I'm not saying that I don't have any kind of influence from the patriarchy and all that other type of stuff. But what I do know is that if somebody came out here and somebody said Kai Cenat was 23, if his 23-year-old behind was saying that Tracee Ellis Ross was rubbing him up and licking him down, I would say, what the fuck is wrong with this lady?
And why would you be saying that when the same people hold on when the same people who would say that aren't saying anything about why a 23-year-old who y'all are saying doesn't even have a fully developed brain is a multimillionaire living on his own with a bunch of other people, traveling without his parents, traveling without the consent? Why would all of a sudden now the adulting stop at, hold on, why does he have a sexual partner who's twice his senior? Why would the conversation then begin there when there's not a conversation around why that undeveloped brain is in all these other y'all practically are saying but don't want to say that practically a 19-year-old should still be in the goddamn crib with a bottle around their fucking neck. So then tell me, what exactly is a 19-year-old supposed to be doing? Just tell me what exactly is a 19-year-old supposed to be doing. Is a 19-year-old still supposed to be home? Is a 19-year-old not supposed to have a license to drive? If a 19-year-old not supposed to be able to join the military? Is a 19-year-old not supposed to be able to work a job? Should a 19-year-old have the? So you're saying a 19-year-old? So you're saying that 19? So you're saying I'm asking you directly. So a 19-year-old should not have the. No. You get my question talking through it. So a 19-year-old should not have the legal right to be independent. That's what you're saying. That rights should be stripped from 19-year-old men and women. Because you're saying that they're not old enough to know any goddamn thing about life.
I am not in a position to strip anyone.
What you? No, I'm not saying what you're. I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you if you had the authority. I'm asking you. I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you if you. I didn't ask you. I did not ask you if you had the. I did not ask you if you had the authority. I'm asking you because what you're practically saying is reducing a 19-year-old to somebody who still should be up under the titty of their daddy and they mommy. So I'm just all out asking you, is that where you believe a 19-year-old's place is?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that 19, and I don't think anything should be going down before you could freaking rent a car for yourself. Okay. That's what, 25 years old? Yeah, that's when things supposed to be really going down. I think that we push people out of the nest and out into these streets way too soon. I have always felt like that. You understand what I'm saying?
So can I ask you a question? Do you feel like, does that apply to voting as well?
Yes, at 1,000%.
So do you feel that way when it comes to, do you feel that way if it was a 19-year-old with another 19-year-old? So they shouldn't be dating, like they shouldn't be dating.
No, I don't. But I would suspect that there would be some bumps in the road or things that they, are gonna have to figure out. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if it necessarily go well. Now, mind you, my mom was a young bride. My mom was 19 when she got married.
I'm not even speaking on making a decision in regards to who you want to spend your life with forever. But do you feel like an 18-year-old, a 19-year-old, what you say up to the age of 25?
I wouldn't suggest that they necessarily be forever, but yeah, I think that you can, start to learn yourself with another individual and everything. I mean, people gonna be in relationship, their body starts doing things at a certain age, and it's gonna go down whether we like it or not. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask you another question? What is the difference though? What is the difference for a 19-year-old to, let's say, I'm gonna use the word experiment, okay? What's the difference between a 19-year-old experimenting with a 25-year-old versus them experimenting with a 50-year-old? What's the difference?
About 25 years of life.
But you're experimenting. It's an experiment.
The thing about it is, honest to goodness, you all are asking me questions, right? And I'm just sitting here in this soon-to-be 50-year-old body saying to myself that I have nothing in common.
But that's you.
I'm just saying, I don't have anything in common with the child, nor do I feel the need.
A 19-year-old is not considered a child, so I want y'all to be like, we're gonna have to. So this is my platform.
Excuse me, not a child, a teenager.
Okay, let's not even use no, because I know what y'all. Hold on. Because let me establish like the rules in this conversation on my platform, because this conversation is a very clear conversation. I'm not even going to let y'all use weird language like teenage, because we know what is still trying to be implied here. We're talking about we're talking about a young adult female. And if y'all don't like that, go take that up with your local legislation, because a lot of y'all are still allowing the government to function how it is and are not making y'all way down there to change the laws of consent or nothing. So since y'all have allowed the law to stand as it is, and y'all ain't doing nothing about the way the law is legalizing 19-year-olds and 18-year-olds in terms of their personal autonomy, then that's what we're going to refer to a 19-year-old as a young adult.
That because Jay's in the chat saying that it's a double standard. I've said about 1,000 times, well, 85, maybe 50, 11. If Tracee Ellis Ross was doing the same thing, I would be side-eyeing the fuck out of her.
Okay, but I think the point that me and Rumors is making is that what y'all are talking about. Hold on. hold on, and then I'm gonna get Todd and Tiffany up in here too. But the point that me and me and rumors are making is y'all are still y'all don't know it, but y'all are talking about preference. It's okay if you will not date a 21-year-old. It's okay if you would not have been a 20-year-old dating or sexually engaging in a 50-year-old. That is a personal preference. And just because people wouldn't do these things doesn't per se inherently make these things negative either.
50, someone who was close to 50 when I was 25, right? Now that I'm around about his age, I'm looking at him like, wow. And there was some things that he tried to, I know y'all don't want me to use the word, but he was grooming me, whether y'all like it the fuck or not.
No, if you're talking about your own personal experience, then yeah, but that's fair.
You know what I'm saying? So now that I'm in that space, I'm like, that shit is weird. If I had a homegirl, my homegirls around about my age, they was dating a 19-year-old, guess what? She ain't gonna be my homegirl no more. We on two different
I think that is okay to have talking points per your experience. What I don't think is okay is to project your experiences onto others. Yes, like it's not okay, because that's not everyone's situation. And believe it or not, the majority, not the minority, but the majority of younger people that have dated older, much older, does not have the same talking points and experiences.
Now that was my experience in my 20s, right? My personal experience. I have had friends who, when we were teens, I want to say she was 16, something like that. She was dating somebody older, much older. And I said to her then, I remember exactly where I was. I was on a one of them the phones where you had to use the cord and it used to take you to the next room. Sometimes it was that long with the coil, and you had the rotary. I was on a rotary phone on the top of my washing machine, and I said to her, I said, something's wrong with that man. Either he's not financially stable, mentally stable, and this was me at a teenager, and I had 2 more stables. I can't remember what they were. Emotionally stable and something else. I said, something wrong. Because ain't no way in the world he's supposed to be able to relate to you. That was me as a kid. Oh, sorry, not a kid. That was me as a young adult.
I think that we get it.
I want you to consider this, and I'm gonna go on mute so others can have a chance to talk. I want you to consider this. Spirit and energy has no age. It has no age. And a lot of times we conflate things based upon age and never look and we conflate. Maybe that person that's older is immature. Maybe that person that's younger is, super mature. Maybe they have met in the middle somewhere. But I think we conflate based upon.
If you're saying that, widen the net, then you should.
I'm going to say that as an actual young person, as a 17-year-old who was dating a 30-year-old at the time, as a person who dates older men, and I've also had my fair share of dating men my age. There has, in my personal experience, the criticism can go both ways. I've met older men than me who are immature, undeveloped, ignorant as hell, don't know what the fuck going on. I've dated men of my age, ignorant as hell, don't know what the fuck going on, problematic as fuck. That's why I keep going back to, I don't understand these jackets that are being put on people based upon age, as if being of any particular age makes a person more moral or less problematic than the other. I just was literally in my hold on. Let me complete my thought. I was just in my algorithm yesterday watching a young couple where this black girl killed her fiance. He had just brought her and his kids, a 5-bedroom house, etc. The whole nine. You know, a stand-up young dude got into it at a birthday party. She killed her fiance and the father of her children in front of his own children by running over him and pinning him in between the house and the SUV where he died. So this, once again, idea that a 50-year-old somehow is more dangerous as a person, as a choice mate, than a 19-year-old dating another 19-year-old, like, there's just no objective basis for that. And while we keep assigning certain shit to people solely based, because what me and Rumors keep trying to do is nuance the fuck out of this, because the reality is, as the data suggests, this is a nuanced situation. There is no, how y'all try to make it a black and white situation doesn't actually exist in the data.
I guess so, because then this is where my thought is, right? Why are we not widening the net for that 17-year-old to go lower?
Hold on.
As
What happened?
age goes.
Because it's illegal. We're talking about legal consenting adults. What the law has deemed illegal.
Okay, so
We're not,
if I'm saying what I'm saying is not based on law, it's based on just.
But even what you're trying to base, but that's what I'm also trying to get you to understand. What you're trying to base it on when you have to like put your argument together to object to the situation is morality and ethics code, which are all subjective. So that's subjectivity, and it's fine if that's your personal perception. But once again, what we keep also establishing is that people are projecting their personal ethics and morality in a way that does not allow for nuance to exist, because to Ruma's point, not every 50-year-old is a fucking perv, and not every 19-year-old is some dim-witted, full of shit person who can't hold their own in the world.
That's understood.
So we have to nuance it, and we have to, because to that point that you're making, in Shannon Sharpe's situation, those are also fair questions. Is Shannon Sharpe a perv? Is he being predatorial? Which would be a problem, whether it's a 19-year-old girl or whether it was a 40-year-old woman. I mean, it's not any more dangerous, even if it's based upon, regardless of age. Just being a predatorial person is a problem, period. Because you're victimizing somebody regardless of their age in the situation. So we don't even need to lean on age in order to, object to people being predators, preying on somebody that truly loves you and that trusts you, and you defiling their trust and manipulating them and living a double life is hurtful and problematic and should result in some accountability. That's not something that we have to resurrect an age to justify, accountability toward the behavior in and of itself. But the thing is, when we're talking about Shannon Sharpe, we don't know what the behavior is, right? We're just speculating, but we're also taking a conversation beyond just Shannon Sharpe and talking about the conversation that Tracee and Shannon Sharpe have now gotten started as a result of his legal situation and as a result of Tracee's talking points around even being a middle-aged woman who also prefers to date men who are young enough to be of a different generation than her. So bringing in all of the moving parts, such as, once again, the fact that the pendulum doesn't swing both ways. Young people prefer older people. I wouldn't say that an older person that a younger person, let me be very clear, a 19-year-old adult is wrong for desiring a middle-aged partner. I can definitely understand why a person, particularly a 19-year-old adult, would be interested in someone who is in their 40s and 50s, because once again, the expectation is going to be that, that person is settled. I literally, as a young person, who still dates older to this day. My fiance is 7 years older than me. You know, I've always just thought that I had better odds of not being cheated on and not being played with by dating somebody who had already lived life and have concluded on what it is they wanted, etc. Especially as a young person who had very strong self-knowledge, who already was very clear, even with myself, about the way I wanted to be treated, what I wanted to experience. And I always just generally thought of older men as being people, you know, who had more self-discipline and who also had a clearer path in terms of identity and what they wanted for their lives, versus dating men my age who were still figuring that shit out and liable to take me on a roller coaster ride with their ass as they trying to figure out they 50 me 11 goddamn identities. So
okay, so let me address.
Every 19-year-old person is confused. Not every 19-year-old person is incompetent. There are more younger adults who are adding quality balance to, you know, their single parent households, helping to father and mother their younger siblings than there are fucking, you know, adults twice their fucking age in those positions. Not every 50-year-old, like I said, is a pervert. Not every 19-year-old is confused and stupid and don't know what the fuck they want. These are all just like assumptions and generalizations that makes it impossible to actually have a healthy conversation about a subject like this. I don't want to pigeonhole the conversation because it's way too easy and it's just not integral to do so, to just making it about, oh, he's a 50-year-old man, he's obviously a pervert, case closed, conversation over. No, the conversation is not over. That's not where it ends at. And this is not what's always the case. And that's the conversation I want to have here. I don't want to have the exclusive pervert conversation. That is a very redundant conversation. I want to have a more intellectual, spectrum-based, philosophical, expanded conversation about this subject. If I wanted to have the easy conversation, I would actually just go sit up underneath somebody else's platform, because that's mostly how everybody else is having that conversation. I didn't want to have that conversation today.
We can absolutely have the conversation that you're talking about. Yes, there's people out here who are way more wise and far beyond their years, right? Then we have some adults who are not necessarily predators, or no, I'm not even gonna say predators, who are not necessarily perverts. I'm not saying that, but there's nothing that is going to be said in the chat, on this platform, or anything else, any other or otherwise, that's going to get me to shift what I am saying.
That's why I don't. Situation. So then, you know,
I feel as if, hold on, I'm sorry. I feel as if what I'm saying is being misconstrued. You know, there's people in the chat saying that I'm constantly bringing it to the status of legal and illegal. I didn't mention anything in regards to that. I said very clearly, I gave somebody who was an adult in regards to Tracee. I gave somebody who was an adult in regard to Shannon. I said that Shannon and this young lady's situation was transactional, which makes it a whole different conversation. And I'm talking about your title in regards to dating and what I think is more effective. And I think that there is something that needs to be discussed when people are able to, where that's their own. I'm not talking about, you know, you just so happen to find, but that's your preference. That's what you go for. You're not even looking at people your age, you know, that stuff. That is weird to me. Just me. And some others.
Okay. So then, since you also realize, I mean, you're like, I don't even know what. This is probably not the conversation for you, because the conversation that we're going to have is not even based upon even changing minds. We're just having a hold on.
Yeah,
we are
this is the thing where it gets
just
weird.
having a different type of. Hold on. Hello.
First of all, I don't even look.
Hello. Okay, I shouldn't have to mute anybody. What I'm saying is that this is a different type of conversation. That's the conversation we're having today. So for those who are interested in having the conversation being had today, okay, not the pervert conversation, but all the other nuanced ways in which these dynamics come about in the world, that's the conversation we're specializing in today. There are a trillion YouTube channels and posts that are having the pervert only, pervert centered, pervert exclusive conversation. That's actually 99.9% of the conversation. This conversation and unpacking is on the other side and talking about all of the middle fucking space, because nothing in life, no matter what you say or no matter what people in the chat say, is black and white. There's nothing that is actually black and white in life, and there damn sure will never be a black and white when it comes to human psychology and human dynamics. The psychology world could not even exist if it were. But I want to get other people up in here as well to chime in. Todd, you are here. What do you think about the difference between Shannon Sharpe and Tracee Ellis? Is there a difference between the way that older men date down, older women date down, etc.? What is your perspective in this?
I think personally, I think it's comparable to it. I think they're both comparable. And what I mean by that is this, because I can remember the time when we were all out here supporting Terry McMillan and how Stella got her groove back. I mean, I'm not saying, I'm just saying there's been a whole movement built from yesteryear all the way to the present. And I don't know why anybody finds this stuff surprising all of a sudden. Remember, I coined this word called modernity, and it's about modern. We're supposed to be thinking modern, but yet we're living and thinking like we're in the 30s, right? And even in the 30s, they were doing stuff much worse than this in the 30s. But everybody seems to want to keep going back to the 30s, to the 50s, to the 60s, to the 70s, and not understanding that those things originated back then as well, right? And I keep saying it again, and I'll say it until I die. None of these things should surprise people. As far as I'm concerned, there were two consenting adults to a certain extent. Now, I don't know where it went wrong, however, right? But I totally agree with you, Conscious, and to the sentiments of a lot of people. This is, an adult is an adult. They should be able to do what they want to do, regardless of what anybody else says, as long as they're not infringing upon the rights of others, right?
I hear you. I'm glad that you mentioned Terry McMillan, because I remember that time period too. I remember people saying that Terry McMillan, because she was writing it based on her situation, and I remember her being on Oprah, and everybody was talking to her, and I remember the conversation being, she's foolish. That boy don't even know what he want yet. She's gonna have to learn the hard way. And then when it was discovered that they were no longer together, and he came out as gay, we all said, well, there you go. There you have it. I don't recall a time period where we wasn't looking at Terry McMillan like she wasn't crazy.
Well, I remember that period as well. I was a teenager, and I promise you to God, every circle in school, out of school, even in church, that was not the general consistency of the women, and the men never gave pushback that I saw of. But the women, they were so happy because they finally had someone that they felt was doing what men had always historically done. So I'm not saying that you're not telling the truth. I'm saying, but the vast majority of spaces I was in,
movie. I remember the movie and the book. I remember that people appreciated the movie and the book for that fact. But as far as Terry McMillan's behind and what they were saying about her and her relationship with that was before Al Reynolds or whatever. That was the precursor. And I remember
people were in fact questioning his identity when they were questioning his sexual orientation when they were on Oprah because of his aesthetic.
I'm talking about her. I'm not talking about the book. The book was celebrated. The movie was celebrated. Yes, it was. Yes, it absolutely.
So I want you to think on this real quick. How is a book and a movie celebrated, but the person that the book is based on, because that was her story. I literally want you to think.
We could watch all the other things that she was on. They were not sitting there. They were like, Yeah, that's cute, but
T,
what you doing?
no, T, hear what I'm saying. Please hear what I'm saying. Because that's where the contradiction in itself comes in. How can a book and a movie that's based on her real life experience be celebrated because of the story? But she herself be ridiculed.
Angela Bassett is beautiful, and Terry and what's his name? Tay Diggs was not actually 19. That's why.
But still, you're still talking about the construct of at least more than a 20-year age gap in between the two, right? This is what you were talking about, right? So what's the difference?
What do you mean a 20-year age gap between Tay Diggs and Angela Bassett?
Yes.
Not.
Yeah. Yes. And see, and this is what I'm talking about. And this is what Conscious is talking about. When you slow down and you actually really start thinking about this stuff, right? Yeah. Sometimes in certain ways, there tends to be some type of double standard. There tends to be that way. And that's all we're talking about. We're just talking about having a nuanced conversation. At one point in time,
and I also don't want us to spend our time trying to make a believer out of T, because that's not what this conversation is about. So y'all don't even have to continue to center around trying to make her a believer, especially when she's already said y'all can't say shit to her anyway. So I really don't even know why y'all even responded to T to begin with.
You know what?
I don't even know why T. I don't even know why T is up here actually. Says, I mean, saying what you said, and you already said nothing can change. But you feel I don't even know why you are even amongst the people, because we're having a conversation.
Let me go get myself a snack and wind it down and lay these old bones down. Like y'all so much younger than me, and y'all have a beautiful rest of the night.
Thank you. That was T.
You too.
Now we got Tiffany. We got Tiffany and Chef here. Tiffany, welcome to the platform, my love. Sound off, child.
Hey, I just sneaked up for a minute because I actually was coming from the other video where you were going through the trial. So I came in when you were saying no one was saying anything about her being an OnlyFans model, and I actually was just kind of pondering on that. And so when you said it was like, wow, because my thing was, it just, what got me is, I mean, I followed him, like I was a day one Club Shay Shay, day one Nightcap. And I remember being in the chat one night and I'm like, Shannon, just the way he talked. And I was like, you know what? It seemed like he doing something like in the background. And I hope, and my thought was, I hope he is getting NDAs and I hope he doing it the professional way. And so for her, and I'm not casting dispersions on OnlyFans, but when I came from listening to you just now, and I'm trying to work, but I want you to know you got my numbers high right now, because listen, I'm telling you, the way you broke that thing down, it was just like, wow. I'm listening and I'm like, you got caught up by an OnlyFans model. You didn't get her to sign. You tried to get her to sign that paperwork twice. This girl, and we're talking about her. I'm listening to y'all talk about the 19-year-old going round and round, but she really finessed.
She did.
I mean,
for somebody who doesn't have a fully developed brain,
right?
That brain was well developed enough.
Yes.
To
And so the other reason I came up too is because when you went through the case, and I also looked back because TMZ was the one that actually broke it. It says they met in the gym when she was 20 years old. So whoever put out the 19, I knew that was going to be a sticking point just because of the teen. And I was hoping that.
So she was actually 20.
It says 20.
Oh, you're right. I think I read it in a lawsuit.
And you read it in a lawsuit.
You're right. She's not even 19. She's 20. Okay.
It said they met. She's actually 22 now. But it says they met when she was 20. Even though, people still gonna say that's young, but I just want for that to be cleared up, because this 19 narrative, that teen is becoming a sticking point. And like you said, everybody, they're overlooking the OnlyFans part, they're overlooking all this stuff, because I'm gonna keep it a buck. Listening to what you read, I'm 40, I'm 45. Old girl know more than me. I'm sorry. When it comes to sex, I'm like, damn, God. I don't.
Jesus.
She ahead of me.
Now she putting you up on game.
I'm like, whoa. So.
Wow. Okay, hold on, Tim. So let me ask you this question: would you ever allow your male partner to put a dog collar up on you?
Hell no.
Why? Why?
Huh?
And why is that? If your man wanted to have a freaky night,
no, sir. Listen. I'm from, and you know where I'm from. I'm from the South.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, y'all, for what I'm about, but I'm from that old school. Mm-hmm. Oral sex is something I was told we never supposed to do as a woman.
Right.
I'm from that old school. Oh, I was raised on that old school.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's just a different world for you.
It's a different. So to say you talk about a dog collar. So that's why I'm like listening, and I'm like, oh my goodness. So so that's why I'm saying I hope this whole thing. So when you talk about, you know, the merits of it all, the whole age of it all. No, let's talk about the merits of this whole case at this point, because the age, we can throw that out the window, because the old girl was a step above some women in their 40s at this point. So I just wanted to come up and say that I need to go back to checking these prescriptions.
All right, boo. Thank you for that. It's no dog collars for my Tiffany baby. No dog collars, child. Period. All right. Bye. Okay, Chef, get up in here, child. What's going on for you in this whole, 50-year-old middle-aged men and women dating generations down?
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Loud and in color.
Nice. It's so nice to meet you finally.
And you too, boo.
Yes, I'm a big supporter of you. I love your content. Yes.
I know we're having a very controversial panel and subject today. It's getting a lot of energies and thoughts moving about. But yes, a sound out.
Today, please. That's a regular over here with the content.
It is.
So, but for me, I think one of the so many different points that everybody's made a lot of different ones. But for me, I think what bothers me the most is just the immaturity that kind of I felt like she was giving off, even when you heard her voice or even the stuff she was saying. It's just like, how could you be turned on by that? I just don't understand that. It's almost, and I hate to say this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. It almost made me feel like how I feel when I see little people having kids. I just feel like, and I know it's wrong. I know they grown. I just feel like, why though? But who is turned on by your stature and the way you look? It just seemed off to me.
Isn't that what's so fascinating about just humanity and all of our individual capacity to kind of have our own taste, and how we all literally like different things, like whether that's food, whether that's hobbies, whether that's like stimuli. It's just like, isn't that also what's so interesting is that, like, there's literally a space for everybody to get in where they fit in at, literally,
yeah. Or even when you're saying getting where you fit in, there's or being pansexual. That, to me, I call that getting where you fit in, when you want to put a label on things, because they just I shouldn't say it like that. I'm trying to watch myself. I'm trying not at the kitchen table, so I don't want to be going crazy. But I've always had a conversation with my friend that said she's. So you just take anything, anybody, anywhere, anything. Oh, okay.
all lives matter.
Yeah. It's like
all lives matter shit.
You don't care who it is. Got it. Okay. So I just thought that was the weird part for me. Like, how can a man at his age his power that he has, and I'm not saying he, just for the sake of the argument, he does have power. He has status at the very least. He has status, he has money, he has a great career going for himself. Why are they turned on by these young girls to the point where they're even willing to risk all the things I just mentioned over this?
So this is the thing though, right? I don't think it's clear he didn't think of it. I mean, at some point he thought of it as a risk because he knew what type of engagement he wanted to have, which was to his point, you know, this like Dom sub situation, which I guess is why he wanted to have an NDA, or maybe because he's just a celebrity and he just wanted the word I'm looking for? He wanted discretion because he's a high profile individual. So, you know, he wanted her to sign an NDA. I don't really know what the context of the NDA was about, but what I will say is, I forgot what I was going to say, but what I guess what I'm going to say in return is, would it have been more weird if it was another 20-year-old who is turned on by this type of kink play?
No, absolutely not. No.
Okay, so only at 50 should it be weird?
Yes, it's just the age gap. It's not even what he's doing. It's just, she just seems like a little child. Like, if you will go that young, mind wise, you'll go younger than that. Like, let's just
not necessarily.
I just don't feel like
it's a lot of women in the chat who said that they have dated 19-year-old men, but they're not pedophiles either. They're not going to date, you know, a 13-year-old boy, or they're not going to violate, you know, a child or anything.
Women are smarter and more conscious than men. Perspective. Sorry. Women move differently. That don't count for me. I'm sorry. That's not the same. It's just not the same.
But there are female pedophiles. The prisons are filled.
There are.
And look at all the shit that's been in our algorithm, Chef, for the past 2 years. We've been hearing about all these female teachers preying on all these high school boys. These female.
There is. I get what you're saying. I'm just,
and that's what I'm saying is a problem with the broad strokes, because both parties. I mean, people out of both parties can be about
are doing bad. Yeah, and that goes all around. So I get that too, but I think there's that be the exception to the rule, like, versus.
Oh, that's easy. Of course, as a woman, you would say, "Oh, those women are an exception," but men broadly get to be, the monsters and the boogeyman underneath the bed in that way.
They are. I mean, they are though. You know that. You've talked about it. I've heard you talk about it. I've heard you go into debt on men and just they mindset in general. So that's what I'm talking about. Come on.
I do. Men are something else. I agree.
However, and women are trash too. I'm not saying that, but it ain't about us right now. Look, we talking about Shannon.
Well, I don't know. It's a man and a woman. Well, because we got Miss Tracee up here too, saying, "Look, I don't fuck with them old niggas. I need me a young nigga." Like, that's what Tracee out here like, girl. Run me the new generation of men.
I did miss that part of the live. I didn't hear what she said.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you hear her then. Okay, I'm gonna bring. Okay. So for everybody who coming in, this is what Tracee sat down with Michelle Obama and said as it relates to date. Oh, and I'm gonna let y'all hear comedian Corey Holcomb go in on Tracee for her sentiments about older men versus younger men. But this is what Tracee had to say.
So often I date younger men. Mm-hmm. And a lot of it is because...
Let's stop on that, folks.
Oh my God, we had a great dinner. We had a great dinner, by the way, where across the table, your husband goes, "But why?" And I said, "Well, maybe because I can."
Yes, Harish. This is what I'm saying. Tales from Tracee's.
It's fun. It's really fun to share.
Tracee tale.
But I'm sorry. But one of the reasons, though, that because I had to ask myself that question, I was like, "What is this about?"
Yeah.
Because I want a partner, and so often, and it's not just that I'm older. I'm also very embodied. I am a full, very whole person who knows myself, who is in charge of my life, and who lives a very full, just robust life. So it's not just age, it's like life experience and sort of a difference. But I had to ask myself the question, why? Why does this keep sort of coming up other than they're hot and gorgeous? There's that. But a lot of men my age are steeped in a toxic masculinity.
and have been raised in a culture where there is a particular way that a relationship looks. And anything that starts to smell of that for me, I did enough of it where I was controlled and felt like I was a possession or whatever those things were, or prize and I have no interest in it, and I will not do it again.
Now, here's the gag about what Tracee said about how basically men her age come from a toxic culture where women are property, women don't have a lot of autonomy, where, you know, there's these strong gender roles, which is very different than the generation we in now, where it's a lot of boss babes, women are CEOs, they don't need men in the same ways that women of renown may have needed a man for, because women can literally economically hold their own. So, you know, Tracee is like, you know, these younger adult men are much more open-minded. They're not as stringent in their gender rolling. They're not as toxic. They're even willing to be the submissive one, because, you know, she would be considered a high-valued woman as a woman of a legacy. She's of a certain tax bracket. So, you know, her financial dynamics would also be different for her relating to men, which she feels younger men have more of a capacity to get with, because a lot of them are willing to be sugar babies and to kind of be the stay-at-home dads. That's not something you're going to find a lot in the men of her generation who struggle with power dynamics when it comes to money, because men's identity were rooted in being the breadwinner. So having a woman be more empowered, be more wealthy, be more financially independent may pose as a threat to the fragility of men's ego who come from the generation of men her age more so than this new generation of men. I've also listened to other men, because I believe I had a live stream last year.
And I want to say, and I'm sorry, Conscious, I hate to cut you off, but when you said, I just want to say, because it was, you brought up earlier when we were saying, you brought up conversations about men. It was when you said something about, you had a deep conversation I just listened to like 3 days ago. I don't know when you, recently, about men's identity. You went in deep. I can't tell you the video, but it was.
It probably was the Cardi B, like, was it the Cardi B situation going with
I think so. Yes, men's identity. You went really deep on men's identity, and that was the conversation I was referring to when I even brought up, like, we know how men are. Like, come on now. But and to sorry, you were saying something about a video last year. Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know which it was. I don't know whether it was a celebrity man or it was just one of these podcast dudes who the blogs had clipped and posted. But it was some dude, some black dude. He was kind of saying something similar. He was kind of being more like, you know how black men be talking. They be like real spicy in a fucking delivery. But he was a lot more spicy when he was saying what he was saying. But he was basically echoing the same sentiments that Tracee was echoing. You know, he was saying that the reason why, you know, I think he might have been 40, and he was saying, you know, why they don't date women in their ages, because in his experience, he finds that a lot of the women who are in their 30s and 40s, he says, are damaged goods. These women have, you know, been broken through betrayal and infidelity, and, you know, have all this shit that all this baggage they're bringing into the relationship. He said, a lot of the young adult women, you know, they are more pure of heart. They haven't been kind of soiled and tainted through the life experience. They're more ready, you know, they're more eager. They are just more.
I gotta say, Conscious, I can't even let you finish without saying these are the same men. And I want to say first, she was 100% correct in how she said. Then I'm glad that you're giving his side too, because that was my next step. Well, what is their reasoning? So now we have his reasoning. Yeah. He's saying the women are damaged goods and the younger women are. How did they get damaged? That's all I want to know. Who damaged them?
But to Tracee's point, right?
Men damaged them. So now the same men that damaged them and gave them the baggage and everything that they're referring to, now they're damaged goods. So you want to get a fresh one that's not damaged yet from the same group of people?
But that's what Tracee is wanting too. She's wanting a non-damaged man.
No,
she is
a
also
man who don't think she's damaged. To me, that's what it's giving.
no, she's basically making an indictment against the men, and not really how they feel about her, but how they operate in their own personal manhood and ethics, and she don't get down with that. So
their energy is giving damage though when they're. And
that's what Tracee is saying is that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Candy Burrs, I'm rewatching Housewives right now. I just watched Candy Burrs say this today about when she's going off on Mama Joyce about, you know how Mama Joyce is with Todd, but she's like, I've dated the guys that was this, that, and the third. They treat you like shit because they can, because they are on my status, because they want a girl that same thing. They want a little young girl that they could go play with. Like she's in tears saying the same thing that essentially Tracee is saying too. So it's the men that's causing all of this. So how you gonna turn around and be like, oh, I don't want no parts of it. I can't be bothered.
I mean. Okay, but to that point though, is a damaged partner, whether they're male or female, supposed to be seen as a viable partner?
I don't think they're damaged. I'm just using it in the context of
right. But I'm just asking, like flat out, even in what you're setting up as a scenario. Okay, so let's say, okay, yes, men do have a lot to do with why men are damaged and why women are damaged. However, for those who are looking for a partner, whether you're male or female, is a damaged partner, whether male or female, a viable partner? Should anybody be per se pursuing a relationship to somebody who's notably damaged, male or female?
I hear you. I know. To be fair, no, but it's still semantics at the same time, because I hear you. For the sake of the argument, no.
Okay, so that man, who was talking that shit, regardless of kind of, I guess, how the world got here, the reality is, he don't want any more of a damaged woman than Tracee wants a damaged man, because nobody wants a damaged partner at all. There's no benefit and no resolve out of dating somebody who's damaged.
And turn around and throw your hands up in the air like, hey, I don't want no parts. Like, wait, what? But it's just me and you. How did I get damaged? Because you said at the beginning, how I get damaged is just the two of us. Now you don't want nothing to do with me? Like, come on now.
Because
it's just women's gonna get the shorter end of the stick every time. It's a man's world. It just is what it is.
I would agree with that it currently still is a man's world for sure. Women are making a lot of progress in that man's world, but it's definitely still reasonably a man's world. However, though, let's take away kind of the like cultural contributions to how men and women kind of got fucked up in this whole thing, and just really talk about, though, for those who are just everyday people living everyday lives. They don't feel they're the gatekeepers. They're just humans, and they're just out here trying to, enjoy the one life they have. Of course, nobody wants to be in relationship to nobody who damaged. You don't want to be in that relationship with a friend. You don't want to be in that relationship in a marriage. You don't want that situation in a family. You just don't, nobody's really attracted to a damaged person per se. No. And if you are, you're only attracted to them in hopes that you can repair that, but you're not attracted to the damage itself, So nobody's going to see a damaged person as a viable partner. So of course, men want healthy women. Men and women want healthy men. And now we have a conversation happening because of Shannon Sharpe and Tracee around, the difference in men of renown, women of renown, and, the men of new, the women of new, and people feeling like they have to supplement. Because I think, at least what I'm hearing from Tracee's part, I've never paid enough attention to Shannon. I don't know how much conversation Shannon Sharpe has given to his personal life and how he really, really moves in his personal life. But with Tracee, it does seem like, at least for her, she's saying, look, I don't even think she would have a problem dating men her age, but she just feels like for her, those men don't offer a type of relationship that could be beneficial and reciprocal and sane and mentally healthy for her. So she's supplementing the lack of availability of the men she's looking for regarding men her age and looking now at a younger dating pool. Right. And there are men who also date down who share the same sentiments that, look, it's just too much that's coming. If I'm dating another 40-year-old woman, she done been married, she done been through a divorce, she got baby daddies, she got trust issues. She's, kind of, already decided on, like, like people, she's So my question to you, have you ever dated younger? That's a yes.
Not by much. Not by much. If I have, not by much. I'm talking 2-3 years. Not by much. If I have.
Have you noticed a difference in your own experience of dating, I guess, older, dating your age, and dating younger?
Yeah, but mine is yes, because when I was young, what I would say is when I was young, I dated somebody older, and when I became an adult, I realized he was a sicko. Like, why you shouldn't have been talking to me. But it wasn't until I was older I realized that, like, oh, okay, that was not cool. But at the time, I thought I was doing something like, oh, I don't talk to nobody in high school. I'm, my dude is da da da, But when I grew up, I was like, ooh, that's not cute. That wasn't that wasn't good. I wouldn't want that for my daughter. Blah 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 blah. So then I say that. So not in the context of like, okay, when I'm dating, I don't think I've ever dated anybody much younger than me.
Would you ever allow? I mean, I don't want to ask you your age, but like, would you ever allow a 21-year-old got his shit together as dude? Like, maybe he's an heir. He's sitting good financially. Maybe he and
heir. You said an heir, like heir to the family.
Yes, like he like he lives off of a inheritance. Maybe he comes from a wealthy family. He's educated. He's a 21 to 25-year-old who got his shit together. Would you allow a man to court you at that age if he got his stuff together?
Court me, yes, I'll show you how.
You know what? And you up here slamming Shannon though. Shannon.
You said air. We ain't talking about Tyrone at McDonald's.
Money talk and bullshit walk. But that's how that 19-year-old. But that's how that 19-year-old was thinking about Shannon. Money talk, bullshit walks.
Oh, yeah.
Because
her abuela wasn't trying to get that bag.
She saw Shannon as a whole lick, baby. 25 per cheek.
In on it, I promise.
25 per cheek, she said.
Yeah, grandma told her to say that. Promise you.
Child.
Todd, in on it. Listen,
I see you back, Todd.
Yeah, I had to step off because my phone was running out of battery power.
Oh, okay. Is it anybody else who wants to kind of respond to what a chef is speaking to?
Well, the only thing I'm going to say is this, right? As you saw, there's always an exception to the rule under the right circumstances, right? The only thing I'm saying is this. I agree with you, Conscious. It goes both ways. Age is not just relegated to maturity. It's just not. I mean, it's just not. I have seen more mature people that are younger versus more or less mature people that were older and vice versa. It's all about the individual person. And unfortunately, in a lot of these situations, implicit biases are always involved with this. If you had a good experience, more than likely you'll say, yeah, this is not bad. If you had a bad experience, more than likely a person to say, hey, this is bad. If you had a bad experience, you're going to be like, man, I can go either way. So it's all about how your experiences are. But just to tell somebody wrong, even consenting adults is,
I think your audio was messing up real bad, but I think it's coming in now. I think it was breaking up a little bit.
I mean, no, he's right. He is right. I mean, I agree with that. If you... There are some young, I've seen it too, but it still was at an age, from my experience, it was still at a 25 and up. We're talking. I'm not talking, I seen this 19-year-old, he just had his stuff together. I haven't seen it. Yeah, they're out there. Everybody's out there. But for the sake of the argument, for the most part, I haven't seen like, oh, this 19-year-old guy was so much more mature than this. Like, no, maybe it still was an age. What I'm saying is it still was a starter age. It still was a start age. It's not no 13-year-old out there. Yeah, maybe the ones at Harvard that know more than everybody on this call. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, maybe they're really mature and they blah, 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 blah. But I'm just saying, for the most part, it still has a start of that age. It's not 12, it ain't 16, maybe 25 and up, and we could still have that conversation.
But what's
And
going to
here's something
always
else.
be confused.
Oh, I'm
Go ahead,
sorry.
Todd.
And
No, go
here's
ahead,
something
Todd.
else I would throw in too, because we'll all see here and agree that women are most socially developed fast. They socially develop faster than men do. Because I know a lot. Hey, look, I mean, there are a lot of mature women at a younger age versus mature men at an older age as well. The emotional content plays a lot in this as well. So
Yeah, I'm gonna always be confused at the fact of people having an issue with younger people having experience. You don't have an issue with them having experiences with each other, but having an experience with someone older that quote unquote supposed to be more mature, more evolved. I don't understand why would you not be okay with them having someone that is quote unquote supposed to be more grounded.
A lot more stable.
Yes,
I can
because
tell you
that
why.
would
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
that would provide healthy experiences. But the narrative of it is that it's okay for them to be with someone that lacks the experience, and it's okay for them to have the trial and error. It still equates to trial and error. So I'm really confused, and that's why I said earlier when I first came up here, this feels like hate, like hater energy. It feels like it is masked by insecurities. It really does. It does not come off like I'm afraid that this person, the whole. I don't want to go back to that G word and that P word, but it feels like it really is coated, like clothed with insecurities. Like it's not enough men out here, and we don't want these young women taking these men from us, from our selection, this, that, and the third. And it's just really crazy as hell, quite frank to me. None of the talking points are making sense to me.
Oh no, I feel like, well, for your first half of it, as far as the why, what did you say? Why do you think that
the experience, like dating someone older
right,
to
the
gain the
experience. Sorry, thank you, baby. Thank you. I mean, sorry, I don't mean to say baby. I'm just, but I think that it goes back to that same little age gap, the starter age. I'm gonna just call it a starter age. I understand what you're saying, but it's okay to me to play around at maybe, I don't know. I hate to even put a number on it, but if I have to, 21, 25 and under, like 21 and under is okay. Like, I feel like after that, yes, maybe you want to date somebody older and get your, like you're saying, experience, this, that, and the third. But I just feel like it's too, let's have a nice, decent gap from teenager to adult choices before we do that. That's all. And I feel like the wider
we are adults. They are, like, well, not say we, but they are adults.
At what age are they adults?
18.
Okay. I don't feel like I feel like it's 21 for me. So I just feel like from 12 to 21, that little gap, if you're gonna fool la la or then you can do that with people your age. And when you get older and you have a different mindset and you moving different, you're out your mama house, you ain't gotta sneak around, then explore.
Okay, Chef, I can go with that. Let's go with 21, because that's still an issue as well. And I'm not even trying to make it about, I don't even want to bring up Shannon or Tracee. I'm just going to speak to the age gaps. That's an issue as well. That's an issue as well. A 50-year-old being with a 21-year-old, that's an issue as well.
That's too large of an age gap. Absolutely. That I was saying, how do you get erect for that? That's weird to me. Like, that's what I was saying.
But we don't feel that way when it comes to other, like, it's only matters of sex or relationship, whether it's a committed relationship or just an open sexual relationship. That's the issue. But we don't feel that way about anything else across the board. We want our young adults to when it comes to business decisions. You're not going to advise, I don't know if you have children or not, but we wouldn't advise our children to go seek professional, let's say a financial advisor. We want them, if they're going to seek financial advisement from a financial advisor, you want that person to have at least been, let's say, employed in that career field for about 20 years, maybe 10 years, let's say 10 years to 20 years. We wouldn't tell them for someone that's just been doing this for 1 year to seek their, seek their expertise. So what is the difference? What is the difference when it comes to matters of the heart or even sex?
I think if as a parent, maybe I'm going to try to be there for matters of the heart and try to talk through as much as I can. And based off the dumb decisions I made, I'm trying to teach my kids, hey, I already did the dumb shit. You ain't even got to do it. Let me tell you, you can still make your choice. That's my solution for my family, but I'm big on, having conversations like this. So I feel like if everybody's doing the same kind of good thing, positive things that we're thinking, if we all have the same positive plan and everybody's doing it within their household, like we're saying, then that's how we shift the culture. And that's how we'll, make a change, because it's going to have to be through the kids. It's not going to be through us. We're all set in our ways.
And somebody got
that's kind of like, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Hot.
I see for me, and me, yes, I do.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Todd.
I'm sorry. That's kind of like thinking on a monolith, right? We can all be thinking on a monolith, and that's almost impossible because we're all different. But I can tell you this: I just know that in certain situations, right, certain things are omitted to suit what a person feels like they should be doing at the time. For example, these things seem to be omitted when it comes to being monetized. Okay. We have all these different standards, and not that I'm getting there, but I'm kind of getting there, right? So, right.
No, you're right. I mean, it's wishful thinking on my part. Absolutely, I'm not naive to think that we all don't even agree, so we don't have to be on one accord for any of that to even happen. But my point was being, if we wanted to shift it, it would be through our children, and if we'd all say the same story to the children, it would, that would shift the culture. But we'd all have to come to an agreement of some kind of moral standard of what the age thing is and so forth and so on.
But nobody has answered the question that Rumors and Tea has posed, and I want all of y'all who sounding off in the chat to come up here and hit the link so that you can have a fluid unpacking of your thoughts.
Because I thought I answered the first one.
She keeps asking, and I think we got a Mish up here as well. She keeps asking, what is the difference between an engagement between two 19-year-old adults and a 19-year-old adult and a 50-year-old adult?
The lack of experience.
If the 19-year-old adult and the 50-plus-year-old adult only has a sexual relationship, a 19-year-old adult, whether they have experience or not, everybody started off as inexperienced. I guess what Rumors and Tea is saying is like, what does it matter? Like, if the 19-year-old adult wanted to lose their virginity to someone who is more experienced, because unlike somebody else who is inexperienced, a more experienced person would know how to take their time. They would have experience with the body. They would know how to respect the body accordingly, versus them hooking up with somebody else who don't know what the hell they're doing behind the wheel. What exactly, what
is the difference? So y'all are describing the difference. The difference is the experience, the lack of.
What is supposed to be the negative about the 19-year-old adult having a sexual relationship to the 50-year-old adult? What is supposed to be the negative thing that's happening?
It's too damn old. Do it with a 30-year-old.
No. Y'all are if y'all are gonna no. Y'all see where me and Rumors keep alley ooping y'all at. Even Todd, where we keep alley ooping y'all at is the fact that when we ask y'all to break it down, y'all can't actually break it down. Y'all just stop at this vague place of It just shouldn't be. It just no. Y'all gonna have to actually make it make actual sense. Y'all gonna have to create a bottom line. Y'all are gonna have to have an abstract. Y'all are gonna have to show the work. It cannot exist in it cannot exist in this vague. It cannot exist in this vague out of. It can't exist in this vague out of space ass way. No. Make it make sense. Define what you are. Define your argument. Make it clear. What is the difference between a 19-year-old adult having a sexual engagement of their preferred choice, whether they are new to the experience or whether they've been having sex since they've been 12 all the way up till 19, and they well experienced their damn self. Hell, however, this 19-year-old herself is a damn OnlyFans model. So, you know, she seemingly is in the realm of the very experienced, but regardless of the intent of the 19-year-old adult, if a 19-year-old adult wanted to have a sexual relationship and or even a romantic one with a 50-year-old adult, what is the inherent wrongness of that? What is the inherent wrongness? What is inherently damaging to the 19-year-old? Because rumors is saying that given that the 50-year-old adult is obviously more experienced, the 19-year-old adult would actually have a better chance of being in relationship to somebody who knows how to help them to navigate life versus dealing with another inexperienced adult. So what is supposed to...
Okay. The difference between a 19-year-old and a 50-something-year-old relationship is the experience of how many sexual partners that 50
So what if a 15-year-old
person has had?
Hold on. So that's because see you. I was
gonna keep
going. Hold on, because I'm gonna help you to form, because I want you to have a great chance at forming your argument. So, but you have to. But you also hold on. But when you think about an argument, right, that got to take care of the back end and the front end, you got to close up both ends with your respective position. So you're already going into it with making assumptions and specifying what type of 2-year-old. So what if the 52-year-old is a virgin themselves? What if the 52-year-old
you can't say they're virgin now when you have explicitly detailed that they have experience. So we can't add virgin in it now. That's not fair.
No, we only adding virgin because we know that the 19-year-old is a OnlyFans model, and she is monetized in her sexuality, and she is obviously experienced. I mean, she's alley-ooping the fuck out of a 15-year-old.
But I thought we were talking in general. I thought we were saying in general. I'm not necessarily talking about this only.
But you aren't making it general if you are saying that the 15-year-old, I mean, the 52-year-old has had all these sexual. It could be a 52-year-old virgin.
But
so if we're not specifying
clear that these,
if we say in general, okay, then so let's say general. Let's say that the 19-year-old is just a 19-year-old. They experience or they not experienced, and the 52-year-old is either experienced or not experienced. Okay.
So
then what?
Okay. If they're not or not experienced, then maybe it wouldn't be so bad, but to me, there's a mental game that's being played to where they can prey. It feels like they're preying on the 19-year-old, even beyond the bedroom mentally. That's how I feel about it. That's the weirdness and the this and that comes from it for me, which makes
I have to agree with that. I concur.
Which
but we actually debunked
hold on. But just to add to, isn't that what the grooming is? Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that like the basis of what we call grooming? So that to me is the wrongness of the age gap. But if you throwing in that they're not experienced, because like I said, y'all both made it very clear that the 50-year-old we were dealing with in our scenario was experienced. But if they're not experienced, then maybe, but still, I feel like there's a mental game at play.
Well, I was saying experience in life, not per se experience sexually, but just in life.
Well, there's more
That's
than
exactly
what
what
I
maybe
would
not
say.
sexual, maybe
Experience,
dating,
though. I
maybe
mean, it's not
relationship.
just sexual experience that comes with someone being a 50-year-old plus 50-year-old. We're talking about financial. We're also talking about possible academia. You know, so when you have
And
this type
aren't
of
those
leverage,
positive?
I'm sorry.
We would call that any. Now, independently from them dating a 19-year-old, we would call all those qualities great qualities. Financially stable, academically sound, intelligent, cultured, well-spoken, intellectual. Those would all be great attributes.
Agreed. If it wasn't, if it was resolute, meaning maybe an equal type of power dynamic, when you have one that has more than the other, there's always going to be a sense of control. And what worries me as a parent, you know, and I do have 19-year-old or 20-year-old in college right now. What concerns me is that allure of this wise old person, that guy that comes around and he has this car or whatever. You know, that's scary to me because that's all part of illusion as well. And also, I just like to take the time to say, Conscious, I love your channel. Rumors,
Thank
I
you,
love
baby.
you too, dear. You guys
Thank
are
you.
wonderful.
I love you too,
And
Niche.
I'll step down for a second.
No, hold on.
No, me,
We
because
want you to go nowhere.
because
Okay.
I want
Yes,
to answer
ma'am.
your question
Go ahead, Rumors.
because you asked that I have children, and I do
Yes,
have
ma'am.
children.
Okay.
I have two sons, right? And we had this conversation in the past, where I was asked, would I be okay with my sons dating someone older than them? And honestly, I would be okay with it. I honest to God would be okay with it because my job as a parent is to prepare my children to go out into the world and to have experience. But I also understand and know that that does not mean that I get to control and dictate their choices, right? All I can do is equip them for life, and they're going to have experiences, good and bad. I'm not going to ever tell my sons, you cannot date someone older because it makes me uncomfortable. You can't date someone older because other people have had bad experiences. And I'm not even going to sit up here and lie. I have dated older men that I felt like took advantage of me, but I've also dated younger men that I felt the same exact way about. So it
Yes,
had
yes.
nothing to do with the age. It had everything to do with the person. And I do think that a lot of times we have been conditioned when it comes to men, especially, to believe that that whole grooming and predatory thing. I think society has groomed us in a way. Now, check that out. Has groomed us in a way that when we see men, we view them as predators. We view them, and
As we
like
should.
as
As
women. But
women, as we should.
I don't agree to that. I do not agree to that when it comes to men and men alone. I think that is a human thing. We should be
Hold on
looking
for 1
at
second. Hold
all
on for 1 second.
humans.
Hold on for 1 second, boo. I gotta ask Mish this. So you would say that even as a hypothetical mother of sons, you would say that men should be already interpreted, even if you are a mother of sons, to be predators and criminals and
Well, wait, hold on now. You said predators and criminals. Now, I do have sons. Okay, and I do let them know, and I have two sons and a daughter, and I let
But I'm
them
speaking
know
to what you
that
just had said and agreed
yes,
to.
that
I
he,
remember
yes, that
speaking.
absolutely.
So you would also find it well for women to think of your sons in the same vein.
To be
As
cautious,
problematic and should
absolutely.
be stayed away from.
Absolutely. You should
Okay.
always take caution, just as a female, just as a woman. You should always take caution. And I let my sons know that women should be cautious. You should act a certain way when you're around them. You shouldn't be alone. Da, 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 da. So
But
I do believe
caution
that.
and branding and broad stroking men as inherently threatening, like those are two different things. Because if you're also equally saying women, men should proceed with caution. I mean, like caution is caution, but branding an entire community one way is
I
very
don't want to.
We're not.
I
I'm
don't
not
want
trying to
to.
brand. Yeah, I'm definitely not trying to brand.
I don't want to do that, but unfortunately, what I'm social media is a good and a bad thing. I'm being exposed to a lot more things as a 44-year-old that I didn't even know that folks were doing all over the world. And the flip side is that I'm gaining new knowledge and learning new things. So I guess to your point, I can't use those broad strokes. But to be honest, I do tell both my children, male and female, to be wary of men and let my boys know that women should be weary of you, and you have to do a little bit more to accommodate and make them feel comfortable.
Well, I don't agree with that. I do think that we should obviously teach our sons how to treat women. I do understand. I'm going to be honest with you. I do understand where that is coming from. I just don't agree with that. And I get it, but I think there's a way to nuance the conversation where men are not villainized and demonized just because of their gender. I don't think that is fair. Now, I do know the statistics of how men can be threatening and have been threatening towards women violently and things of that nature. But
And I just
it,
want to
like
add something,
Consciouztv,
Super Dad, bro. I just want to add something, Super Dad, to just build upon that. So quick to what Aruma's is saying, and this is why we always got to be so fair and so honest, because to what Aruma's is saying, those statistics in terms of DV are higher for men physically, but they are just as high for women as it relates to emotional and mental abuse. Women are found to be far more emotional and mentally abusive in relationships, and men are found to be more physically abusive in relationships. So we literally have abusers on both sides equally.
correct.
Men abuse women, women abuse men. They just abuse each other differently.
Right.
Agreed.
And so what I'm saying, because that's the whole rabbit hole. Another, and I do feel like because women have we suffer from battle fatigue, and because of our battle fatigue, we're just like, we can't think beyond what what we've entailed, and I just think we project a lot of our own personal experiences in a way that is really, really dangerous when it comes to raising our children. But to keep it on the whole, age gap thing, I've had the conversations with my sons, and quite frankly, whether it's an older person or a younger person, I know experience is experience. There's no difference in what you gain across the board, right? There's no difference in the age of a bad experience versus a good experience. Age has nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing to do with it. And trust me, a majority have been older men that I've dated, but I have also dated in my age group, and I've dated younger. And the truth of the matter is, I don't see a difference as far as the individuals, but I know my preference when it comes, because a lot of times everyone wants to know, well, what do you guys have in common? Commonality has nothing to do with age, believe it or not. A lot of times we project the age onto the human in a very superficial way. And as I was saying earlier, we're really just spirits in a body. We really are. But we have these labels and categories that we've been, because of how we do relate to one another, that we've, perpetuated on to others. And we demonize those that step outside of the norm. Which I think is really unfair. As long as these are not minors, there shouldn't be an issue. But it is okay for us each to have a preference. I'm not going to sit back and judge you. I don't eat pork. I'm not going to sit back and judge you because you eat pork. But when it seems like when it comes to sex and matters of the heart, even feeling like, oh, well, this person older shouldn't want to engage with someone that's younger because this person they don't have enough experience, and that person, because it's spoken about in a way like, you're older, so you should be trying to settle down. I don't think that's fair. Maybe that person has been in a committed long-term relationship. It didn't work out, and now they just want to have fun. and they just want someone that's not looking for a commitment. We police
I
that and
agree
we
with that.
demonize that.
I agree about that a little. I agree with that a little bit. But my concern is that you and I come from a different time and place. We come from I think a joint experience as far as culturally speaking in the Black community, where there was a level of toughness, there's a level of street smarts, where you saw different things and you'd be able to see different things in people. Maybe it could be just me. I am old, but
No,
these newer kids.
me and you the same age. I'm 44.
Oh,
We're
here
the
we
same
go,
age.
sis. Then you know that these kids can run circles around me, and I'm worried since I'm not up on the lingo. I'm not up on what they're doing, and maybe I should be more. But I'm trying to do a different approach. However, they don't have that internal instinct yet, and it worries me that another Shannon Sharpe come around the corner and entice someone else's child. So hearing the way that that young lady was speaking on that day, even though she is a model, even though she's selling herself because probably nothing else is going on, so scary. You know what I'm saying? So what do we do?
But
Do we
she's not
not
a
just put
child,
a
Niche.
stop to it?
She's
It's
an
just the way she
adult.
sounded. Okay, I hear you. I
And
I hear you. I
I
hear
know
you.
I know a lot of y'all, and I get it too, because that's coming from a maternal place. A lot of times with us as mothers, especially because, like I said, men don't really have. I mean, I've seen it few far in between when it comes to their daughters, but in general, men don't really have that issue like us mothers. Like, and I think that is a
Agreed.
maternal
Agreed.
thing. I do think it's a maternal thing. But you know, the irony of this is that young people are supposed to be so naive and so inexperienced. And I'm calling cap and bullshit on that, because these young people out here fucking up a storm. Some of them have out fucked us. I don't mean to be so graphic,
Agreed.
but it's the truth.
Agreed.
Okay, they know more about sexual activity, like positions and the nuance of sex. They're more open-minded than most of the people in our generation. So to assume that someone older is defiling our children, quote unquote grooming them and all of that, I'm calling bullshit. And again, I was trying not to make it about Shannon Sharpe, but everybody keeps bringing his name up. Even in this situation, look how this 19-year-old that everybody feels like he should be ashamed of himself, look how she finessed the fuck out of him.
Right?
But
This is tough. This is
no
tough.
one is
This is
speaking to
tough.
that.
This is tough.
And that's on him. I don't feel bad for him. He did get finessed.
No, but it's not about like interacting in the bed. She's making a point that there's all this conversation around how inexperienced a 19-year-old person is and how undeveloped the brain is, but yet this 19-year-old an alley-oop the fuck out of Shannon Sharpe's overgrown, well-seasoned, 52-year-old ass, and that's the gag of it all. Like that's the gag.
That is big. I mean,
I think y'all might have got me, but I'm telling you, it's just the way you guys heard the way she
just
sounded
relating
on
to
that
Shannon Sharpe
recording. She
personally.
sounded
I
like a
thought we were
baby.
talking in general. That I was speaking from a just strictly general place, but I just feel like
You know what? But Chef, you know what? I do believe that there was a time to really even acknowledge your talking points, and even yours, Mish. I do know and acknowledge there was a time where an older man dating a younger woman was historically, it came off. I'm not going to say it came off. It was predatory. They, you know what I mean? Because they
Agreed.
weren't
And
taught.
I'm
They were
35.
not,
Is that
younger people just were not taught. They weren't taught anything. They was, you know what I'm saying? Like, they were groomed by their parents and society to be, let's be honest, just to be what you call it,
players, to be players, to have a lot of women.
No, I'm not talking about the men. I'm talking about like the daughters. They were like, what do they call that when it's just like you're like a sex, but like you basically, I forgot the word, but they was just taught to just be there and just to be used for sex and to use to reappropriate and things of that nature. They weren't taught anything beyond that. We're not living in that time, and we're not living in that space anymore. Like women are well more developed. And I think a lot of times because parents are not communicating with their children to know what they children do know, because they think, well, we don't discuss things of that nature, but these kids are exposed to everything.
They are.
These young
Agreed.
adults
Agreed.
In their
have been
pocket,
exposed
in
to
their
everything.
phone. They're sexing
They're
their
not
pockets
naive.
24/7.
Yeah, they're not naive, and they have understand. My generation, again, I'm 44 years old, so I'm an 80s baby. My generation, we were not my mother's generation. We were not my grandmother's generation. We were well equipped to make decisions, and you know what I mean. Like I
And a
didn't see no
50-year-old
difference.
is part of this conversation, is part of our generation. So what are they doing with a 19-year-old? I mean, I don't know. It just always goes back to they're a part of our generation.
I'm gonna
This is a
tell y'all
wonderful
too.
I'm 35.
conversation. This is
I'm a part
wonderful.
of the same
I'm gonna tell
generation.
y'all too though. A part of a big aspect of the culture as well has a lot to do with the way that young women coming into this new system are navigating as well. All this idealism around getting to the bag and prioritizing your like getting to the bag.
City girls.
You know, like getting yourself situated, only being with men who are successful, only being with men who got it, coupled with the woman empowerment era and women are free. Hear me roar. I have agency as a woman. These are my titties, my pussy. You know, all of that coupled in together is creating this new generation of women who feel more free, they feel more compelled, they look at men as a lick, and so they're going into the world literally hunting for men of means, because that is a messaging that's not even new really. That's also an old messaging that's been pushed, especially by women to younger women, to find you a man who can take care of you and your babies, who can provide you a great life for yourself, etc. And now we're seeing, even in this little anecdotal situation, the manifestation of that, where you have a young woman who is looking out at the world and seeing that, okay, nobody's getting anywhere with their degrees. Everybody is in debt. Everybody needs fucking forgiveness. You know, women are still being put through the ringer. However, these men still seem to be paying for titties and ass. And I got titties and ass. So I'm about to create the quickest pathway from point A to point D or point B by using my titties and my ass. And then she fucks around on top of being able to monopolize off of being a woman and having titties and ass in the context of OnlyFans, and fuck around and manifests a situation with a multi-millionaire. And she's already hustling. She's already hustling. She was hustling before. She was in that gym getting that body ready to go monetize on OnlyFans to continue to make her coin and make her dollar. And now she done walked into a living money bag in this gym experience. And now she's pressing in her feelings because he cheated on her, while also trying to claim that this is about some abusive coordinated relationship, when she done fucked around and admitted that she had more emotional value in feeling cheated on and played with when he fucked the shit out of Michelle. And now, what seemingly appears to be in a retaliatory fashion, she's taking a relationship that looks like was very premeditated and agreed to upon them both in terms of this transactional dom sub situation, and now she's weaponized it. But bringing it back to my earlier point, this new wave of reality that men and women are living in, where women are empowered, and where a 20-year-old woman was able to have a more successful life monetizing her body than she feels she would have had going about it any other way, is very fascinating to me. I don't know where the conversations need to be around just that alone. The fact that you have OnlyFans, like I think Black China was another like high grossing OnlyFans model who made like multi-millions off of. I mean, these girls are they are literally breaking the economy on OnlyFans. They are like Bad Baby
Bad Baby, yes.
made an absurd amount of multi-millions off of OnlyFans. So this is so these young women. Like, once again, this was a 20-year-old adult female who was hustling prior to Shannon. Shannon was just the ultimate lick. He was just the easy. That was easy. That's clearly light work for her ass. I don't, what do we say to all of that? Because once again, the conversations are heavily centered around Shannon, but there's a lot going on with the dynamics of this 20-year-old. And
as I have said before, when it comes to these special conditions, it seems to be like the special condition stops at being monetized. Okay, once you're able to monetize your position, right, everything seems to be all right, because now they are living in a world that was constructed by man and they're getting over, right? So there's no problem with that, right? So if there's no problem with that, then there can't be any problem with two consenting adults at the age of 19 or 20, right?
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying, right?
to what Conscious just said and what you just said, women had only had the upper hand for this barely the upper hand, because we already established it's a man's world. Mm-hmm. We only had these little bit of rights to be free and be sexually. It's new to us versus thousands and hundreds of years of men having this, I hate to say, experience ahead of what we've had, and it's weird that we think it's praying or grooming in a way. Like, I just feel like it's constantly.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, Chef. I'm glad you said that. So, can we focus also to a little bit more on this whole grooming thing, baby? Because y'all be wearing me out with this word. Grooming has become the new buzzword of the 21st century.
I don't use it. I'm using it today because I thought that's what we were.
No, I get it. But I'm glad
that's not what we described.
No. I'm glad that you brought it up, because I wanna actually hone in on the word grooming. So this,
Oh, I'm sorry, Conscious. I'm sorry. Because what people don't understand is that grooming is also in the inverse, because you got to understand what people are teaching other people. Go get that money. Go do these things. Use what you got to get what you want. Exercise your rights to be independent. Yes, that's grooming. Grooming goes both ways, not just on the male side, but it goes on the female side. And what other experienced females are telling younger females as well. So let's not just act like it's only on one side, right?
Here's one side, but I don't feel like we have to bring up both sides when we're trying to make one point. It's not on both sides, though.
But it's a both sides dynamic. And women in the subject is a both sided.
Okay.
I mean, it is. It's just that sometimes I feel like women, up until recently, we didn't have empowerment in just like y'all had said. Like, it's probably been within the last 25 years since Lil' Kim, started talking that, about playing niggas for dummies, whatever. But I kind of also feel like at the same time, like, you can think and you can listen to these people, but don't let the influence fool you, because a lot of the stuff that they was teaching and preaching in this music was actually disingenuous and not helpful to your well-being. Detrimental.
But we were, but no, because we were groomed. Let's keep it a buck. Let's not play the game. We were groomed at home. We were groomed at home before we was ever groomed by what the hell.
That's what I wanted to get into, Ross. That's what I want to talk about.
There we go.
Y'all be wearing me out with this. Y'all be wearing me out with this word of grooming, but technically, the way that y'all colloquially use, because y'all also be using grooming hella out of context, but colloquially, the way y'all be using grooming literally is what's going on in all of society. The church has groomed you to be a Christian. Your family has groomed you to be however you are. The community has groomed you to be whatever
Democratic or whatever.
Holidays, everything.
Agenda is everywhere, all up and through our world. Agenda.
Absolutely.
So what do y'all mean by grooming is my question then.
Both things could exist though, can they not?
But what do y'all mean when y'all use the word grooming? Because I don't even know what that means.
I mean, I meant in the generational way that they were talking to, how we grew up and how things are. That's how I.
Yes, that's one way. But I also feel like, okay, so when y'all was talking about the older person versus the younger person doing grooming and stuff, like, okay, you cannot expect somebody that has not lived long enough to even get their to be able to drink and be able to be off of their parents' insurance and on their own, in their own life, for real, to know all the things that need to be known. See, that's the difference between, I feel, somebody getting with somebody that's 30 to 40 years or 20 years.
But Mish, the issue with that is that y'all have projected a unrealistic expectation onto those who y'all think are doing the grooming, because there's hardly nobody who's looking or even believes there is somebody at any damn age, even their own age, who knows every and all things. That's not what people are forming relationships based upon. Most human relationships are transactional, and they're predicated upon a particular desire and need, whether there is emotional fulfillment or mental fulfillment or sexual fulfillment or some type of social fulfillment. It's actually not as deep as, you know, everybody really wants it to be in terms of what people are looking for. Obviously, this 20-year-old adult and Shannon Sharpe's 50-year-old adult ass came together regarding sexuality particularly. We also keep kind of like leaving that out of it.
That shouldn't be left out of it at all. I mean, and with his big age,
was
you
more
should know better. That's like where the basis line is at for me. With your big age, you should know better to hold off on your sexual urges in order to get that NDA signed. I mean, it's just that simple.
Here's the thing. But this is the reason why he didn't necessarily have to, is because there was nothing illegal about him not needing it. He didn't need an NDA to have sex with her to begin with. She's of legal age. So he just made a personal choice to allow his desire to override another protection mechanism he had in place, which was his choice, you know, to make. But he also wasn't doing anything wrong just because he just allowed his desires to get the best of him. And it's funny how we're also hold on, because we're also, because it's also interesting how we're like, you know, this is conversation around, you know, oh, he's wrong. We're not talking about also the hypothetical that she's lying, misrepresenting their relationship, and casting this man as something that he may not in fact be, just to get a payout. How demonic and ethically, morally wrong is that? We're talking about him trying to make a mountain out of a molehill because he didn't get an NDA signed. But this woman, hold on. But this woman, to a lot of people's point, is a whole scammer and then scamp this man into a whole situation, and she is to be accountable for that, because that's literally wrong. That's literally wrong. The sexual hold on, because I'm gonna have to really flow. The sexual dynamic between Shannon Sharpe and this woman is like, because we're talking about two legally consenting adults, it's really hard to really make that anything other than what it really is. I mean, we're talking about two adults who embarked. Now, one of those adults have an allegation against the other, and the other is claiming said thing is not true. Based upon the way this shit been set up, Shannon Sharpe kind of got lead on his narrative, and for in my personal opinion, than she does. Her shit don't make no type of sense whatsoever. But and I'm going to say that for a few reasons. We read the lawsuit. It makes no sense. Her side of the story makes zero sense, and it equally redacts all of the information that Shannon has dropped in his defense. She never addresses at any point, even in her own narration of their experience, that she was ever mutually attracted to him, that she ever wanted to be pregnant by him, that she ever even felt safe with the man. But yet all of her text messages imply just that. Even her own narrative never established at any point that Shannon Sharpe had did anything to remotely feel safe, to make her feel valued. She found him completely bizarre from the very beginning, and yet persisted upon being alone with this man, allowing herself to go to his house unsupervised, allowing herself to be walked into a house she never been to, walked into a room she never been to, lay down on a bed she was never asked to. I mean, it couldn't be no more bizarre, because it's like at no point do you tell us the love story. At no point do you tell us, oh, you know, I found him weird, but then he wore down on me and he love bombed the fuck out of me and he started doing A, B, C, D, and G, and therefore I then began to drop my guard. None of that happens. The way she sets the whole shit up is that I found him polarizingly bizarre from beginning to end, and yet I done had sex by the time this thing comes down to a lawsuit multiple times. I done begged for big black babies to be put in me. None of which she personally addresses and controls the narrative of. Shannon Sharpe had to put out all the shit she leaving out in order for us to have a fuller picture. And then on top of that, not only was she, according to her, brutally, anally, vaginally, orally assaulted once, but twice. She allowed this man to come back to her place, put her back in a position to assault her. And all of this allegation of grape, no evidence ever produced of a grape kit, of any medical intervention, nor are there any police reports, restraining orders, protective orders. And why aren't you talking to us in your lawsuit that you filed and took the initiative of about you wanted to eat this man's asshole out, or about why you wanted him to impregnate you, or why you are wanting him to put $25,000 per ass cheek? Boo, you are lying to us. Shannon Sharpe is doing his fair share of redacting as well. And I'm just, in my personal, peeling through all of this shit, what I know we're not talking about is a completely innocent ass chick. And I am not at liberty to just side with her in this situation because it don't make no sense. She has already redacted information and there's no other corroborating evidence to support.
She probably does have maybe 6 years. Maybe 6 years of experience as a sexual being. I feel that on top of her experience, and yes, there's OnlyFans in this time and age, and even before that, there was women that was out there prostituting and doing whatever else for some strange change, for some and it was before they were 18 and whatnot. Some of the women of the world, I'm not going to say what color because it's all of the colors, to be honest, but I just kind of feel like, yes, she is not innocent. However, the most damning thing that I have heard about the whole thing is that audio, to be honest, is where he is saying little white woman being choked by a big black man, and her seeming.
Okay, so what do you think about her text messages of a big black man put a big black cock in my little white pussy, put a big black baby in my pussy.
You know, when it comes to like
and hold on. And add this. And what do you think about his side? His lawyers have established this is a sexual role playing relationship. So that's the context of I want to be
it's not
baby enemy.
Not, though.
That's the context of her asking her abuser to put a dog collar on her and to fuck the shit out of her. That's the context of him telling her, "Shut up, I'll choke you out." And that context makes sense considering all of the things.
Yeah, and then it's also another thing that he's 6'5", and I don't know how tall this woman is. I know
That's
I'm
irrelevant.
intimidated.
That's irrelevant in this case.
That's
irrelevant.
All right, I can't take him in any situation. I cannot, regardless of if it's consensual or not. I cannot.
So why she didn't stay away from the man if he's so big and tall and black and menacing? She continued to engage with the man for 2 years and admitted in her lawsuit. The breaking point for her was getting cheated on by her abuser. Getting cheated on. That was your big breaking point. It's the fact that you're being cheated on by a man you've narrated as disgusting you from the moment that you met him. Make it make sense, sister.
Rumors was right.
No, she's
I was
trash.
projecting.
She's definitely trash.
I was
I'm with you,
projecting.
Conscious.
I was
She's
absolutely
trash.
projecting. And after what Conscious just said, I have to fold, y'all. And I was wrong.
I'm not folding on my point. I don't care about this girl.
I'm gonna get down. I appreciate y'all, but you guys changed my mind. I was coming from a place of my own. Trauma.
This girl was
and Mish, hold on. And I do want to be clear. You know, I'm going to integrally follow this case. So right now, Shannon seems to have the lead, considering all things given. However, because this is a developing case, I will be changing my mind if the necessary components come into play that allow for that. Because I'm not in this as Team Shannon or Team Gabriella. I'm just going to follow the case and the story. I'm going to line everything up, and I'm going to make the most sense out of the shit based upon what we're given from both sides. Right now, Shannon does seem to be in the lead with what type of relationship this was and why it sounds the way that it sounds in text on her end, why it sounds the way it sounds in audio on his end. And it's looking like that is more so what this is, and she is just turned bitter because she got cheated on by Michelle, who was getting her backbone out. Agreed. Leaked audio. So you know, we gotta, you know. So, but as it unfolds, we will deal with it as it unfolds. We'll deal with it.
But Conscious, I just wanted to be clear. Like, when it comes to this girl, she's a working girl. I ain't getting in the way of no working girl. The girl is working. She doing her thing. I was talking in general. I'm not talking about I was talking average. You know, blah 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 blah. Because I thought we were going there too. I think we went both places, but you know,
yeah.
I'm just being clear. Like, I'm not mad at. I'm not about to beat up no working girl. I'm just not. Like, hey, it is what it is.
Incredible.
Chef, we know how,
but a lot of men will be. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Huh?
We know how the main topics always spin off into the subtopics, you know. It happens.
Exactly.
But you know what's fascinating about even what Chef just said? The gag is you can't have a working girl without a man working a girl. So you just got the man off as well.
Right.
You just got the man off as well. Because you can't have a working girl without a man working a girl. So you just acquitted both men and women. Thank you for that.
Not necessarily.
We were looking for that.
I don't know if y'all
we were looking for that, Shelf.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to get into it, because there's 16-year-old working girls too, but I guess that's where we draw the line. I don't know, but
no, we ain't draw the line. We talking about these a 20-year-old. a woman. See,
19-year-old.
I find it fascinating that you and T and other people, y'all have had to move the needle in order to prove y'all points. Me, Romans and Todd ain't had to do that. We ain't have to move the situation around. We ain't have to go and talk about 12-year-olds. We ain't had to do that. We were able to stand completely clear.
Come on.
Where the situation is and speak from that. Y'all had to do all the alley-ooping. Y'all had to put all the damn Y'all had to move the goalpost around. We had to do that.
And we're not going to act like there's not a lot of female teachers propositioning students either, right? We're not going to talk about that either, right?
I was going to bring that up too.
There really aren't a lot of women that's doing that.
It's not a lot.
We went into a topic. We went into a subtopic. I still stand on what I said. That's how I feel. But I'm just saying, as far as if we're sticking with Shannon Sharpe, I was just saying, I'm not gonna get in the way of a working girl. I do stand by that. So if it helps the man or whatever it is, so be it. But that's just
a lot of times it does not matter. It does not matter how much of a working girl a woman is. Sometimes you got to sit there and take it because you might die if you don't let them do what they do. And that's just what it is.
That's your situation.
I don't know if that's the situation, but I'm saying that is what happens.
No, it does happen. It does happen. I don't think that's her situation.
Well, wait. Because that was a hard pivot, right? That was like a hard pivot.
I mean, I did the same thing. So I
do find it very interesting, though, that there is an assumption that because just leaving it to Shannon, that there's an assumption because she's 20 and he's 50 that he has more sexual experience than she does. I find that very interesting. Like, I think a lot of times people don't understand that there's a nuance even when it comes to sex. A lot of people are very vanilla. And because they're vanilla, they don't understand that if you are with someone that is very sexually creative and open-minded to all things, but quote unquote, what they call kinky and freaky or whatever, I can see how he got turned out by a 20-year-old at his 50, because he's 56 years old. At his 56-year-old age, I can see how he got turned out. I believe that man was literally inspired by 50 Shades of Grey and every other, the sequel or whatever. I believe that he found someone that was willing to go the extra mile and try and do anything. And so because of that, it was easy for him to be talked out of having her sign that NDA.
Found or paid.
Right, found. He
Well,
found.
it doesn't matter if he paid her or not. The point is that he was able to get someone. He probably offered someone else, and she was the one to say, "Listen, this is you want this. This is what you got to give me."
You never know.
Huh?
You never know.
I say,
That's crazy.
Michelle, that's someone else.
Yeah, but maybe it was the other lady that had a case against him. I mean, it's not like this woman is the first one, but at the same time, obviously, Shannon Sharpe, if he got grown daughters, now I don't know this dude. I didn't really follow Shannon Sharpe until after Cat Williams, to be honest. I didn't know nothing about that dude until then. But there's a lot of people that obviously knew who Shannon Sharpe was prior to Cat Williams, and that he was some kind of big baller. She didn't know in her words, in this lawsuit, this lady didn't know. But at the same time, it's not like it's the first time that he's been accused of something. And so if some of their stories is lining up, then okay. And then the other lady, from what I'm hearing, she wasn't a hoe. She was probably crazy. So, but based on the differences in the type of women, I mean, they both was, white women. Okay, fine, whatever your preference is with that, as far as bodies look. But like, no, in my eyes, you don't get scot-free. How many times did he tell this woman he was going to choke her ass out or kill her or whatever? I don't know how many times, but
Right,
she
but how
knows.
many times
He
did she
gotta
That's a
know.
call
part
him
of.
back?
But wait.
How many times did she call him
Conscious, can
back?
you I think that this goes back to a lot of people not knowing when it comes to role playing and sub and dom, like the world of that. Like a lot of people don't know the inner workings of that, and so when the way it's presented, of course you're gonna be like appalled and like, oh my god, and things of that nature. But these are consensuating adults. They are literally she was getting paid allegedly based upon what we're reading. She was getting paid to live out these fantasies, no matter how much we think that they're demonic, how much we think they're out of, like, oh my god, whatever. She was consenting. She chose to engage that way. So you can't sit back and say that this man is abusive based upon something that they agreed to, because it can't be abuse if you agree to it.
Right, but if she's not the only woman that's said this stuff, then what do you? It sounds like a pattern if it's more than one woman.
Well, if that's the
But I
case,
haven't
No,
then
hold up
we
now.
should
Hold
go
up.
ahead and
Wait,
accuse
hold
her of
on.
being an OnlyFans
Hold
model.
on.
Because I'm very
Wait a
sure
minute.
this isn't the first time she did this to somebody either. By those
But
matrices,
hold
right?
on. Did anybody send Conscious any? I know, Chef, you usually send him paper stuff. Has anyone sent Conscious any paperwork to show what the alleged other accusations were
Yes,
by
sir.
the
We
other
still are waiting on
accusers?
that case. No, I haven't received anything yet. But any of my street committee members, if y'all can get a hold to the PDF file regarding the alleged other litigation that Shannon Sharpe got going on with another lady, run me that to my email, please, at consciouztv@gmail.com. I'm very interested at reading
But I
that.
don't think. But I don't think.
Wait a minute. And also, who was that attorney representing this person? Because, like I said last night, I'm questioning anything Tony Busby brings to the public at all. Any cases
But you know
I'm
what?
questioning
This
all of
woman,
that.
I think that she represented herself as far as what I've been hearing. But then on top of that, I did hear about some other people that he was talking and dragging as far as them getting with younger women. And I feel like he was projecting his thoughts onto these other couples.
Shannon spoke. I'm going to tell you, Shannon has spoke openly about dating younger women. That's not a secret. Like you said, you're just becoming aware of him. He spoke openly about that. This is nothing new for him.
And having a
His
lot of partners.
ex-wife was literally like 12, 15 years younger than him.
Now, I wonder what the thought process is going to be when this actually goes to court and they start doing discovery on her background and all of the things. Because if you think that her being an OnlyFans model was the only thing she's been doing, it's going to be interesting to see what you think about that, right?
We see what she been doing.
The only reason that's where we go.
And let me tell y'all, she got a lot. She has a lot. She has a lot to hide, and what she already heard from us was, for one, she hid her side of these conversations. She only postured and presented the relationship to Shannon as something that only he was interested in, as if this was a whole one-sided thing, and she just magically ended up with him for 2 years. She ain't shared with us that she was an ass eater. She ain't shared with us that she wanted to
Didn't say she was
hold on, y'all. She also did not share with us that she was an OF model. She didn't share that in her narrative. Hold on, y'all. I'm almost finished. She ain't share that either. And then the most damning part is that we know she got a lot of shit to hide, clearly, because she ain't even signed on this lawsuit with her government. She trying to act as a Jane Doe in this whole thing. She wanted to be able to get in and get out without the backlash, and I think it's really because she knows that Shannon Sharpe is going to chew her ass up, and I think because she worked with Tony Busby coming out of the Jane Doe case and the Jay-Z case probably informed her, we'll be able to protect your identity so that there ain't no social backlash when Shannon Sharpe goes to doing his own goddamn discovery on your ass. We can protect you from social injury by representing you as a Jane Doe. But once again, because Tony Busby is incompetent, what he felt to do is get the judge first to approve of her pseudonym use. So luckily, Shannon Sharpe and his attorney was able to get ahead of it by go ahead and calling her by her name, because they entered into this lawsuit with her as a Jane Doe, but they had not gotten the court's approval for her to be to enter this lawsuit as a Jane Doe officially. So they alley-ooping the shit out of her. But why would you want to enter as a Jane Doe? And why didn't you tell us that you were an OF model? And why didn't you tell us that you were ass eater and you wanted baby gravy inside of you and a big black baby? You wanted to be a baby mama to this nigga that you told us in your lawsuit was so off-putting and was such a turn-off to you from point A to point B. This don't, once again,
and why isn't he pressing charges? Because I'm like Jay-Z, right?
Is not a thing. Y'all act like Stockholm syndrome is not a thing.
And why isn't she not pressing
charges? Y'all also, just like with grooming,
why is she not pressing charges?
Just like with grooming, y'all also be using Stockholm syndrome out of context.
That don't apply here. Grooming.
I just want to ask a quick question.
You can fall in love with the person that's abusing you. You definitely can. Gosh.
Not with this young lady. She's an experienced girl. She's a working girl.
So wait a minute.
Okay. You can only have an OnlyFans page at 18. So how long before she turned 19 did she become an OnlyFans? You have to be 18 years old in order to do that.
Yeah, she had to be of age.
When did Stockholm syndrome kick in? If she said her very first interaction with this man, she was turned off by him.
Yeah, because that's the thing about Stockholm, right? Because that's the element of Stockholm. So hold on. Because that is an element of Stockholm, is that there is typically a love bombing phase that results in comfortability, defenses down, vulnerability. None of that happens according to her and her own words. None of that happens. He never love bombed her. He's been a rude bitch, asshole, degrading her. And being weird and everything from the beginning. There was never a love story.
Even in his text messages, he's showing her side of the conversation. He is not showing his side of the conversation.
Right, but the same way that she did not talk.
So
the same way,
it could be.
It's the same way that she did not talk to us about her side of that conversation. She equally kept that conversation from us. He had to put her on blast. She ain't put herself on blast.
She definitely got to, and he did that to the other lady. He doxed that other lady too.
If there's nothing to hide, because I criticized him too. I said, look, Shannon Sharpe, these text messages are a whole gag, girl. They are a key, but I do see that you selectively left out your conversation in these text messages. I see that you're nowhere to be found. I'm very curious to know what your, and I'm not saying that there's anything even bad going on, but I was just calling it down the middle that, I see, Shannon, that you did not, provide to us your feedback in this text exchange, but to equally her side, she didn't also tell us that she wanted this man to impregnate her, because and now I know why though, because her initial narrative in the lawsuit is not congruent with any of the things that actually and any of the things that she was saying in that goddamn text message. That's why she couldn't.
Just add to your point with the text messages that you could just see alone from the gaps between the dates. Like clearly you kept talking to her when all these was going on. So where's what you said?
And then why are we going straight to the bag? Why can't we go straight to criminal court, charge him with rape, then do a civil suit? Why are we doing the civil suit first? That makes no logical sense to me. Because I'm like Jay-Z, if it's that heinous, go ahead and put
how the fuck you want to be a Jane Doe and you got a public pussy?
Right.
Okay.
Oh my God.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
Pulling the man's whole card. We don't never pull the man's whole card. But besides that.
So that's how this works, right?
So, what? I mean, as soon as a man gets accused of anything, we are always pulling the woman's whole card. We is never pulling.
Oh, not over here, baby. Not over here, baby.
I'm always
not over here.
All right.
Maybe that's what the world do, baby. That's what society do, baby. Not over here, honey.
Okay.
Because you know, I just had the head stomp on Neo and Omarion's head and told them, stop with all this nice, glamorous language of non-monogamy. Y'all hoes. Y'all hoes. Call it what you call these women when these women be doing it. They hoes, right? So y'all hoes.
Yeah.
Utilize the same language. Don't try to glamorize the shit and make the shit all fluffy and academic.
No.
When you niggas out here with community dick, call it what it is. Community dick.
And let
So
me tell
baby,
you
we keep that same energy over here, baby. We get that pendulum goes both ways over here, baby. We get down with the get down.
No, she is. She's a working girl,
And we are very
and I
much.
still respect her. And I'm saying you're absolutely right. I'm with you. I'm all about what you're saying. I'm with that what you're saying. And she's still a girl, and I still respect her. I can still do both. You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, she's a working girl. She has no case. She's still trash. Like, girl, you're not about to get $50 million. Like, no.
Yeah, she should have went ahead and took that.
No, baby, y'all gotta remember that. Y'all gotta remember that. Y'all got
like,
but y'all gotta understand. Shannon Sharpe is going into this thing already with a deficit, a race deficit. It's very much so possible she might gather his ass.
You think so?
In the suit simply because she is a woman and she's a non-black woman.
There it is.
Going up against a big black man.
Well,
It is
yeah,
because
he said big black man chose a little white woman.
I hope not. I do.
Chewy, he should have known better. He's too old to be
should
thinking
have.
dumb and reckless.
You can't if you under
his little mind instead of his big mind.
You can't do that if you're under the assumption that you have an agreement. Because for 2 years, nobody said anything for 2 years. So the agreement was agreeing, in the immortal words of Consciouztv. The agreement was agreeing until it stopped agreeing. You can't, and if you have an agreement with somebody, whether it's a handshake, whether it's verbal or anything, and everybody's following the rules, there is no way for you to know when it's going to go off the railings until it goes off the rails, right?
I want to know exactly what he's supposed to. What is he supposed to know? Okay, the person that made the statement, he should have known better. What was he supposed to know better?
Right.
I'm confused.
Okay,
make
all
her
right.
sign an NDA, I think.
Yeah, well, there's that. Or not.
Can I say
using
something,
sexual
please? Lord
urges.
have mercy.
Okay, yeah, y'all go ahead.
I really can't hear. I didn't hear what you said because it was more than one person talking.
This is Tiffany. I've been trying to jump in I just wanted to ask a question. No, I wanted to say something about the whole other woman, the other lawsuit. That whole thing has that lady, you were saying she crazy, all that. I'm not gonna call the lady crazy, but that lawsuit, he went through that whole thing back in 2000.
Really?
Like 2010.
No, it was 2023 when the lady first
No, it's not. This the same lady from.
Let me just find the other lady's video. I'll be back.
This the same, but this is the same lady from 2010. She accused him back in 2010. This was actually a girlfriend. Said she was pregnant. I've been following him for a minute. Said she was pregnant. She accused him of when he was at CBS. He actually had to step aside from NFL Today because that's when the accusation came out. He was on CBS for a while, and he had to leave that job. And so she did. It's similar allegations. Not as far as the dog collar and all of that, but as far as the great allegations and the what's the other word out?
You gotta send me the tea, Tiffany.
The forcible,
all the context of the story. You
the
gotta
forcible rape.
No,
great.
well, not for well, the great and the well, that's what I was trying, but I was trying to figure out like what, because when you were saying it early on the other video, and I was like, wait, I know I've been following this man, and like you said, it would have been out there if it was something in New York. So, but that's what I'm saying. That lady, he's been dealing with her for a while. And it's a lot of tea. So that's why I wanted to jump in to find out so I can send you the tea to make sure that that's what
Okay,
I
we
didn't
just got
see.
a link from
I
Tane.
sent
Okay.
the link.
I didn't
Yeah.
see
Okay,
I
let me
didn't
hit
see
this
the
link.
lady's name, but to make sure that that's who she was talking about when you said she was crazy. That's, and like I said, I don't like to call people crazy, but that's what made me think that's who you was talking about. Yeah, he's been dealing with that for a while, and she's a white lady, and that's where that whole thing about him not getting on the elevator and with people, with women,
Oh.
a lot of that comes from that whole
Back to
situation.
he should have known better.
Oh wow.
Yeah, believe me,
Oh wow.
I'm
Hold on for a
definitely
minute, boo.
disappointed.
Hold on for a minute, boo. Tan, that's the current lawsuit. Or what Tiffany talking about is that like there's a separate litigation
Right, from 2023.
regarding a different woman.
I'll send a link.
But it's the same. But it's the same lady.
Right,
Though.
she updated it.
Right.
She withdrew it and then she redid
Yeah.
it.
But it's the same lady that is from 2010. So it's been ongoing
So,
between them.
so I
That's
was
what
about to
I'm
just ask you
saying.
that, Tiffany. So he has not been found guilty of anything, is what you're
No.
saying. It's an ongoing case.
Right. It's been from
Okay.
but from 2010, like it's been this late. I don't want to, but I'm gonna say it's almost like a harassment type thing. Like at one point, like I said, she said she was pregnant. So honestly, it's like from what Conscious said on the other video, how Tony Busby pulls stuff. It's almost like, okay, maybe Conscious, what you saying, it might be coming to fruition, because now that we talking about it, and if you look at some of this, I'm gonna send you some of the stuff on this other lady. He might be pulling some stuff from that other, because
that's
it's
what I
been
want.
ongoing.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to clarify before I sent you the
Yeah.
information.
Okay, yeah.
I definitely
please do that. Because I need
Wait a minute, did you see what Sandra said in here? She said the lawsuit was dropped, then she got married and tried to kill her husband. She's in prison, and she just filed again in 2020.
That's the other part.
There you
But
go.
some of their lawsuits do align in things that he has said. I'm gonna make it to where you another man won't never want to be with you, or something along those lines. He said
But
that
this was our point, Pan, is because it's two different attitudes that we can have about that. Sometimes abusers a lot of times do have a pathology and a pattern. So I mean, it could be a pattern. Also, though, like I was saying in my last live, like Tiffany was saying, because I know how Tony Busby get down, I wouldn't be surprised, especially since he the one who mentioned that prior litigation. I wouldn't be surprised if he read over that litigation and made sure to include things that woman was accusing Shannon of prior, to make it look more credible with his client, that this was also happening in this case. Because Tony is very clever. He's a very cunning, clever attorney, like all attorneys are supposed to be. So either Shannon Sharpe is an abuser and has an abusive pathology, or he done found himself conveniently in a situation with women who have ended up disgruntled. And
yes, Conscious. That's what it is, and that's why I'm upset.
Definitely.
Like I said, I've been following him for a minute, and so I'm just like, how do you let your platform grow like this? And yes, I mean, and I know rumors you was like, well, why y'all, saying why you let, but I do feel like, how did you get to this point? You know what road you've already been down with women, and you back here again?
baby.
Sir.
Baby, hold on, baby. I don't want you to hear this. I want you to hear this truth, and I want you to imagine that it's God using my voice right now. Tip. I want you to hear me, babe. I'm gonna say it real slow. It's because he's a man, baby. He's stupid.
Okay, we gotta be able to be stupid too as women. Oh my gosh, they can't both be stupid.
No, here is the thing. Okay, hold on. So here's another integral part. I mean, even though, you know, this live ain't supposed to be getting into all of this, but I'm going to say this. Because of my own personal experience of being a public figure and being in relationship to other public figures, I do have to make space for the fact that when you are a public figure, this is what people are going to come for when they are disgruntled with you for one reason or another. They're going to come for your public image. If you happen to be a public figure who also happens to have coin, you may also find yourself litigating with disgruntled employees, old friends, ex-girlfriends and boyfriends, because people cannot take falling out with a public figure without retaliating a lot of times in this fashion. So with me just being a public figure myself, and I've had ex-boyfriends try to fucking slander me. I've been through it myself. I ain't never had no shit like this accused of me, but I've had to deal with just disgruntled folk doing the fucking most over a common argument or over a breakup, and this is always what they got to come for, is the public image. So I'm not surprised that Shannon Sharpe, because to be honest, there's nothing he honestly can do. Shannon Sharpe will have to be willing to just not have any type of social relationship to anybody in order to, and even that wouldn't save him, because just being a public figure and being a wealthy man makes him a target all by itself, which is why you have people that have all out just made fictitious claims against celebrities. Look at Jane Doe. She ain't never met goddamn Jay-Z a day in her fucking life. She ain't never met P. Diddy a day in her life. They never been to a concert, a show, no nothing. So, you know, just being somebody with means alone makes you a target. Y'all don't even have to have no proximity to each other, yet alone, you know, if there also happens to be proximity. So because I know the way that public figures get preyed upon, I know what my own experience has been as a public figure, I do have to make space for the fact that, look, you know, unfortunately, he may find himself riddled, you know, with a lot of allegations as he just continues to be Shannon Sharpe, a man with means, and every woman he fucked has the opportunity to weaponize, you know, a sexy night. A Michelle could come out and claim she got raped in that audio. She could weaponize, you know, her intimacy with him. These are just, it's not really but so much you can do to stop people from lying on you and preying on you when you are a part of the have group, not the have-nots, but the have groups. And I feel sorry for the wealthy and public figures in that way, because there isn't really no safeguards to prevent something like this from happening to you. You could have an ex that can weaponize the whole fucking relationship, which might have been completely consensual. It might have been loving. You might have been the best lover they ever had. And that hoe get to come out here and call you a fucking abuser and claim you've been putting your hands on them and you've been human trafficking their ass for 5 years and just put you through the fucking ringer criminally or civilly, because that's just what's allowed to happen. It's just what's allowed to happen. So when it comes to the situations that like well-known people and or wealthy people end up in, for me, like, you know, I have to consider all that nuance and bring that into this equation. I can't even make it about, well, how many people have accused. I mean, I can't even rest on that. You know, I can't totally say because, oh, this is an ex-boyfriend or ex-husband or a ex-wife that makes it any more true, because I just know how people get down when it comes to their issues with public figures. And I'm gonna tell you what really creates this grievance in real life, right? In normal civilian life, two civilians dating each other, you break up, you divorce, people go their separate ways. That person goes off to Utah, you go off to Atlanta, Georgia, and get your groove back. Y'all move into different spaces. The thing that makes it hard for people to get over public figures is because as a civilian, you get to watch me still go glow up. And that is what triggers you. And now you have to go and try to destroy that, because you can't take me out of your algorithm. You got to see me. You got to see me on the billboards.
Especially if you did something to me, for real, for real.
Yeah,
Because,
yeah. And it may not have even been anything criminal. I may have just broken your heart. The relationship just may not have worked out. I may just, be done with the relationship. Whatever you perceive as the non-criminal offense is all that you need to make this shit a criminal situation, because you in your feelings and because you got to see me all the time through my celebrity. You're triggered, and then you're watching me be adorned by the public, which is also triggering, because in your mind, I'm the big bad guy because I hurt your feelings, because I broke your heart. So you got to go get into this shit and fuck all this shit up because you don't know how to emotionally regulate properly. And now you got to come and create out of being disgruntled, out of being angry, out of being heartbroken and sad, which would be all things I wouldn't be directly impacted by per se if I was just also a regular civilian. But because I'm not, this makes the relationship more intense, and it makes the separation also more intense. And there's another component here, right? Most Americans are striving toward trying to be successful in their lives. Most people want financial success. So also, when you embark upon a dynamic, either sexually or romantically, with a person with means, you get a taste of a life you've never had. When it comes to breakdown, right? Either you get fired from the brand, you get terminated for whatever reason, maybe even good cause, or you get broken up with, because guess what? People are allowed to break up with you. It's not illegal to just not want to be with you no more. It's not illegal to just be done with the relationship. And now you've also been introduced to a way of life through lifestyle. All this shit becomes triggering and undealt with. And a lot of times people don't know how to adapt. They don't know how to go back. This is such a severe psychological toll on people that the courts now have put in place that a person can get alimony, that they have to be supported almost equally in the way they lived alongside you, because the psychological transition from wealth back to your poor shit is so extreme that one of the only ways it can really be mitigated is by continuing to give you access in some way to said lifestyle, aka spousal support, alimony, or even the child support is regulated according to the wealth of your parents' income. So, there's all these elements that just go into creating what can be a very fucked up situation as a public figure and as a wealthy person, and dating people and befriending people and having a business and having employees, and people just getting mad for whatever reason, upset for whatever reason, and retaliating against you in the worst kind of possible way. And that Jay-Z case should have really opened up our eyes to how actually vulnerable wealthy people are, how vulnerable celebrities are, that they can, just by literally existing, somebody can decide to take charge against your ass. Okay. Imagine if that person actually had proximity to that person. Now it makes your claims look believable because you had proximity, when what you're saying can still be very fucking untrue.
And can I address this? How can he keep falling into this trap? Because listen, look, everybody falls into the trap. Women are one of the most smartest between the two. Honestly speaking, since we're talking about smartness, women emotionally and intelligently are even more smarter than men, but yet they keep falling into the same trap of the no good barnyard rat suit wearing mofo. So everybody falls into the trap. It's not relegated to your age. It's not relegated to your wealth. It's not relegated to anything. Somebody has always got your number. That's just how it goes. He rolled the cubes and he crapped out. That's what happens. Just like everything. Everything is a risk, and you don't know who knows what, and you don't know what type of power they hold over you until you get into a situation where you're going, holy crap, how did I get in this? And everybody goes through that. Nobody's exempted from that.
Okay. I agree that nobody's exempt from being called out. However, okay, I guess listening to the public figure aspects of things, and then the feminine know-how at young ages of us women having our shit together in our minds. We supposed to be able to manipulate and come over a man and seduce them. I mean, shit, if you were bad enough bitch, you should be able to seduce almost any man. But then again, if you fall in love with one of them, then you're going to put up with more shit with them. And I'm not saying this woman fell in love with him, or maybe she fell in like, or maybe she fell in, he giving me something, and so I'll give him something back until it's not that. But I guess I kind of feel like, okay, when it comes to being a public figure, you got means that the average person doesn't have. And me as a person, I have never been raped before. I've never, or raped before, or molested before. But I have been close to those things, and I got myself out of that shit. It was by moment decision for me to get out of that shit. Okay. So when it comes to somebody having dominance, or sometimes these public figures, they have been popular people over their lifetime, and they get a lot of people on their side and say, because I do this certain thing, my talent is so great that y'all gonna like me. Like, I mean, duh. And so we're not going to believe anything anybody has to say against me, because I'm the best. Like, what? That kind of mentality is in some of these people. And especially if you got some dollars to go with that mentality, then let me just shut them down. Like, who do you fucking think you are, ho? You might have thought that you had some kind of ability to use somebody else, but I got dollars to tell that other person that you think that you using, that I'm gonna use you, right, boo? Okay.
Yeah, but
okay.
Yeah, but see, that might not necessarily be this case with Shannon Sharpe. Shannon Sharpe, for all we know, could be a good dude who got caught up in the thinking that he can form an agreement with somebody who had no intentions of honoring anything they ever said. Couldn't it be that way, though? Couldn't it be that way? It could actually
But
be that
he
way.
might have. I mean, see, that's why I'm saying, like, what's inside of these text messages? Did he tell this young lady that, yeah, I'm gonna put a baby in you, girl? Yeah, I'm gonna do that shit. I'm gonna bust you up with this baby,
and that's okay, because all that is consenting and allowed. I think that what he was proving is the fact that, like, she tried to represent this as him just pursuing her and pretty much forcing her into a relationship, for the last 2 years.
But
So
she never went up to him, though.
So he had to show that this was a mutual exchange. This woman was just as into me. She is desiring me. She's also pursuing me. She's also attracted to me. She's wanting sexual engagement. She said this is not some one-sided situation like she's painted it, like she's painting it to be. And to his point, she ain't share once again with us that she was an ass eater. It took Shannon to share that.
And why is this now coming out now that the man is about to get 100 million? Why is it coming out now? Why didn't she come out 2 years ago?
They've been in this whole this
relationship, right?
No,
yes,
not
you're right.
Relationship, but the mediation. They have been in mediation for 2 months.
So how long do you think she's been mediating? How long?
2 months.
2 months. So wait a minute. So they had a 2-year relationship.
$100 million.
So wait a minute. They had a 2-year relationship.
Hold on, Todd. Wait a minute, because let's be clear. Shannon has been discussing. Now they went and they, dropped a little bit more, like, with the big contract. But he's been talking about this ever since the Michelle thing about, how much money he's making. They got these deals coming in. He's been bragging on that show for a good minute about the bag and how much, they got deals coming up and they about to blow up. You make even more money. That ain't nothing new.
But let me ask you this, right?
That I
So
did
they've
not
been in
know,
the
Boomer.
so wait a minute. They've been in negotiations for just 2 months.
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
Okay, so again, why now? It's only they've been negotiating for 2 months. So for 2 years, what has happened for those 2 years?
Obviously, she got raped twice in her words.
In her words, right? So we're just believing everything she says, right?
I'm not saying I believe everything that she says. I feel like she was being stupid in certain points, but at the same time, like, we can get all the way up to doing business, and I'm gonna tell your ass no, and you gotta respect that. And I don't know if he respected that the entire time.
Well,
So
I mean, but that's by her. So
okay, hold on. So I
wait
got
a
a
minute.
question because Todd already pretty much done said this. Why did she continue to take his calls? Why did she never get the police involved? And why did she continue to see a man even after he had brutally raped her the first time?
Right.
That's exactly what I'm saying about. Okay, all right. So
Oh
in
yes,
his text
okay, we're
messages,
listening.
let's go with his text messages because
Okay.
she did say that she wanted his baby juice to make a baby for him, and she wanted to lick his thing to in order
And
to
as a woman who's
marry
been so
him.
disempowered, and for a woman who's been so disempowered this whole relationship, she wanted
That
to be
sounds like Stockholm to me, though.
she
Okay,
wanted
but
to be
okay.
subjugated. She wanted to be subjugated and tied up with a dog collar and everything else.
Sound like BDSM to me. Sounds like it's a lifestyle to me. You know what
Oh,
you know what this
you
is
can say
also
that,
given?
but it don't
Yeah,
even have to be that.
and you know what this is also given? You ever heard of the term being little, right? She could be a little. She literally could be a little. I had to research this stuff. There are people who act childlike, right, in these daddy dom situations. So
At a
what she
19-year-old, yeah, of course she could be little. Of course she could
Yes.
be.
Yes,
Okay.
so just the
Come
same way a
on.
19-year-old can be about getting her coin
And
on
he could
OnlyFans too, right?
He
I
could
mean, I'm
be
not saying, just saying, right?
I'm not trying to just be on the white lady side and stuff.
I don't know.
No, I got mixed daughters, so yeah, I guess I'm on my half white daughter sides. Okay, yeah, okay.
Okay, so you have some implicit bias, right?
In bias?
You have some implicit bias, right? You're biased in this
But I could
situation,
also
right?
say a white man raped me too, and he could also say that I raped him because we was both horny. Whatever. Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. So see, and that's what we're talking about, right? People are putting their implicit biases in this instead of looking at the facts on both sides and thinking about this rationally. Could there be a strong possibility that both people are lying? Sure is. Right? Could there be a strong possibility that one person's telling the truth? Sure is. Could there be a strong possibility that she's telling the truth? But here's one thing I can tell you. There's 3 sides to every story. His side, her side, and the truth. And God knows what's happening between the two. All right? But for this here, we have to let this play out in court. See, a lot of people are playing this in the wrong court. The court of public opinion is not a court. In the immortal words of Conscious, who have said this many a times, right? A tennis court is not a court of law. A basketball court is not a court of law. The court of public opinion is not a court. The law is the court, right? So that's what I said. It'll be interesting to see what's going to happen when this goes to a court of law and they start digging into discovery, if it goes that far, if Tony Busby don't drop the lawsuit before that, because he's notorious for that crap too.
Okay, but he has won in whatever basketball player suit that was back then. So
yeah, but he's also
I'm not
lost
trying
against Jay-Z, right?
Yeah, I'm not trying to.
Okay,
but
right.
Jay-Z did a different thing than Mr. Sharpe did.
This is kind of similar. I don't know. This is kind of
He
similar.
most definitely filed a defamation suit before as a John Doe himself and let the lady still be a Jane Doe in order while he was filing that suit before he was publicly exposed, number one, and then number two, before he really went on that ass, started pouncing on Tony Busby. And so it was a different circumstance. I think that in the midst of
But I think
Shannon
it's,
Sharpe doing his
but I think
thing.
it's less about the circumstance and more so about like who we now understand Tony Busby to be as a person.
Okay,
And
well, there's Tony Busby as a person, and then there's Shannon Sharpe, because I have seen clips here and there, and like I said, I haven't known who Shannon Sharpe was until 2024.
I didn't know who Gabrielle was until it was pointed out she was OnlyFans.
Exactly.
That's
I didn't know who
Chris Power
that
out
lady
there
was.
too.
But I know as a woman, I have been in fear for my life around plenty of men. I don't know the numbers of men feeling in awe of their life or scared
Well, Shannon
for their
Sharpe
life.
now, because look what's happening to him.
Okay, maybe now, but it's still not like she gonna stand up and like try to stab him or nothing. She ain't doing
But
none of that.
see again. You're catastrophizing this whole situation, man.
Say that
You're
again.
starting from one.
What'd you say?
You're catastrophizing. You're starting off with one point, and by the time that you get down to the last point, it is so extreme, right? Because now you're putting your implicit biases in there. You're putting a lot of things in. You're putting a lot of things in the salad that's not in this salad.
The jury might even think of all these various angles.
But girlfriend, we got to get there first. The man's already guilty in your eyes before you even get there.
I just know that he's a big.
See, look at you. I just know
hold
that
on, y'all. So now, if this is an indictment against people who are 6'1" and taller, I mean, my God, I mean, are we now going to criminalize stature?
All my life.
Criminalize weight now? I mean, just like how this is
in trouble, man. I'm 6'1", like 230. I'm in trouble, boy.
You're in big trouble.
Dang, they shouldn't have done that tall. I wouldn't have been scared. Like, okay.
Conscious, I found the July 31st. I just sent it July 31st.
Okay, yes, thank you. I'm getting them in the inbox. Yes.
But why? And I don't know if somebody already said it, but it literally said.
Your audio out, Tiff. Can you hear me, Tiff?
That's Tony Busby taking her up out of there before she putting out some information.
You know it. Damn.
What he do, man.
Tiff audio out. Hold on, y'all. Let me try to get Tiff. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna drop you, Tiff, and drop the link again. See if you can come up. Go ahead, y'all. I'm gonna drop the link for Tiff.
But yeah, you can't form an opinion about the man before it's proven, right?
Well, okay. All right. Dang.
I mean, that's fair, right? That is fair, right?
Okay. As a woman, I just have certain things that I see when I deal with men and just other women's stories about men. It's 1 in 4 women that get molested or raped or raped. I mean, sorry, by the time they are age of a majority. So, like me as a mother, as well of 3 daughters, I'm not sitting up here trying to just cape for no dude. I'll treat them. I'll teach them the game as best as I know it. But we also got to look at all sides of things. And right now, the jury is out on him being right and her being wrong, or them both being somewhat like delusional in their thinking of dealing with one another. I think they're both delusional in how
hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me get Tiff and then Sandra in here super quick. Tiff, are you back? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just gonna say real quick. In this, it looks like it was the defamation suit. Like I said, they've been going back and forth, but there's a line in here that literally says, she says that Shannon made the statement that he's why it keep going away. That's how. Hold on.
Because I'm gonna cover all this tomorrow too.
Because I wanna read it just like.
Oh, you got you sent the also this is the original filing from old girl.
Yeah, for the New York. It says so okay, so just real quick. So apparent now this the same scenario where he met up with somebody, another woman. She got upset, and so he comes to her place, and in the midst of them having an argument, she says that they had a sexual encounter. So that's in the very first paragraph.
Mm.
And
Oh.
then right here, she says that after coercion, blah, 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 that Shannon says that he's going to make it so no other man would want me.
Yeah,
Who else said that?
Tony Busby would have had access to these filings and been able to scourge through and definitely, you know, put the story together. Because remember, even Jay-Z's investigator said that pretty much like, you know, like they got Jane Doe pretty much on recording saying that Tony Busby helped her to coerce her story, you know, to curate her allegations against Jay-Z. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't even know why she would choose Tony Busby to represent her, because she just coming in with a deficit. But
yes,
it's either that Shannon is an abuser and he has a pathology,
right?
Or they just did their homework before they filed to make thing look more credible for Miss Gabriella. But I'm gonna read all of this shot. I told you, the Conscious crew got real masters in nosology, y'all.
Right.
Maybe they can find the things, honey.
And let me just make clear and to the other lady, I don't have my glasses on, so I can't see names. I'm not caping for Shannon, mind you. Now, like I said, yes, I'm a big football fan. I like his sports analysis. However, just like Conscious said, if he wrong, he wrong, and I'll be the first to get on here, get on social media, and call him out. But I have followed him for a long time before the whole glow up. So that's why I'm just like, and I've seen what he's already been through with similar allegations. So that's why I'm passionate. I'm not caping, I'm just passionate about the whole situation.
Yes.
So I just want to make that clear.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna drop down because I just got off work.
Thank you for putting in that work, boy. I appreciate that. I'm gonna come through and get into it tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, bro.
All right.
I'm going to get our Sandra up in here, who has a lot to say about the case. So, hey, Sandra.
Hey.
Hey, Bo.
Hey. Look, the attorney came on today and said that lawsuit that is really not a lawsuit. It is something that she filed from jail. She filed it from jail. It was dismissed 3 times. She bought it back in 2023, and she can't get a lawyer to represent her, so she's representing herself.
Oh,
and then and they said that she's in jail. She used to mess with Shannon, and she started stalking him, and then she turned around and put a restraining order against him after she was stalking him. And then she got married. Her and her husband had a big falling out. She claimed it was about Shannon, and she tried to run him over, and she injured him and went to jail. She's in jail right now. And Tony Busby, all he had to do was pull that information and put it into his lawsuit that he's filing with old girl.
Absolutely. Oh my God. Who was the attorney, Sandra, who came on? Who was the attorney?
Simone Redwine. She got
Simone, that's my girl.
Get on, go to Simone's baby. She broke it all the way down.
Oh my God. Gagging right now.
And see, and that's what I'm talking about right there. We're trying to, and see, and this is what I'm talking about right here, right? And in the eyes of a lot of people, the man's guilty. It went from, man, he's got this one case to having 2 cases against him. But see, nobody tell you these things. And see, and that's what I'm saying. You got to wait till these things go to an actual court and not the court of public opinion, right?
You got to follow the facts. Gotta follow the facts, honey.
Absolutely, baby. Simone broke the whole thing down.
The whole thing down.
And she said, hey, this woman, she says, not even a suit. She filed something from jail.
Wow.
And apparently Tony Busby saw what she had filed it, and I guess she didn't have an attorney. She's representing herself.
Yeah.
So he decides that he's going to take part of her suit where she was saying stuff and said it's a similar thing. But the only thing different is they threw hers out twice, and she filed it again in 2023, and no attorney is representing her. She's representing herself.
Now, let me say this. Now, how much were you willing to bet that Tony Busby will come out and say Shannon Sharpe has already been sued 3 times for this already?
No, but that's the thing. He said it. He did say it. He said it in the lawsuit. He was like, he's got another current litigation of a woman claiming similar allegations to my client. He brought up the whole time.
But he didn't tell the fact that she was,
he didn't tell the truth, though.
And that she was in jail for attempting to she's in there for vehicular attempted murder or something, or damage, something to that nature. And she's in jail. So she sent this information from jail.
She might have, but
no, he didn't tell that part.
Not true. I guess I feel like it could possibly still be true.
Girl, bye.
You can say girl, bye all you want.
Ain't no such.
But
look, I'm not taking up for Shannon, but let me tell you about women, because I'm a woman myself and I run in that circle because I was with a Major League Baseball player and I know how women's are. So don't tell me about he could still be this and that, because women prey, just like men prey, women prey on men that's in sports, and not just sports, but have lots of money.
Right. Oh, they don't like that kind of teaching, Miss Sandra. They don't like that kind of teaching, baby.
I'm going to give it to them whether they like it or not. Because let me tell you something.
It could
baby,
be
I used to work them streets, baby. I'm here to tell you, I used to be out there when I was in that circle. I knew where the players were. I knew what parties there was. I was invited to them. So don't tell me what a woman won't do to get to a man, especially when she's trying to come up.
Okay, there are things that some women are willing to do in order to come up. But even in the midst of, regardless of you trying to come up or not, just sustain where you're at, some people you can say, like, I don't give a fuck how much you have. I am not gonna subject myself to whatever you got going on. Like I just kind of feel like a woman can say no at any point in time, but at the same time, men are stronger, just in general, most of the times. Most women ain't saying, okay, in their minds, I can take him and he got me bent over like this.
First of all, you ain't got no business putting yourself in that position. Number one, when you walk into a man's house and he already done sent a car for you, you know you're not going over there to play tic-tac-toe. You're going over there to satisfy that man, sweetheart. So I don't care how you try to twist and turn it. That woman has a whole lot. She knew Shannon. She didn't just meet him in the gym. She knew who he was. He played football with Denver Broncos. He played with Baltimore. He was a high-profile athlete. She knew who he was. Don't get it twisted.
Can I jump in here real quick?
Okay, go ahead.
Because I don't agree with the fact of, just because, even if we made an agreement for me to come over and do something, that I have to follow through with it. I have the right as a human being to have a change of heart. I want to just give clarity to that, because that's almost like it's borderline like victim shaming.
No, it's not victim shaming. What I'm telling you.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead, Rumor, so I can tell you what I'm saying.
No, I promise you, I understand what you're saying because I don't believe that's the case here.
Right.
I
But
want to be clear.
but see, what I'm
I don't
telling you
believe that's the
is
case here.
she have the right. You're correct. She has the right to say no. But if you're going over to a man's house at a certain time of the night, and you don't know this man, and you go upstairs, get on his bed, lay down. Please tell me what do you expect? If you that scared or you don't want to do nothing, get up and leave when he go in the bathroom. He doesn't
No, I
speak
agree.
to
That's
you.
why I'm being
Yeah, I do
specific.
agree.
That's why I say specifically. I don't believe that is the case here. I don't believe
Yeah.
that she ever was in jank. She felt threatened. I don't feel like she
Right.
had a change of heart. None of that. I don't believe that. But I just want to give clarity
Yes, I
because
understand
the
exactly what
reality
you're
is,
saying.
yeah, even if
I
that
know.
was the case, and even if she changed them, I don't care if it was 2 o'clock in the morning versus 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
But she
People
didn't change
do
her mind.
change. People do change their minds, but in this
Absolutely.
particular case,
I agree
I
with
don't
you.
think she. Yeah, in this case, I don't feel that way at all whatsoever.
Right.
I definitely believe that,
But that's
and
what
I
we're
don't think
talking
she. I
about.
don't. I hold on. I want to give clarity. I don't
Hmm.
even think that this young lady had feelings for him. I think the only reason why she was triggered up by him and Michelle was because she always had a plan. In my opinion, she always had a plan of getting the bag out of this man, whether it was just for sexual purposes or a long-term bag, i.e., put that big black baby up in me.
Yeah.
I believe when she found out and that leak came out about the Michelle, she found out she was not so special, and there was another
Correct.
player in the game,
Correct.
and due to that, she more than likely felt like, damn, I ain't pregnant yet, and this may not be this may not work in my favor. There's somebody else involved, and this is not guaranteeing me a long-term bag out of this man.
At the
Rumors.
same time, I just wonder.
Let me tell you something.
Okay.
Shannon has a show called Nightcap, right?
Mm-hmm.
And on his show, he would tell you that he purchases the best of the best for his women. He would tell you he pays rent. He buys cars. He tell you you don't have to do anything if you're involved with him. He don't make it no secret that he do not like older women.
But you
He
gotta
said he
stay
liked younger
involved
women.
with him. You
Mama,
gotta
I
stay
said
So
that to them earlier.
he makes that perfectly clear. But what
Yes.
I'm saying is from experience, every woman have the right to say no. Every
at
woman
any
has that right.
point or no?
But
At any point, do they have
at
to
any
say
point,
no?
she has the right
Okay,
to say
all
no.
right.
But not one time did she say when she went to his house that she said no.
You right. Now you right, Auntie.
She
Mm-hmm.
didn't say it,
Well,
baby.
don't you want to get out alive? It
She
depends
didn't say
on.
not one time. She didn't say not one
Yeah,
time.
but how many? But he didn't say one time. How many times he said that he was gonna choke her or kill her, or we don't know how many
But if
times.
that,
Girl, did you
but
hear him
if
say
that
he
is,
was
And you
gonna
like,
choke her?
and
He
if
didn't say
somebody's
he was
telling
gonna
you
choke
that and
her.
you and they
I mean,
domain,
he
ain't
didn't
you
say he
trying to
was
get
gonna
out?
kill her. Did he say he was gonna kill her?
He did say that,
He did not say he was gonna kill her. He said he was gonna choke her. Remember, she
okay,
wanted a damn
Joker.
dog collar around her neck.
He said if you do,
Right.
these are on audio. We
Girl,
have audio again.
this girl wanted a dog
Tan
collar
is leaving
around
out
her
the
neck.
fact that she want a dog collar
Yeah, she
around
want a
her neck.
dog collar, and I want you
I
to
didn't
do
say that.
all this shit.
No, I want to reason out the part where he had said that he wanted to. What did he want to do? Dang,
you said choke her.
not
Yeah,
just
she said
no.
that. She
Oh
said she
yeah.
wanted him to choke her.
And I
Well, he
don't want, and
also
this is the
said that
thing
he
though,
was
I don't want,
choking, and then she verbally said that she didn't want to get choked in public.
Remember, she's setting him up, girl.
Okay.
She's recording him when she's saying this.
Okay.
but okay, but so are we gonna act like, let's be for real, everybody doesn't do it, but we're gonna act like people don't choke each other while they're having sex?
Oh, well,
Are we
I
gonna
don't get
act like
choked,
that?
baby.
I definitely get choked, baby. I get choked,
I
slammed,
don't
baby,
get
thrown,
choked,
turned
baby.
upside down, baby, with your way but loose.
She don't
You
get
tell
choked.
me we don't do it in public. I might
But
just choke
seriously,
you in public.
she said it. But see, when I don't understand why Shannon couldn't pick up on something when she kept saying, I don't want to do this. And I cried after you left, not while you was doing it to me, but after you
And
left.
she might
I
have done
started
it.
Here is the biggest thing. She was asking a man mid-grape, can he put on a condom?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But you raped and you never reported.
Anything to get you out of me. Anything to get you out of me. Okay.
No, hold on. See, that would be a fair assessment if she also didn't allow him to do it again.
Right.
She had that experience and then got back in proximity with him, and this happened again.
It brings me to
and all this is happening with no legal or criminal investigation on her behalf.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And no medical intervention. And no medical
That's
intervention.
what I was just about to say, Conscious.
Hold on, because now I'm curious. Now I'm real curious because see, the story is falling completely apart because, like, once again, I'm a gay man, so I've indulged in experience anal sex, both the receiver and the giver. First of all, I can't imagine anybody being great without needing medical intervention. I mean, people can choose not to get medical intervention, but I would probably find that if you get anally sodomized, that would be catastrophic, considering that even consensual anal sex can be brutal all by itself, yet alone.
Yes, Lord.
That alone that is a forced experience on you. Now, mind you, since we're going to give it that being anally sodomized would definitely be brutal upon one's genitals, she gonna have to make it make sense how she was able to consistently do OnlyFans material without no bruising in sight, no damages, no bruising. She's been an OnlyFans model for how long? She probably was the OnlyFans models when they met.
Maybe a year, because if they met at 19, she can only be OnlyFans at 18. That's all I'm a.
And she 20, and they only met 2 years ago. So this only a 2-year relationship. So
right, and so she can only be
she was doing
18.
So with that being said, they gonna be able to show where was the aftermath, especially depending upon how consistent she uploads to her OF account, because her body would demonstrate all this bruising and damage and all this battery and all this sexual assault. But if she's been consistently putting out content showing her body and her genitals, she gonna have to. That's another thing. She's gonna have to make sense.
Yeah, especially if she put out content like the day after she filed the damn lawsuit, right?
That's
but wait a minute. Even question using a rational mind. Okay, she did. Let's say she chose not to. She didn't want to seek legal action, right? As far as criminal action, but you asked this man to use protection during the graping. You would not then go and seek medical attention because he refused to use a condom. You would not then go and seek medical attention in order to make sure that everything, let's say you didn't do it the following day. So you wouldn't go and seek it like a week, 2 days later, 3 days later to make sure you haven't contracted anything? Make it make sense.
Well, I look, let me tell you something. What bothered me about the whole thing. Shannon could not pick up on the fact that this girl is recording him because she's asking him different things, and I'm like, couldn't you pick up on something strange was going on? And normally he said he do not go to women's house. They have to come to him. So why all of a sudden you go to her house? You don't pick up on that, and he gets a lot of responsibility too, because she was asking him all these questions. I don't want you to hurt me. Don't choke me. When you left, I was crying. What do you mean? And I'm like, and I would have said, what are you talking about?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I can see why he was very, I don't want to use the word gullible, but why he was foolish in appeasing her, especially when making it about the Michelle thing or whatever the case may be. He may have felt, whether this was a financial, sexual, consensual relationship, he may have felt in that moment, okay, she's caught feelings. She's caught feelings. So, I'm going to appease her a little bit to calm her down. You know what I mean? Like, because I somewhere he may have felt like this is a good thing that I have going with her. She, you know what I mean? She's willing to let me be is freaky and kinky as I want to be. And I just want to soothe her. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to ruin this, arrangement that I have with her. You know what I mean? Like I can see him, because when the Michelle stuff came out, when he talked about it on Nightcap, everybody was clowning him, this and the third. There was, like, for me, I felt a little uneasy energy from him, even though they laughed about it and everything. I could tell that he was not really comfortable with the fact that this had been exposed, even though I still don't understand how the hell he was able to go live and not be aware that he went live. You understand what I'm saying? Like, something just did not add up with that
Well, I
situation for
said
me.
that. I said myself that I do not
I don't
believe
know
it was
if
a
he was.
mistake. I believe it was done on purpose. But I also, what I'm saying is, when she was talking to him, listen, look, Shannon would tell you, he do not go to women's house. But that, he said, I don't
But he
even get
came
on
to
the
her.
elevator. He said, I don't even get on the elevator. And I didn't even know he had moved to Vegas. I know he talked about it. But my question is, she said she lived there too. So I'm like, did she follow him there or what? What is going on here?
She said there were different reasons, but I also wonder though, when it comes to him, what your last point, Miss Sandra, you had said something about
listen, the man trusted the girl. He
Yeah,
trusted her.
he let it
She
go
maneuvered
down.
him.
Okay.
Thank you.
He let it
Because
go
I was going to
down.
say, let's not act like people don't get caught up. Like, it's always an exception to the rule. You know what I mean?
Right?
Like,
Right?
like
He
she could,
maneuvered
that's
him.
why I keep saying, I feel like she probably was the best sexual partner he ever had in his life. Like, I don't
She
understand.
maneuvered him into a space to where he was socially comfortable with her. Yes, for 2 years, no issues for 2 years. He's like, she's the one. I'm good. And this happened, right?
Baby, she was not the one. Trust me.
Could have possibly fell in love with that dude, especially with the wording that she was saying about putting some baby juice up in here.
But how you thought? Well, this is my question.
Probably
You don't supposed to care about him. You think
time.
he's not attracted to you, so you're about. She's
Hold
about
on, not
that money,
attracted to
baby.
you? No,
She said,
he
I'm not
was most
attracted to him.
definitely attracted to her.
She said she was
No,
not
she said,
attracted to him. She said, I'm not. She talked about, first of all,
So
if I go to somebody's house and they open the door and don't speak to me and don't talk to me,
That
I'm
part.
out the door.
Come on now. Come
That
on now.
part.
That's what I'm gonna
As a
do.
woman,
I'm gonna have
even
enough
I'm not trying
respect
to
for myself. I don't care if I'm a fans only woman or whatever. I am. If he
Fans
open that door and do not speak to me and won't talk to me, I'm out the door. Because first of all, I demand respect.
well, there's
but
that.
I
But
just
she
don't.
I'm not gonna go in no man's
as
house.
a young woman, I don't know if she knew that part. But okay, since she was only able to be a OnlyFans model or whatever at 18, she got a year experience on doing the corn networks. So okay, all right. This woman,
I'm thinking she got more experience than
I was
that.
about to ask her.
She might have,
She got tons of years experience.
but she got maybe 6 years of experience versus any man.
How
I'm
do
not
you
saying
know?
I'm
How
not.
do you know?
Okay, all right.
How do you know how much experience she has?
Maybe 6, because I'm thinking 12, 13 is probably where she got active, if she was that active in order to be able to do an OnlyFans page.
I'm
That's
telling
just
you,
in my mind, but
I'm telling you how the play is going to be, right?
You think
the play is
she got
going.
19 years of experience?
I
Is that
believe
what
the
y'all
play.
But you're assuming that a person has to have years of experience to feel comfortable doing anything. Like when it comes to motivation for a bag, you could have you could be literally one day, not even a day. You could be an hour in experience. People do things for desperate measures, and you know what I mean, just for fame, for the dollar, whatever the case may be. Motivate the money is a hell of a motivation for a lot of people. Morals go the fuck out the. I don't even want to say that morals, because I don't feel like. You know what I mean? Like I don't believe in sex shaming people. Like I'm too liberal to be like even shaming this girl for even like trying to go out get this man for a bag. I think though, to lie out of being vindictive because things are not going your way anymore. That's what it feels like to me. Like things was working in her favor. And once she found out there was another woman, like solidified, found out. She probably always thought and assumed. But once that shit hit the internet and there was clear evidence that there was another woman, and then he was up there on damn it nightcap, just the giggling and everything or whatever. Yeah,
So
she
I
became
wonder if
extremely
that's an
vindictive.
old. I wonder
But
if he
on
just rolled
Nightcap,
that beautiful being
remember
footage
on
when it
Nightcap,
came to that Michelle person. Could it be this other Michelle that he was dealing with 10 years before? I don't know.
No,
Like,
the girl
did he have a
Michelle is the
recording
one
and
that's
just
in
pushed
jail.
just played it? Was it actually live?
The
I'm just
Michelle
saying.
girl is in jail, honey. The
That's
other
just my thought.
Michelle he was dealing with is in jail, that he was dealing with in 2014, that ran over her husband and in jail.
Well, has he been filming or audio recording women as he's been, dealing with them intimately over the years? I don't know if he's been doing that, but I feel like later in the activities that
If he
he's
didn't,
been
he should
doing
have.
with this young lady, I feel like maybe she did start recording some stuff because she felt like blindsided. Maybe she could have felt blindsided by what he was doing, and she wasn't getting that on tape.
Or maybe
and
she could have been trapping him. I mean, I'm not saying, I'm just saying,
but
right?
I mean, he said it himself.
He filmed her also.
As a public figure, you should know. I can't say everything on the phone. I can't say everything. I can sit up here and I can show your text messages. I can't show mine. And I can't talk about everything on the phone with you. Like, I mean,
I don't think that's a fair, especially because whether it was on or if it was in person or whatever the case may be, people will trip you up. I just don't think that is a fair. Like I just don't think that is fair when it comes to public figures that they have to tame their real lives. You know what I mean? Like when it comes to them in their privacy with someone that they're involved
mob
with,
lord
and
would.
it's just
A mob lord
unfortunate.
would. I'm just saying, like, if you was a mob lord or if you was a dope boy, you would be monitoring your conversations. I'm not saying it's exactly the same, but I'm saying that it's close enough to say, okay, if we doing some deviant stuff on the other end, I might need to not say everything on this phone.
Look, that's a lie because Big U getting ready to be shipped up the river. That's a lie.
What do you mean it's a lie?
But I'm saying
Because
that doesn't even make
you
sense
gotta make sure
because
there ain't no lies. if you a public
Because his conversation with her.
I mean, we got all kinds of people talking on Clubhouse, right? So what I'm saying is this: it's not relegated. See, you can't paint it all as a monolith, and you can't do it because everybody is different. The level of comfort that you have with people is completely different. You like, for example, you wouldn't expect your mother to be, for example, here's an example. You wouldn't expect your mother to be recording your calls, would you? No, because you trust them. You have a certain relationship with that person, and you're not expecting that.
This girl for 2 years, and okay,
yes, for 2 years. That's a pretty long. That's a pretty long relationship for nowadays.
Hold on. For 2 years. Hold on. For 2 years, this man has trusted his body with this woman. Clearly, there was no protection used. So if I'm engaging with you and I'm doing everything and anything that you are allowing me to do with you, we're swapping our energies and our sexual fluids. Why the hell would I not be trusting in you to have an open conversation with you without thinking that you're going to record it and then turn around and weaponize it? I understand why he wanted originally wanted the NDA signed. And I believe that is because of the previous lawsuit allegations and things of that nature. But I also understand, even though I think he was foolish yet again, I understand why he just went with the flow and not tried to force her after a certain amount of times to get her to sign the NDA.
I'm gonna add something else to it. I want to add. Hold on.
Okay.
I want to add a part to that because I think the way he probably mitigated, even though Shannon Sharpe probably just didn't do a lot of thinking, but if he did, he probably lessened up on the NDA because she was an OF model. So he figured, okay, this woman has a whole brand. You know, she's in the quote unquote business. So he probably thought that would also offer some type of discretion because, you know, she's not going to want to be known as the girl who can't hold water, the girl who can't, you know, who is going to blow her back because, you know, through him, she got access to a whole nother plethora of clientele, etc. So he probably rested on the fact that, you know, she's a quote unquote a working girl. She's a professional. So he probably thought she was thinking she had more to lose and that she would consider, you know, being with the shits in this situation. Obviously, he underestimated her ass.
Let me tell you, Conscious.
And everybody has been weaponized in the age gap in her, like in her favor. Like he should have known better, this, that, and the third. And everybody keeps forgetting. Like it's so. What's crazy in this whole situation is how everybody continues to make him the villain. He's the one that fought for everything. Not you. I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. I'm saying because even to Conscious' point, hours earlier, like nobody wants to address the fact that she was a OF model. Nobody wanted to address that. Nobody wanted to address the fact that you take away the fact that she's an OF model, that she was literally selling herself. They had a sexual financial transaction. Nobody wants to acknowledge it. Everybody is just demonizing him for being older than her. He was supposed to know more than her, this and third. But again, as I stated earlier, she's the one that, damn it, finessed the fuck out of him. And nobody is taking it. And everybody that has come up here, okay, not everybody, but the majority of people that have come up here have literally demonized him and still made him the culprit in the entire situation. And it's just not looking balanced to me in a way where that this is a reality. People are criticizing him for being kooky and freaky. How do you can't criticize someone just because what I eat don't make you shit? Should not offend you. It should not offend you. This man is into whatever he's into. She's consenting. What's the problem? She's of age. What's the problem? Yeah, he got bamboozled, but at the end of the day, what's the problem? With the fact that they were two consenting adults, the courts are going to be based upon the evidence is going to determine whether or not he actually committed this crime or whatever the case. But what it sounded like is that even though she was a consenting adult, people are still saying he's at fault. He's at fault for choking her. Well, we know that in general, there are a lot of people when they have sex get choked. We know there are some people that are, how they say, she's a lady in the streets, but a freak in the sheets. Same difference for the men. We know these things. We know everybody's not a fucking squid and just lay flat on their fucking back and hold their legs and ankles up in the air.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
See,
I
when
just
he was saying with Shannon, let me tell you about the NDA. I have been approached to sign NDAs, and I said I have one also. So if I'm gonna sign one, you're gonna sign one.
Yeah, but he should have let her read it. He didn't let her read it
He
beforehand to
didn't
go
have to
over
let
it.
her read shit. She ought to have
Oh,
sense enough
okay.
to read
But
it
she's just supposed
herself.
to sign and just agree.
No,
Okay.
if she don't
All
sit
right.
up have enough sense to read it herself, baby, she been out there for
No,
a minute.
she wanted to read it. He said he couldn't give it to her to read it or go over it with a lawyer, except she signed it first and then he'll give her a copy. That's what it sounded like in the law.
Girl, that ain't
Wait a
what
minute. She
happened.
signed
That
the
is not
NDA?
what happened.
No, she did
That is
not.
not what happened.
She
Oh, okay. I'm
refused.
about to say, I
That
know.
did not
She
All
happen.
right,
couldn't
okay.
read
I
it.
didn't.
She couldn't
That
read it
didn't happen.
beforehand.
That did not
Oh,
happen. Do
that
not
was
say
just
that no
in
more.
what? Okay, all right.
That did not happen. He did
Okay.
not give her a paper and tell her to just sign it and then take it to her lawyer. First of all, it's just a legal document, and it says that you and him both are consenting, and you will keep it between the two of you guys. That is all that it says. If you break
Well,
that consentment, or he breaks that consentment, you have the right to sue him, or he has the right to sue you.
but
But they both
okay,
is
so let's be
consenting.
clear. All NDAs are not clear cut like that. There are things in NDAs where they speak where you can't discuss anything, not abuse, this and the third,
That's
whatever the
what I
case may
just
be.
said.
Do I
I
think
said
she
that.
was? Do I
I
think she
said
was
that.
wise? Do I think she was wise for not signing it?
Yes, I
Absolutely,
think
because
she
if she
was
did not
wise.
read it, she should not have signed it.
Right.
Do I think in the long run was he wise to not continue to press the issue and disengage until further
No.
notice? Absolutely, I think he was unwise
Right.
for not doing that. However,
Right.
like I think just the fact that people are looking at him like he should have known better, this, that, and the third. And as I stated about maybe 10 minutes ago, we're not going to act like as human beings we have not met a person that we have literally been foolish for. We felt a level of comfortability and we've gone against the grain of what our norm is. Like all of us have done that at one time or another. And if you haven't,
But
keep living because you're gonna do it.
And that's another
in the
interesting.
midst
Hold on,
of
hold on, hold on,
dealing with
hold on, hold on,
somebody,
hold on, hold on. I
okay.
want to answer two things super quick because there are some very important key points here that are really being pointed, and we do have to keep them in mind. First and foremost, I'm trying to understand how this man never turned you on, never became of interest to you, and yet you had a 2-year relationship where you had an emotional reaction to being cheated on. Make it make sense.
Absolutely.
For two.
Man, y'all
Hold
saying
on.
okay, I'm gonna bring up Faith and
The
Biggie in a
other
minute.
issue, I'm okay. The other issue is I don't understand how you didn't feel comfortable signing the NDA, but you felt comfortable being in this man's house and not knowing him and still not feeling sure about him, how you felt comfortable letting this man back in your space after he had brutally sodomized you one time before. But you wouldn't sign an NDA, but you allowing every other heinous behavior happen to you and putting yourself in situations that can result in the danger you're claiming was there in the lawsuit. But then separate all that. My whole thing is there's another historical component to this. We've seen this from white women against black men. That is a major talking point and something that has to be relevant to at least me as a black American, is the fact that this is a white woman accusing a black man of a crime, because we know historically from the Emmett Tills and all of the litigations that have had to be dissolved from white women preying on NFL players. That's also historical too. Y'all know how many white women over the course of the past 3 decades tried to file suit against black athletes. I mean, white women historically do this shit to black men. So it just makes this case even more dynamic in terms of how we have to weigh this shit and how we have to, figure out what the fuck is from what ain't in this situation. But yeah, that's all I want to
As
say.
I told you, as I stated to you last night, I'm questioning anything Tony Busby have to do with any lawsuits. His name
Oh yeah, and then it's the
alone.
corruption of the attorney on the damn. It's too many. Like it's too much foul play everywhere. It's too
But
much.
I'm
I
looking at
mean,
the
if black
I'm looking at
women,
his.
if black women ain't his cup of tea, then we can't hear no screams or being like he whistled at me round. We can't say that for black women that have dealt with Shannon Sharpe. But I do know that he got a 32-year-old, 30-year-old daughter. He got daughters. Okay.
He got 2 daughters and a son.
Okay, all right. So he got these children. But these children and that's the other thing. You don't even want to consult with your kids. Like, and I guess they don't have to. We grown, right? Y'all grown. I don't have to tell y'all who I'm messing with. But maybe you should have checked in with some folks that care about you to say, hey, should I be dealing with this woman over here? Do you like her? Anything to like save
why would that
me.
be?
Because I feel like
Hold on.
I
Why
feel
would
like
he need to do that when it comes to his sexual activities?
Correct.
Okay, so it's
This is
just
not.
sexual.
This is not a. This is just a sexual act. This is a sexual relationship.
I don't know if it's all the
This
way
is-
sexual because I think that she might have had feelings on her part. I really do. Just bringing up
okay,
cheating
so
in the
even me,
relationship and also
I'm going
bringing
to
up that she wanted him to put a baby in.
I'm going to entertain your theory that she caught feelings. Because that is something that is not unusual, even when even when it goes to a relationship just being sexual. People do develop feelings. However, that doesn't mean that his feelings changed towards her in a way that he wanted a relationship. I do believe that he did become extremely fond with her and comfortable with her in a sexual manner. I don't think that this man ever fell in love with her and caught feelings for her. But that's just because we're speaking hypothetically and making assumptions.
Yeah,
But
I'm not sure if he did.
Let's say she did catch feelings for this man. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? If there was no conversation and no establishment that this is going to be a committed monogamous relationship, what does that have to do with?
She thought it was.
anything?
Obviously, she thought it was, and did they have conversations of that? We don't have no
Did
text
she
messages of that. We don't have no.
No, she didn't think that. She did not
Did
think
she
that.
think it was? Or did
Because
she just
later
develop
on, the lady said that she felt for her well-being after she found out that he slept with whoever this Michelle is, even if it was current or it could have been years ago, that he recorded somebody else without their knowledge. Okay, she might have learned the game from him. Maybe he was recording her and sharing it, as she said in the lawsuit, with other people, and then she felt like, okay, since he can do that, two can play that game. Okay, I'm gonna record him and I'm gonna just let the world see what he been doing to me. I don't know all the different parts, but
yeah, your talking point just confused the hell out of me because we went from her having feelings and then the relationship, assuming the relationship became a committable relationship, right? To why she felt the need to record him and learning the game from him. And this, that, and the third.
Okay, all right. She said
Listen to me real quick. Please listen. Please listen. It makes no sense that she would be offended and upset if he recorded her without her knowledge, right? And shared her content, well, their videos, and she's upset that he showed other people when she's an OnlyFans content creator. Why would she be
you saying that can't nobody you're saying
No,
basically.
I'm literally trying to find the logic in that. How would you now? I
Yeah.
could
Okay.
see the. I'm letting the pendulum swing both ways. Check this out. I could see if she was offended if he recorded her, shared the information, like the video with others, and she didn't make a bag off of it.
No, it
But to
doesn't
be
even have to
offended
be that. To not even be
because she
aware
had.
of it. It's before the bag. It's like you didn't record me and shared it with people, and I didn't even know about that. It don't matter about the bag at that
He
point.
never did that.
You didn't get that. She said it in the lawsuit.
No.
And yeah, that just
Okay.
doesn't
All
add
right.
up to me because
I guess I got to
you're
go back and
creating.
read it again.
Okay, let
Maybe
me
I'm off.
explain something to you. I just said not too long ago that Simone Redwine, which is an attorney,
I watched
has
her
a
video
copy
too.
has a copy of the lawsuit. She broke everything down. The girl is, when you're doing a lawsuit, first of all, Busby is the one that wrote it up.
Okay, so she just think
Busby
that
wrote that.
that's
He looked at.
y'all
He
think that
went
is the
back.
script
He
that
go
he wrote
as
for
an
her.
attorney. Excuse me,
Okay.
I'm gonna explain to you. Okay,
Mhm.
what he did. He went back and he pulled to see was there any other lawsuits out there against him. And once he got this thing had been dismissed, he just went and read parts of it and put it into into Gabrielle's lawsuit. He took some talking points from that lawsuit where it wasn't actually a lawsuit. The girl filed it from jail. They did not, nobody would pick it up. She didn't have an attorney. She was representing herself. And what she put in there, she was saying that she was reading it and it was making no sense. And she was like, Tony Busby went and pulled something from this. And it's not even, it was something that was not even considered. It was just filed by her. She tried to she tried to shop it to other lawyers that knew that it was nothing to stand on. You're sitting behind bars, and you keep filing something, and it gets thrown out. So he goes and pulls that nonsense, which my understanding is she's still in jail, and she's trying to file a lawsuit against him that. If it was that much, he would have picked up and represented her if he thought it was a good case. But he didn't. He took and put some of the stuff to make it seem like Shannon had a pattern of doing some things. So he put a part of that into Gabrielle's lawsuit. You got to understand, when things start going into lawsuits, an attorney with Busby, because I know him, he's an attorney in Houston, and everybody claims he's a ambulance chaser. He went after Deshaun Watson, and just because a person settled a lawsuit doesn't mean they're guilty.
Correct.
They settle a lawsuit because they're trying to protect their reputation. They're trying to protect their businesses, because now that this lawsuit has been filed, according to Stephen A., Disney is trying to determine what they're going to do about it. So he could lose he could be let go by ESPN because Disney owns them, or they could suspend him until this case is over. So right now, and then he has sponsorships that he has pending out there. So he's got more to lose than she does.
Obviously.
So
She just starting out.
So what she feels like is easy for her to do is to ask for $50 million, and he'll give her somewhere in between that.
Honestly, she should have just took the 10 million and we wouldn't even really be having the discussion of this.
And I'm gonna tell you why she didn't. I'm gonna tell you why I believe she didn't.
Greedy.
And it's greed, and And it's because she's banking on being white against a black man to get her the biggest payout possible.
Absolutely.
That's why
Probably,
she's
yes.
confident. That's why she's confident. Like, nah, you ain't gonna settle for no. I ain't settle for 10 when I'm asking for 50, and I'm pretty sure I can get the courts to side with me just dealing with the race dynamics alone here. I'm sure I can get what I'm asking for.
I agree with
And you
that.
know what? And y'all know what? And y'all know, let me say this. When have you known, like, if this man had truly raped this woman, what Caucasian identified woman would not run to the law and have this man arrested? That would be the first thing that they do. Like, it just does not make
It's
sense.
not
And
just
I just
him.
Okay,
think,
let me
And
explain
please don't act just like it's just black men that do that. I mean, white women that do it to black men. It's not just that, because it's been plenty, including our current president, that nobody went to the cops on him, but he is civilly liable for rape charges or
wait a minute, no. We're
claims.
not gonna
So I
wait.
mean, I'm
Because
just
we're
saying
not gonna
across the board.
no.
All I was getting at is across the board.
Because we're not going to sit up here. The facts and the reality of the matter is, you can't say, let's not say that. Yes, I can absolutely 100% say that, because as a white woman and him being a black man, the unfortunate reality is the ball will always lean closer in her court than it would his. We cannot compare a white man being accused to a black man being accused. Totally different dynamics. Totally different dynamics.
But they don't always go to the cops. That's all I'm saying. They don't always go to the cops
But
against the white
wait
dudes
a
or the
minute.
black dudes. That's all I'm
Let me
getting
tell
at.
you why. Let me tell you why she did not file a criminal. She didn't go get any charges. She didn't file get a rape case, a rape kit. She didn't go to the police to file criminal because that wasn't her intentions. Her intentions were to go straight to civil because she know criminal. If she deployed charges, it would have been harder for her as her the lifestyle that she is in. It would be harder for her to win that case. So if she go to civil court, it is much easier for her the burden of proof. Because Simone was saying today that if she thought she had been raped or anything, the first thing she should have did was to file a complaint with the police department and get a rape kit. But she never did that because she had no intentions of doing it. She was in there for the money. So she
To say
went
that.
to get
But
an
she could have
attorney.
also had love for him and be like, dang, I felt violated in this instance, because there's plenty of women that have felt violated but had love for the person and then just basically set aside their own feelings to not get the dude locked up. But that's a whole nother subject, I guess.
I'm going to keep debunking that, because it's like, oh, she would have had feelings. She could have caught
I'm
this. She could have caught
confused
that.
about what
This
she's saying.
woman has established from the very beginning she was not attracted to this man. She didn't want to have no real dealings with him. And
Absolutely.
everything that she put in that lawsuit,
But he
everything
convinced
she
her
put in.
like a
Listen,
smooth talking
no.
man.
Please listen.
If a
Please
dude talks
listen.
smooth,
Have you?
okay.
No.
Listen.
And
Listen.
everything that
After
was in
sitting
that.
here,
Hold on, Mr. Todd. Hold on, because the language of the lawsuit, suggests this woman never had feelings for him. He did nothing for
At
her to
all.
develop
At
feelings
all.
for
None.
him.
That's
None.
correct. That's correct.
wait a minute. Listen. You're talking to a person who has implicit bias in this situation. The only way it's going to math unless it's not maths. And how do we get there? We get there in court. Okay, because no matter what you say, no matter how you explain it, implicit bias is all over this. Okay, and the only way it's gonna make any sense, and it probably won't even make sense even if Shannon gets off. Because a person who has implicit bias in this situation will always think there's something there. There's going to be some type of conspiracy. There's going to be something there. How many people still think Jay-Z is guilty, even though he's innocent? Because the man dropped the damn case, right? Because people have implicit bias. You're preaching to the choir on this one.
You right. You Uncle Todd, you right. You know what? Because Conscious, we went through this kind of different scenarios, but we went through this earlier, whatever. And you're absolutely right. And it's okay. I'm not really here to try to convince someone not to feel what they feel. I just try to rationalize, and because the pendulum can swing both ways. As like I know there could be letting the pendulum swing both ways. There is a small chance that he did abuse her in some form. There is a small chance, but do I believe he did it? No, because of the language that was used in the accusation. However, we're not going to act like people don't get in situations and have a change of heart, which I do feel like she became vindictive. I think I think she was hurt, and I don't think it had a damn thing to do with her being emotionally tied to this man, falling in love and developing feelings for him. I think she got hurt knowing that somebody else was getting a piece of the fucking pie. Okay? I think she had a whole plan. I'm never going to think anything different. She had a plan, because no one is going to deal with a person that they're not attracted to and turned off by unless it's driven by the motivation of money.
Now I am curious. This Michelle person, is she an OnlyFans as well? Because that would be the ultimate slap to her face.
No, she's not. The lady
Michelle,
used to work for ESPN.
No, she did not. She used to work for TNT.
Okay.
And that was a long time ago. They were in. He was just getting it. I think he was just getting into the NFL or something. They became something about he interviewed her or something. She interviewed him or something, and they became friends or whatever, and started messing around. And it wasn't even a relationship, my understanding. And she thought it was more than what it was, and it was just a mess.
Wait a minute, no. We talking about the Michelle that the video when he went live and slept with her.
Right. Is she an OnlyFans model?
We can't say for sure that was the same woman.
The other girl name is Michelle too.
It could be.
Yeah, I definitely don't believe it was the same Michelle.
No,
we don't know. It's just speculation either way.
These are two different Michelles. One is in jail, and one of them was the one that he was on the live video with.
He could have just played a tape. He could have just played some recording and pushed the live button. He did it on accident, he said, and then later on said that he didn't.
I don't think that was a mistake. I think that was something set up. It just, I don't know. But like I say, both of the girls' names were Michelle. The one that's in jail, she worked for TNT. She filed the first mess that got thrown out, and she claims she dropped it. But according to Attorney Redwine, they dropped the suit. She didn't drop anything. And it was most of the second time she tried it, that happened. They did the same thing. And then she went back in 2023 and filed it again. And nothing has happened.
I just wish that when it's all said and done, my prayer is that this Mr. Sharpe, Uncle Shannon, I hope he sues the fuck out of Tony Busby, and I hope that he sues the fuck out of Gabrielle. I really want him to sue the fuck out of both of them, and I want the court. I would be so happy. Let them just put it on a legislation for the next time. They do. When the government puts things into motion and create these new laws, there needs to be a fucking law created for false accusers. So they asses can not only be charged civilly but criminally too. Fucking charge they asses. I don't believe this man is guilty of anything but being a fucking fool and not getting her to sign that fucking NDA.
I don't know about that because she got him on audio. As long as you got him on audio, it's not AI. We know that for sure. It's not AI. It's going to be very hard for him to do a defamation case after
And
the
guess
fact.
what?
He
What
put
It's
are
it
you
in
also
that
talking about?
before the
What are
it's
you
fact.
also
talking
now
I'm
about?
just
coming
saying.
out. I just got a report. It's also now coming out that the accuser purportedly text "no means no" to Shannon after the alleged assault.
Right.
Yep. They
Well,
said
she should have did that beforehand too.
Man, this
Gosh.
is a play. This is a
Both of them.
play. Right out of Tyler Perry
Right.
Studios.
I
Right
think
out of
it's
Tyler
just both
Perry
of them is
Studios,
trying to
baby.
do the best to cover their asses after the fact.
And
Shit.
here's the thing: Tony will probably get away with defamation because when he's suing Jay-Z, isn't he allowed just to go sue and be like, "Oops, my bad, it
no,
didn't work"?
it's not defamation. It's not defamation. It's something else. It's not. You can't sue him for defamation because that's a part of the lawsuit. But it's another
Yeah, but
law that you.
Jay-Z, he
No, you
he
can't
sued
sue him
as
for defamation. I'm telling you, you
Jay-Z
cannot do that.
sued for defamation
No, he did
before
not.
he
That was
was.
not what
Yes,
he
he
sued him
did. Yes,
for.
he did. As a Jane Doe, as a John Doe, he did do
He
that
went
before he
back.
was perfectly
Look.
okay. All right, y'all.
Listen to me. They explained that when it's in a lawsuit, you can't sue them for defamation. It's another law that you can sue them. It's similar to defamation, but you cannot use defamation because it's in a
Conscious,
lawsuit.
can you Google that? Can you Google what it is, please?
Yeah, hold on.
So what
I'm
Sandra was
conscious.
talking about, what Sandra is talking about, is what I had mentioned, I think, in the last live too, when people were saying that Shannon Sharpe should sue the accuser. He won't be able to. He won't be able to sue her per se for defamation, like Sandra's saying, because there is laws in place that consider these type of allegations to be a matter of public safety.
Absolutely.
So attorneys and their clients cannot be liable per se for bringing these type of claims against a person. But if there's other fuckery that's going on within the case, then they can target that. That's why in the Jay-Z case, they threw out the defaming part, but because there was other shit that Tony Busby did, they were able to go in
he filed that
and
beforehand. He did sue for defamation, and it was beforehand.
Yes, he initially did.
Yeah, but
the
it's
judge had ruled.
Right.
But the judge had started to rule on the case and tell Jay-Z what he was going to be able to green light and not green light. So not everything that Jay-Z had initially thought was able to actually go up against him. Because
can you Google what it is? Because Simone she said what it was today, and she said that no, they cannot sue for defamation. He can't sue Tony or he can't sue her for defamation because it's a part of a lawsuit. But it's another law that he can go back and he can sue both of them. And
I'm gonna probably just listen to her actual video on tonight after I get done here, and then I'll come back tomorrow. I'll come back tomorrow and do an update on that.
And there were other sides of it. There were other sides of it that I noticed that she was saying, because she said that she had defended people that have been accused of these things, and gosh, yes, I can't remember everything that she had said, but there is two ways to look at what she was saying, because she was giving both plaintiff side and
there was no two ways to look at it. She said one thing you cannot do is sue the attorney or sue the victim for defamation because
No, I wasn't talking about. I'm talking about in general. She was saying this is how I would litigate this case if I was defending the person accused, and how I would deal with it if I was dealing with being the plaintiff's lawyer. She did give her view on both sides of this.
But it was not about that. It was about, she was saying, Shannon, about she when they asked her about defamation, because they played his response, and she said, first of all, he shouldn't even be talking because he has an attorney.
Right, he's making himself
He should
look
keep
bad.
his mouth shut. And she said, you cannot file defamation because it's a part of the lawsuit. Anybody can bring the lawsuit. And it's once it become a part of a lawsuit, you can't sue them for defamation. You have to go back and sue them for something else. It ain't
Is
no.
it called? Auntie, I'm saying, is it extortion? Because that's what somebody put in the comment.
I think it's you can sue them for extortion, but you cannot sue them for defamation.
No.
But maybe that is so what she was talking about. But I liked her legal analysis, because she was saying what this part of what this woman did was foolish and ignorant, but then this side of what Shannon Sharpe was doing was foolish and ignorant, and she was trying to say what was a play for either one of them to end up on top, basically. I liked her unbiased opinion of the whole situation, but she did really read the other lady.
So I also just had looked up some shit. So apparently, according to this one legal site, you typically, yes, you have the ability to sue someone who has wrongfully sued you. This would be categorized as malicious prosecution or abuse of process. But also, because there's like state laws in place, not every, like, I don't think this is a federal thing. It just comes down to like a local court situation. Because like I said, in the state of New York, you can't per se just sue someone. Well, I mean, you can sue someone, but particularly when it comes to like sexual assault claims, at least in New York, you cannot per se sue the attorney or the accuser, even if they falsely accuse you, because of just how New York looks at those type of claims, etc., as a matter of public. Now, maybe yeah. So I'm just gonna wait until I hear.
Go listen to the whole thing. She's gonna break it down from the beginning to the ending. And somebody asked her that question, and she said, "No, you cannot. When it becomes a part of a lawsuit, you cannot." Because she worked on the federal level too as an attorney with Cochran, Johnny Cochran. So she explained it from the top to the bottom and the mistakes that were made. And she also, when she found out, she looked at that suit from that so-called suit from the girl that's in jail. She was like, Tony Busby, she cannot believe that he went and took a part of that suit and put it in this suit.
I can believe it.
But she also
I had caught it from the beginning. I had said that.
But somebody else in the chat said there's possibly 23 other lawsuits that he didn't have, which the rest of us got to go actually research.
That's not true. It ain't no 23 lawsuits.
That's what. But she has said she didn't know about that. But if there was 23 other lawsuits, why did Tony Busby bring up Michelle's lawsuit? That's all. She was like, why did he even bring up this lawsuit when he could have picked from all these other 23?
Look,
do you
Tony Busby.
Do you think if he had 23 lawsuits out there, don't you think that Busby would have included that there are other 23 other lawsuits?
I'm just saying somebody said that in the chat and she responded to that. That's all.
But that's not the case, sweetheart.
I don't know. I haven't researched.
I'm just saying. There's no 23. There were only one lawsuit filed, and he took it from that lawsuit. He was out there
maybe the person was writing in it. Maybe, Auntie, maybe the person in the chat that was writing, there's a lawsuit that was filed in 2023. You know, they just put 23.
That's exactly what it was, because they were talking about Michelle has filed a suit in 2023. I think it was October 2023. They were saying that she filed that there was another lawsuit filed against him in 2023. That's what was said. And she said,
I think
yes.
It was August, but yes.
And she said,
again, I'm going to say for the 50, 100, 11 million time, trillion time. I just don't know. And I get it, because when it comes to these type of situations, you have to, well, you don't have to, but you know what I'm saying? You tend to want to take it serious. But I just don't know how anybody could take anything serious that Tony Busby name is on anything that he's a part of. Like, I really don't. And I know it's such an egregious accusation. And, you know, it's like kind of hard to not want to entertain it to a degree. Just look like maybe this is this could be true. This is a victim. But I just don't take nothing serious with this man's name attached to it. Like, we watched him with Diddy. Like, this
Right.
man had everybody before it was exposed to a real public way, in a grand, like a national public way, that this man, y'all say an ambulance chaser, I'm gonna just call him a whole fucking extortionist. That this man literally has this background and his pathology of doing these type of things. When he went with everything with Diddy, this man said he had 100 and some odd
Cases.
victims and
Yes.
things of that
Yeah,
nature.
but
And then come to find out, he
he
then
was
turned
betting
around.
wrong, and I think he was actually just added to this case. I don't think that he was
And then
the
he turned
main
around,
attorney
which
on
is
this
a red
case.
flag, which is a red flag. He then turned around and then said that he didn't vet the person. And then here we go with the Jay-Z. And then you come back and you say, well, I didn't vet her either. After you tried to double down on it, you didn't vet her either. Another attorney
Another
referred her.
attorney did. Mm-hmm.
And
That's
Yeah,
now
but
here
you
we
can't
go
say
again.
with this lady because he got audio. He got stuff. He got actual stuff that was that's concrete enough with both of their voices on it or both of their
Girl, it's
bodies
not
on it.
concrete. It ain't nothing
Okay,
concrete
all right,
until you
all
go,
right.
girl. It is
We
not
will wait and
concrete.
see.
Wait,
Okay.
excuse me. Let me tell you something.
He didn't
Once
have no
again,
video in the other
No,
case.
hold on.
He didn't have no audio in the
once
other case.
again,
And let
this
me
could
tell
go
you
to
something.
court.
Oh,
This
let me
could go to
explain
court,
something to you.
and and
No,
and they
I'm
can
trying to
win.
explain something to you. First of all, I come out of law enforcement. Number one, I'm in law enforcement. And I know that people can say this is a slam dunk, this recording this and recording that. It never goes that way. Because a recording is something that can be edited.
And all of hers were.
Yes.
All of her audios, yeah, like they
Yes.
edit the
It
motherfucker.
can be. So therefore, what I'm telling you, you said concrete evidence. That's not concrete evidence because it was edited. Apparently, it was certain things that were cut out of the
And let's be
video.
honest. And the fact that Tony Busby is releasing it probably means that it's admissible in the case to begin with, because typically courts don't even allow redacted information and edits to even be admissible in court. So this audio probably ain't even something that is going to show up in the actual case, which is why Tony is conveniently using it in the court of public opinion.
Absolutely.
That's not the way that he played the other cases. So I'm just wondering, does he have more up his sleeve? That's all I know. And Shannon Sharpe did allude to there being more up his sleeve.
What other cases did he play it in?
He didn't have audio in the one J Doe case against Diddy and Jay-Z. He didn't have no audio in that one. He had audio in this one, which makes it different. And then Shannon Sharpe also brought up a video that they only showed them 30 seconds of it. It should be 10 minutes long.
Did I just tell you that it was altered? I told you that he said it was altered.
Listen, there's hardcore audio of Jay-Z's lawyers getting a confession out of little Jane Doe, but for some reason nobody believes that either, right?
That's correct.
So listen to what I'm saying.
I'm trying to think of
we all are wasting our time because, again, what's going to happen is this: if it goes to court, and you know what, Shannon wins this, there's going to be some reason why somebody's not going to believe it. I'm listening to it now.
No, it's not going to, even for those that don't believe, even for those that will
what the verdict is,
even
but this
for
one
those
has
that are
enough
going to,
evidence to go
even
forward.
for
That's
those
all
that
I'm
are
saying.
going to choose to believe it, there's still, we still are dealing with the factor of, you hear a lot of, which I've been looking at since last night. There are a lot of people that feel like, oh well, they're demonizing him for being 50 and her being 20. They're demonizing him for her being a white woman, this and the third. Like, this man, by court of public opinions, this man is guilty. And I think that for me, take away the legal aspect of it. I think that it is a damn shame, because now you have another black man that whose now image is being tarnished,
It
his
really is.
reputation is going to suffer. He may not suffer a tremendous financial loss and things of that nature, but his reputation is now stained and tarnished.
It is.
For
It
me,
really,
overall,
really
that's just the
is.
fucked up part.
We just want to
And I
give every
think
black man that's a millionaire a pass for everything that they did. Like, I
What
don't
pass am
know.
I
I
giving? I'm
cannot
giving him a
do
pass.
that.
I'm giving
I
him.
cannot
You're
do that.
absolutely right. I'm giving him
Without
a
all
pass.
the
No, no.
facts, I
Auntie,
can't
let
do
me.
it.
Auntie, that's okay. You don't have to deal with it. I definitely am giving every black man the benefit of the fucking doubt when it comes to this fucking corrupted ass motherfucking system and country we call fucking United States of
absolutely.
America. Absolutely, I am. Especially when it comes
All
to
right.
accusation coming
And
from
All
a
right.
white woman.
and for the
Y'all can be
record,
mad at me all y'all want, but I
I'm
got cousins, I got
I
brothers,
ain't mad at
I
you.
got
Oh,
I ain't
trust me,
mad
baby
at you,
please.
daddies
I
that
sweetheart.
I
try to
lost
use
to
it.
the
Wait a
system.
minute, hold
But
on. Don't
they
I'm not
confuse
wasn't
my
mad, baby.
clean,
I'm
passion.
not mad.
not squeaky clean.
Don't confuse my passion with anger because I ain't angry.
Right,
I'm really disappointed in him for,
right.
like I said, the NDA part, but
Yes,
I'm not disappointed in him for being a human being. I'm not
absolutely.
disappointed in him for laying with a white woman. I'm not
Oh, me
disappointed
either.
with
I
him for
don't care
being a
about
freak.
that.
I ain't disappointed with him for being 50 and her being 20. I'm
Absolutely.
disappointed in him for not getting her to sign the NDA.
And
But
matter of
I
fact,
understand.
sweetheart, I am 45 years old. Thank you, not auntie. And yeah, I am some
And
aunties.
wait a minute, how old are you?
45.
And I'm 44 and I'm sitting up here calling you auntie, but you
I
still
know. I'm
auntie.
like, why is she calling me auntie?
That part.
I do
Let me get her.
it's just a
Motherfucker, we
thing.
sisters,
First
baby.
of all, let me get this. Let me get that straight before we get through with this.
All
You
right,
are a
sis.
year younger than me and sitting up here calling me auntie.
Period.
All right, sis. Listen, get me together.
Oh, baby. I just want to make that clear.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm disappointed in. I'm just disappointed. I'm just disappointed in if Shannon and look, this is where you gotta have some dick intelligence at men. Dick intelligence, okay? Some dick intelligence.
Please have
The
some.
issue that I got is once you realize that for you only wanted sex in this situation. Okay, because you didn't even want a relationship per se, allegedly. I'm assuming that this was mostly just a lust-driven situation. Da. Okay, cool. Because sex is so available to you, like there are plenty of, once again, actual professional escort services, high-end professional escort services that literally cater to high-end clientele, both men and women. Like, why harp on getting this particular individual, especially once you realize you wasn't going to be able to secure discretion because she was quote unquote unwilling to sign this alleged NDA. You literally could have went on about your business, especially since sex is all you wanted. You could have got sex from another small waist, big booty ass white girl who is a professional escort and literally like be subjected to a whole system that takes care of all of the legalities of the transaction, etc. Because I know a lot of high profile men and women who utilize high end escort sites because
Oh yeah.
they're able to get the discretion they need while also getting the nut they want. And you take care of both ends and everybody go on about their life. So I just don't know why. I don't know why Shannon Sharpe, put herself in this position. But at the same time, too, we have also not heard completely
stuff in writing.
We haven't completely heard from his side either. We've heard her story. For all we know, she's the one that pressed on him. For all we know, she's the one that adamantly pursued his ass at the gym and was being the aggressor in the situation.
Right.
I don't know, what his side is because he's yet to give his whole side of the situation. But that's the only part that, like, that alone could have really saved Shannon Sharpe all of the all of the.
Do you think there's a possibility because sex work is not legal in this country? I think
Money.
maybe only one state.
In
Do you
Nevada,
think that it's
it
a
is.
possibility?
I said in one state.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think? Do you
Look,
think that he didn't want his?
there
Hold
are
on. Do you
high.
think he didn't want his? I'm about to ask you. Do you think he didn't want his name on a list where that if anything happened, is a
How
shakedown
much
from the
more?
feds or whatever?
No, because you've been in this transactional relationship with somebody who has less protective mechanisms in place. I mean,
Right.
what
I mean,
was to make
she might be
what
related
was to
to
make
Rothschilds
what
or
was to
something.
make him think that she wasn't doing all the things that we now know she was doing, secretly recording, secretly
Right.
I mean, it's like he put himself in an even
No,
in
I
an
agree
even
with you.
more
I'm just trying to. I'm trying to figure out why he. I'm just trying to figure out why he would not
and maybe
have
to your
thought that
point
could
too,
be
and
an
maybe to your
option.
point too, it could have been, he didn't want to he didn't want to formalize the transaction in that way by dealing with an actual escort service. That also could be possible. But I also think that a lot of people don't even know that these type of services like BDSM are services that are available in a lot, like they available in New York. You got like whole dungeon facilities. I mean, like this type of work, like it's always been all type of loopholes that allow for sex work.
You absolutely are right, and I find it hard to believe that when it comes to these celebrities that they're not aware of these things. I don't know why. That could be me being naive, thinking.
No, you're
You know what I
not.
mean? Because it's
They
always an
should
exception
know.
to the rule. But I would think that they would know, like this information would be something that they are privy to. That you know, what I'm saying the mass majority of the public is not. But
Right.
I don't honestly know either. Like and I agree with you when it comes to like it definitely was someone else out there. And I feel like Shannon comes off a lot of times in his talking points. Sometimes even when he's interviewing people, sometimes he comes off very like country bunking, like he don't be knowing a lot of stuff
The
and he
hell he
be just
is a
getting
country
bit for
bunkie.
things. Well, I know that, but he be acting like he just becoming like he's the old uncle that, and he ain't that old, but he acts like the old uncle that like ain't hip to a lot of shit that still want to stay relevant, and he learns from people, you know what I mean, the younger people and stuff like that. Like we were saying about dating younger people and wanting to still feel young and you. He comes off
I
like
know
that
he
to
old
me.
enough to be my dad,
And
and probably old enough to be y'all's
remember,
too.
I'm gonna tell you something else that
No,
I feel
can't
like
open to
they're
be
gonna
mine.
try to use against him. On his show, he's always talking about these blue pills and all this shit he takes and
Mhm.
how he looks for young women. He don't want no older woman and blah, blah, and that's his choice. He can have anybody he want to of age. That's his choice. And people, and they like I said, people are trying to use that against him.
I'm
They're
telling you, saying
using
truth.
that against him, and it's not right because nobody was talking about Bill
Okay.
Belichick when he was running around with a 25-year-old and he's 73 years old.
I know
Look,
him,
check
and
this
I
out.
think
He
that
too
Al
young.
Pacino
He too
and
young for me. Like,
that De
sis,
Niro.
he too young for me. But I promise you, the guy, he could have me. You
Okay,
want to pick? You want to sit
look.
bad? If I was
I
his
don't
type, he could
know.
have me.
I can't think of it. It gets me into creep mode personally when
Well,
I think of a man that is 60-year-old or pushing 60 that's trying to get with me, and I'm 20 years his youth. So you have to wait
how
But
old are
until
that's
you?
the key
I
thing.
was.
But hold on, check that
I,
out. That's the key
I
thing. I
just
was
turned
speaking about
41.
me.
I just turned
That was the
41.
key point. I was talking about me, what he could get from me.
Okay,
Yeah, you say he
okay.
can get it from you, but he can't get it from me. I know that much because I feel creeped out. I feel like you waited until I was born and then had to wait until I was also over 20 years old or 18 years old in order to mess with me. You nasty, you could be my daddy, and I'm not interested because I feel like no, I know that there is gonna be a power dynamic issue there. Now I do have a husband. I divorced him, but we back together now. But he's only 3 years older than me. But even when he had graduated high school, I was still a teenager and underage. I didn't actually meet him until I was out of high school. But
Well, how do you know he
age
was?
group.
How do you know he was in high school and he was on? You were underage. You never met him.
Because I knew his mother and I knew his sister and brother. And he was actually in the military, so he was not in
Okay,
the
gotcha.
so but that's
like I
beside the
say,
point. I'm just
age
saying.
ain't nothing but a number, baby.
Y'all say that, but there's a little
People
creepiness
choose
to
to do
me.
who they want to do, and people choose to be with who they want to be with. I've dated people 7 years younger than me. I didn't have any issues with it because they were. I have dated people older than me was just as childish and immature as they can be.
Baby, well, call me
And that
nasty. Call all my lovers, all my exes, all my baby daddies. Call them all. Say we nasty. We it
Y'all
creeped you
do what
out and
y'all
all of
want to
that. We over
do.
here.
It do
We over
creep
here
me out
having
though.
fun.
Okay,
We
well
over here
have
having a
fun.
good time.
I can't stop you from enjoying yourself. I'm just saying
You
what
hear
I
me?
know
You hear
I
me?
enjoy in my boundaries. Everybody got their own
You
boundaries.
know.
You
And
know,
I
that's
thank you
beside
for that because
outside the age.
that leaves more
You know.
for me. Thank
okay.
you.
Right?
I
Girl,
I
have an a
decided
la
over an
carte.
hour
All you
ago.
can eat,
I
girl.
decided
I'm
over an
not
hour
eating.
ago, I'm gonna stop sitting up here. I don't wasted over 6 hours, well, no, 5 hours trying to explain to people that preference is an entitlement that we all have. There should be no real judgment when it comes to consenting adults. But I'm not going
Absolutely.
to do that anymore. I'm going to sit back and enjoy y'all slandering and y'all feeling grossed out by them because that just
I'm not
leaves more
slandering
for
nobody else.
me.
Whatever
That
you
just leaves
do,
more
you
for
have
Good.
more.
me.
You have
Well, it
more
is
Good.
for
slander
those
when you
old
it
folks.
is
Okay,
slander when
you
Oh
you
my
stick
say
with the
God.
something is
old folks.
nasty
No,
as if having a preference is a bad thing when we all have preference. Like
we
it's
all
certain words
do.
that in
So if
language
you
that we
choose
use.
to have somebody older, that's fine. That's for you. But it's not for me, and it creeps me out. That's my preference. Is that I don't want to mess with
No, no,
somebody
I'm
that
speaking to
is
the term.
outside of my standards.
I'm not speaking
So
to you saying the word weird. I'm saying when you said it's nasty. And so because you said that it was nasty, that
I
is
said it's
there's
creepy to
certain.
me.
You didn't just say creepy. I
I
heard the creepy
did.
to me, but it's okay. I'm not trying to. I'm not going to sit back and bash you for having an opinion, and having a preference because we all have those. But
Mhm.
again, that just
More for
leaves
you,
more
boo.
for me.
That's right. You go ahead, do you, girl.
I
Jump
You
got a
know.
in.
question. I got a question for Miss Sandra. I think this is the part. Did Simone speak about the whole countersuing thing kind of toward the end of her latest video?
Yes.
Because I think somebody had asked on the screen, like, why isn't he countersuing her? Is
Yes.
that
That's
which
it.
I'm okay? So I'm about to play this courtesy of Attorney Simone's platform, so y'all can hear what Attorney Simone had to say in response to Shannon Sharpe countersuing.
Okay.
Yeah,
Fair use.
it's truly nutty. But Private and Confidential asked an excellent question saying, why isn't he countersuing her? I believe they're just working on drafting it and trying to determine what all the allegations are, what are all the allegations that they want to include in it. So I hope you enjoyed the breakdown. Let me know what questions.
Oh, apparently.
No. Go back and go, but when she gonna break it completely, go back a little bit more when she's gonna start explaining the lawsuit, the jailbird, and everybody else. She gonna break everything down, and she gonna tell about the part that Busby took from the other lawsuit.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna have to watch it. I'm gonna have to watch
Yeah,
it in its entirety in order to figure
but
out
it's
like
Yes.
where.
good.
Yes,
It's
please
real good.
do.
I'm gonna go
Yes.
back and listen to it again too, because I was busy doing other things
Yeah.
And as more information comes out, I think that we all should be like, reserving full judgment. Like, I mean, I do have my little bias in my mind and how I feel of how I would walk in the shoes of either the woman or the man in this case. But either way it goes, I think that we should expect more to come out
I think
about
a lot
this.
of times that we should actually take the approach that the courts attempted to lay out, which is like a person is innocent until they're proven guilty. I think that we should realize that the burden of proof is on the plaintiff's part, not per se on the defendant's part. The plaintiff has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt their claims against someone, and just kind of really hold that position, but we've like kind of reversed Uno that in this era of like believe the accuser first. So now you're kind of like guilty until proven
That's what it
innocent.
is.
But I do think, to Pam's point, at the end of the day, it is one person's word for another. We have a long way to go in terms of figuring out and getting to the bottom line of the truth. Technically in the court of law, Shannon is innocent until proven guilty. However, the claims against him could have merit. It's going to be up to her team and the courts to decide, what's what, and hopefully, we will be able to get to the bottom of this thing in the end. I think that there's a lot of moving parts, but to Tan's point, it's not completely off the table that maybe there was a violation and that maybe Shannon did violate. I'm not going to remove that entirely, but just based upon the situation at hand right now and what we got, it is leaning more toward Shannon is innocent, and this is a weaponization and a play. But we'll find out. And if Shannon is sharp, baby, are we gonna chew his ass up if he is
For
guilty?
real.
I want him to be on key. Please be on key.
Conscious, when are you going to have a sex course on Patreon or in Patreon so that we could talk about the things of the things? Never?
Never. Not in this
Oh my
culture, because
God.
I'd be damned if some raggedy motherfucker get out here talking about CTV running the SCX code and Patreon and oh no, baby,
And I did this.
it will never happen.
No, I'm asking that, Conscious. You know what? I need to go live on Instagram.
I don't even want to touch on those sick shit, no nothing.
I'm gonna have to go live on Instagram one day because people are so ignorant. Like, this whole thing about men being older and sexually incompetent, this that, and the third. Like, when women get older, they don't have sexual issues or whatever, and things of that. Like, it just be like the whole false narratives and stereotypes that just really rub
that
me the
men are
wrong way.
sexually incompetent. No, I think they're actually sexually
I'm
powerful.
not talking about you. I be reading the comments sometimes, which I usually stay out of unless I'm, moderating or whatever. But sometimes here and there, I go into the comments and I just be like, this whole theory that, when men get older, their sexual performance is, inadequate or less than or whatever the case may be. And that ain't necessarily the case or whatever. And like to act like women,
But
when
it's
as we
also,
age, we don't have problems with our sexual drive and our sexual performances and things of that nature. It's just really the ignorance of it all. But I got you, Conscious.
but rumors. This is the deal. I can only speak for me. I've dated older men before, and some of them was, like I said, was mature. Some of them was child as hell, and it's not like it was a whole lot of them because I don't do that. But the fact that the ones that a couple of them that I did date, baby, I didn't have time for nobody to be popping Viagra.
Baby, wear you the hell out, huh?
Hell no, baby, we won't be doing this again. we would not be doing Viagra. We would not. I was like, oh Jesus.
I don't know.
Baby.
I didn't say all of. I didn't say the majority, the few that I dated. I said a couple of them, and then they were so childish about the situation. I was trying to hold a conversation, and I'm like, shit, I can talk to somebody younger that is, got a much mature mind. I don't know what it is. I guess it was just the atmosphere that I was in, or the person that I met at that time. And it was like, I was like, oh my God. And then I've met some that was very, very mature. But I was there for the bag. That was it.
Baby.
Hey, bye.
Well,
It's
That's
been
why
fun,
On that
y'all.
note,
I
y'all, I
got
got.
uncles that's younger than me. Because
On
grandpa.
that note, y'all, I gotta close down. We done been here 6 hours, and I got content. I still gotta watch for content coming today, technically. So
Coming today. Now,
yes, so I would get.
Conscious, you know, we don't be. Remember that time we went to Sunday morning
We did.
and I had it.
Well,
Woke
I
up with
thank
Jesus,
y'all
baby,
for allowing me up. I
I
appreciate
said, oh
all
you.
night
man.
long, honey.
I said,
Even
I'm
though I'm
finna
the
go
out
work out.
personality.
Y'all can keep it going.
It did. It
Well, I
did.
love you all,
Yes.
conscious,
Love
Have
you
a good
too.
and
So,
trying, all of
Definitely.
y'all.
Thank you. Thank you,
Good,
guys. I
y'all.
good
appreciate it.
morning, good night.
Yes.
Bye.
All right,
I think
everybody,
it was
Thank
take
y'all,
care. Have a
fun.
wonderful
everybody.
night.
Thank you,
Night.
Todd. And thank you, Sandra. This was amazing, y'all. Baby, we got to the T. Shout out to Tiff. Shout out to Sandra for giving us the context on, the previous litigation. I got the actual court filings, y'all, thanks to the street committee. So I'm gonna watch Attorney Simone's video tonight while I still got a little bit in me. Take my notes, and then also, organize all the stuff. We gonna talk about the audio and all of that stuff that done come out, child. Most stuff coming out, girl. All type of shit coming out, child. This conversation was more so supposed to be centered around just the whole, age gap dating thing, etc. Using Shannon Sharpe and Tracee Ellis Ross, as a catalyst for that conversation. There was a very multifaceted dialogue. Obviously, we moved in and out of Shannon Sharpe specifically, and then the actual subject matter. So this was real full circle, was super dope. Very riveting conversation. Shout out to everybody, including the Tea Lounge and everybody who came up here with their biases, honey. All of that made the grit of the grit of the grit. But my purpose in wanting to have this conversation was kind of seeing the parallels between Tracee and Sharpe and wanting to have the in the middle conversation, the whole middle-aged people dating young adults conversation and them being pervs, that's a common, like that's already a conversation. Everybody is already kind of defaulting there when it comes to that, especially when it comes to men dating younger. So I wasn't interested in that conversation. I want to talk about all the other reasons and all the other circumstances that bring people together and why middle-aged people may be attracted to young adults and why young adults also may be attracted to older adults and middle-aged adults, because there's a lot of other contexts and a lot of other reasoning and a lot of other variables available that contribute to people coming together, aside from people just being perverts preying on people. So I wanted to really have a super nuanced dialogue about this conversation. So this was really, 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 really great. We'll be back later today, you guys. We got a hot topics, and then we got a separate Shannon Sharpe conversation to get into. Because there's so much Shannon Sharpe content, I'm gonna have to make Shannon Sharpe its own live stream, and then we got a separate hot topics to get into. We got to talk about Tina Knowles and Beyonce's a pregnancy prosthetic. We got to talk about who I got up in her. Let me see who I got up in her. We got to talk about who else is up in? Hold on, let me see that. Kirk and Rashida versus Mendeezy and Yandy. We got things, honey, that's going on. So we got to get into all them things. So once again, thumbs up, you guys, on your way out. I've really been contenting, child. I guess all of that rest from social media, child, and really taking my breaks did my body some good. Plus, I'm not internalizing a lot of the political content, so I'm kind of back in my regular swag, kind of living in a bubble as if Trump is really not happening. So that's doing wonders for my mental health and keeping me focused, etc. If you guys enjoyed yourself, please do not forget the thumbs up, child. Okay, thumbs up for no other reason than the fact that you just enjoy the cane. You appreciate having a space you can also disagree in, even if you don't always agree. And that this is interactive, and that the cane just be putting in that work for y'all. Okay. Also, if you want to donate to the platform, child, to keep the lights on in the kingdom, you guys already see it on the screen, $Consciouztv and or paypal.me/Consciouztv, spelled just how it is. So on the platform, send me any stories and tea to my email and or follow me on Instagram. I've changed my settings so everybody can DM me. I will get the DMs. And remember, we cover all true crime, political and spiritual conversation in the Patreon, which once again, we do have some true crime updates on the Carmelo Anthony case, etc. There's another case that I'm looking at right now that I'm going to be also filtering into the Patreon space, and got all of that going on. You can sign up for Patreon for $5 a month. Easy, cheap, and it's another way to support the King as well. Plus, you always get your notifications when it comes to Patreon, and I always post in Patreon when I'm live over here in the YouTube space. All right, so have a great night, you guys. I will see you later. Happy Thursday. Peace.